Good morning, Jules. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Wednesday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here Wednesday? Everyone said no or should have been yes. Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach just briefly? Okay. My apologies.
Someone should demonstrate recording during the baseline hearing should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Brian Higgins, Higgins.
And where do you live, sir?
Barnstable County, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
I've owned that property since approximately 2018.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm a special agent with the United States Department of Justice, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 15 years.
Now, sir, prior to that, prior to your appointment with the ATF, what, if any, other positions, what did you do for work before that?
I was a lieutenant with Cambridge Fire Department.
And how long were you a lieutenant with the Cambridge Fire Department?
I was a lieutenant probably for about 8 years. Total, I was with Cambridge approximately 15 years.
Now, at some point, did you reside in the town of Canton?
I did.
And when was that, sort of what year to what year?
I think that it was shortly after my sister passed away. So it was probably 2017 I purchased that house, and I sold it in January of 2022.
And you recall, was that early January, late January?
On or about January 5th.
And when you sold that property, did you move down to Barnstable County, or did you live somewhere else as well?
For a period of time, I rented an in-law apartment in West Roxbury, and I had my property on Cape Cod as well.
And that in-law property in West Roxbury, that was in 2022 as well?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week those were?
I believe the 28th was Friday, and the 29th was Saturday.
If I could take you back just to at least a day or so before that. Specifically the 28th. On the 28th, where were you on that day initially?
New York City.
And why were you in New York City, sir?
I was in New York City for the funeral services of Officer Mora and Rivera, who killed in the line of duty.
And fair to say there was a large contingent of law enforcement there,
Yes.
Including several people from Massachusetts?
Yes.
And when did you go down to New York City?
I believe it was the 27th of February. It might have been Thursday.
So was there a wake and a funeral?
There was a wake in the funeral. Some people went to the wake, some people went to the funeral. There was services in over those couple of days.
And you went to the funeral on the 28th, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, do you make your way from New York City back towards Massachusetts on the 28th?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of day that was?
Late morning, possibly.
And why is it that you were coming back on the 28th specifically?
The anticipation of a blizzard.
And how did you drove, is that correct?
I drove my government vehicle down to New York for the services.
And what kind of government vehicle was it that you drove down and back?
That was a Dodge Ram pickup.
Now, on the way back, who, if anyone, came with you for the ride back from New York City to Massachusetts?
Brian Elbert, Kevin Elbert, and Eddie Hernandez.
And who are they to you, and what, if any, relationship do they have to your work in law enforcement?
Well, first and foremost, they're all friends. Kevin Elbert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Brian Elbert was a sergeant detective with the Boston Police Department. Eddie Hernandez, also a detective with the Boston Police Department.
And how long had you known each of these individuals?
So out of the group, Eddie Hernandez would be the person that I knew the longest. I had worked with him back in the early 90s at the Mass General. Then it would probably be Brian Elbert. I may have had some contact with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department, assigned to the Fire Investigation Unit. And then Kevin Elbert would be probably the last in the three that I knew.
Now, speaking to the Canton Police Department at that time, as far as your assignment went with work, where was it that you worked out of, or where was sort of your base of operations, so to say?
Canton PD, I had an office there.
And how was it that you came to have an office in Canton PD?
That relationship was through Chief Berkowitz, born through a tragedy. When my sister passed away, we became friends, and he offered up the space because I had also moved there. So it was close. It was a jumping off point.
And were you the only federal agent that had space within the Canton Police Department?
I was the only one that had an office. I believe there was an HSI agent that might have had some access there to come in, hook up his computer and stuff. And there was also an MBTA police detective, transit police detective, who also had access there. But I was really the only one that maintained a desk, so to speak. And
as far as your work or familiarity with work, as far as federal law enforcement officers, is that abnormal to have access to a local PD or have an officer or desk there?
Objection.
Allow it.
No, it's not abnormal to have space within a department that you work closely with.
Now, as far as the ride back is concerned, when you drive from New York City back to Massachusetts, about how long a drive was that?
So typically it'd be I'd say like a 4-hour ride, depending on traffic. This was longer, and I would also factor in the fact that we stopped and ate on the way back.
And when you arrived back to Massachusetts, where specifically in Massachusetts is it that you first go?
So the first place that we went was a Boston Police Department district in Charlestown, where Brian Elbert and Eddie Hernandez had parked their vehicles.
Now, as far as you know, had they driven down to New York City, or how would they come to be in New York City? If you know?
I believe that Brian Elbert, Eddie Hernandez, and Kevin Elbert all flew down to New York.
And they drove back with you because of the storm, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, after dropping them off there, where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police Department, where I dropped off Kevin Elbert, and then switched vehicles, got into my Jeep Wrangler, and I traveled up to the hillside in Canton.
Now, as far as traveling up to the hillside in Canton, who, if anyone, did you have plans with, or who, if anyone, did you coordinate with as far as going to the hillside?
Brian Elbert agreed to meet me there.
And as far as switching from your government vehicle to a personal vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you do that before going to the hillside?
Because I was technically no longer on duty, so to speak, even though I had been at a funeral. But, I knew I would be consuming alcohol, and we have a policy against that.
Now, as far as vehicles related to you, whether they be personal or work and the Canton PD, how many vehicles did you have at that location?
So I would have had my government truck that I parked there. I would have had a surveillance vehicle that I parked there. And at times, it would sometimes flip in and out between a pickup truck that I had and the Jeep itself.
And the Jeep that you were driving that night, can you describe the Jeep, or what it looked like, what kind of Jeep it was?
So it's a 2011 Jeep Wrangler, gray in color. And at the time that I was driving it on the 28th and the 29th the next day, it had a plow on it.
And the plow that you had affixed to the Jeep Wrangler, is that, how big a plow are we talking about?
If I was to guess, it was probably 6 feet 8 inches. I believe they make them in two formats, 6'8" and I think 7'2". But I believe I have the smaller blade on that Jeep.
And how often would you have? Was that like a year-round thing, or how often? When about would you have that plow affixed to the Jeep?
Inclement weather, or impending into inclement weather.
And is that something that you used? As far as what if any use did you put the plow in front of the Jeep
to help family and friends clear the property at the Cape? I had used it when I had the house in Canton.
And so you go to the hillside. Do you know about what time it was that you got there?
No, again, it would have been after I dropped off Kevin Elbert. Definitely would have been dark at that time.
And the Hillside, is that an establishment that you're familiar with? You had been there before?
Yes.
And about how long was it after you arrived that Brian Albert arrived?
Shortly thereafter, probably, because I had traveled back, dropped the vehicle off. He may have even beat me there because I went to the station and dropped Kevin off, but I don't think it was contemporaneous, but it was in close proximity.
And once you got to the Hillside, how long were you there and how long was Mr. Albert there?
So I had something to eat. I had something to drink. The approximate time, maybe an hour or so. And then Brian had left before me. I remained, he left.
And if you know, about how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Can you repeat that again?
Brian Albert left before you, correct?
Yes.
About how long before you left was it that Brian Albert left?
Maybe 15 minutes.
And you had some drinks at the Hillside, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall what you drank that night?
Usually what I drink all the time, Jameson and ginger.
And as far as where Mr. Albert was going, what, if any, conversation did you have about that?
He had told me that he was going down to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, which is in Canton Center, and that he'd be meeting his wife and some family and maybe some other people.
And were you invited to come along?
Yes.
Now, the Waterfall, that's an establishment you're familiar with. You've been there previous times as well.
Yes.
And with respect to this evening, so you leave from the Hillside and you go directly to the Waterfall?
Yes.
And if you know, about what time was it that you got to the Waterfall?
So
Again,
what
it was
is
dark.
It
It could have been around in the area, 9 o'clock.
Hey, Ray.
And when you get to the Waterfall, do you recall
We
where
are
in
starting
relation
with
to the
Brian
Waterfall
Higgins.
you parked the Jeep at that time?
No.
This is Brian Higgins.
So you come into the Waterfall and where
You're
do you
just joining.
I went to a series.
Background.
I saw Brian and his family,
Telling.
and there was a series of high tops, and I proceeded to the high tops where they were.
He was at the
Now,
funeral.
with respect to Brian Albert, how would you describe sort of your relationship around this time of January 2022?
He's a good friend. He's a coworker. I had been working closely with his unit. I'd say he was a good friend.
And through that sort of work and your friendship, were you familiar with his family as well?
Yes.
And so when you came over to the
This
area where
morning,
Brian
things
Albert
are going to
was,
get a
his
little
wife was
wild
there, correct?
today.
Yes.
So Jason
And
was
if anyone else
18.
was there that you were familiar with or that you knew when you
He's
came?
going to get a little
So-
wild.
It would have been Brian Albert. It would have been Nicole. I believe Caitlin was there.
So what I've been
Brian-
told
Kate
from
Albert,
people who
Brian's
are
daughter.
up to date.
Chris Albert, his wife, Julie. There might have been another couple, Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe.
And as far as the McCabe's were concerned, how familiar were you with them?
Casually,
Now, at some point you come in, you join the group, is that correct?
yes.
And how would you describe sort of throughout the entirety of the evening or your time at the Waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or the demeanor of the group within the bar?
It was a good time.
No arguments or anything like that you observed from anybody that was present over the
Nope.
course of?
No, it was a good time, and there was a band.
And if you recall, about what time was it that you left?
I would say right around when the band was wrapping up. So it was probably closer to midnight.
Now, prior to that, at some point between the time that you arrived and the time that the band's wrapping up and you're preparing to leave, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came into the Waterfall?
John O'Keefe and the defendant,
And just be clear when you're referencing the defendant, what is her name?
Karen Reed.
And just be clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Did you identify this as where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between attorneys Jackson and Yannetti.
Just ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, starting there, as far as how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe?
Maybe a year, a little over a year.
And do you recall how it was or where it was that you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe it was actually the Hillside.
And how often would it be that you saw Mr. O'Keefe or socialized with Mr. O'Keefe?
I would see him at the Hillside.
And as far as were you familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for work?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with him doing for work?
He was a Boston police officer.
And with reference to Ms. Reed, how long had you known the defendant?
It would be about the same time,
And,
or as long as.
and so roughly, what was your understanding as far as the relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
They were dating.
Now, with reference to the occasions, as far as would there be occasions typically where you would see Mr. O'Keefe without Ms. Reed, or you would see Ms. Reed without Mr. O'Keefe, or were they essentially together when you saw them?
I would say more often than not, they'd be together.
And did you have occasion to see them at other sort of social settings outside of the hillside?
I went over the house one time before the end of Patriots game.
So if I could take you back, let me ask you this: as far as how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
I considered him a friend.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I considered her a friend as well.
Now, through the course of time
Really?
that you knew them, did you have occasion to get their contact information and
consider
have
Karen a
communication with
friend?
each of them through their phones?
I had John and I had exchanged telephone numbers.
And with reference to
Yeah,
those
sometimes I do talk
communications,
over
were they text,
the
were they phone
trial.
calls, or various?
Oh, that would be
Um,
text.
And
I did get a comment about, oh, it's so annoying about talking over. If you look, the majority of the times that I'm actually talking over, not pausing, is when it's all the annoying background stuff that we already know. So, or just things that, just get talked over. I'm doing commentary here. I'm going to talk over stuff. I appreciate you watching, and I appreciate the engagement, and I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate your opinions. I am all here for varying opinions. You do not have to agree with me. You can completely disagree with me. The Chatty Juror. Yeah, that's the point. Keep talking. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to talk over the trial. At the end of the day, we're kind of getting, I don't want to say this is entertainment, but in a sense, it's a form of like educational entertainment. That just is what it is. I will be talking over trial. Looks like we're having some internet issues here. Ugh, this place drives me crazy. But other than that, I appreciate having a different argument or a different opinion. That is totally fine. We can have different opinions and we can talk about it and we can dig deep, as human beings who are in no way affected by this trial. We are allowed to disagree and we can talk about our disagreements, and that's super cool. But I will be talking.
And as far as the text communications that you had, you received his contact information, you texted, someone replied. How did you know that that was John O'Keefe that was replying to you?
Well, I had him saved in my phone, John O'Keefe. I don't know exactly where he gave me his phone number, but I knew it was him.
Now, on that evening, taking you back to the waterfall, January 28th into January 29th, do you know about what time it was that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came into the waterfall?
It would have been, I think, between like 11 and closing.
And do you recall sort of where you were situated in reference to the table when they came in?
So I think I was at the high
I also
top
don't
bar
have
area,
breakfast. I just have
the high
like
top
a
in the bar
random
area,
bag of
closest to the
combos.
bar.
So
And when Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, what, if anything, did you observe? Where did they go when they first came in?
So when they first came in, I believe they may have initially went in, like, veered off in different directions. I recall that she opened her coat and took a drink out of it. I should say a glass.
And what, if any, observations
this has
did you
been
make
brought
of
up
the
so
glass
many
that
times.
Ms. Reed
I
took out
need
of it?
more information.
It was a tall glass. It looked like a clear liquid in there.
And at some point, did you come to find out where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to
So
coming
was
to
it
the
a
waterfall?
pint glass or was it like a rocks glass?
Are you familiar with another establishment in Canton called C.F. McCarthy's?
Yes.
Is that a place that you've been to before?
Yes.
Now, as far as the glass that you saw with reference to the waterfall and or C.F. McCarthy's, what, if any, observations did you make of it?
Well, that it wasn't from the waterfall.
And what makes you say that?
Well, she walked in with it and took it out of her coat, but it wasn't consistent with the type of glasses that the waterfall had.
And so let me just ask one further question in regard to that. So when you say it wasn't consistent, what was it about it that made it inconsistent with glasses from the waterfall?
I believe it was a tall glass and kind of like bubbles on the side of it, so to speak, like the design.
Now, after you make those observations, at some point over the course of the time that you were at the waterfall and they were there as well, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I did. I don't know that if it was initially when he first came in, but I did have a brief conversation with him as to the content. I don't recall what that was.
Just small talk, fair to say?
Greetings.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, during your time at the waterfall, what, if any, conversations did you have with her?
I did not have any.
Now, at this point in time on
But you guys are
this
friends.
date, did you have Ms. Reed's
I always
cell
talk
phone
to my friends
information
when I see
I
them.
did not.
at the time that you were at the waterfall?
No.
Do you recall sending a text or
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question again?
at this time? I know we've jumped around a couple of days, but at this time that you were at the waterfall on the 28th or the 29th, did you have Ms. Reed's contact?
Yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall the event as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
Whoa.
around midnight or so, when you leave the waterfall, I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step. At some point over the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, it was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
Yeah, can we go back and gather information? We're gonna go back, let's see, 30 seconds. It's at 1.25 speed. Because I feel like I missed something major, but I also feel like I missed it because it just
I did.
wasn't there.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was,
Do you have Ms. Reed's contact?
yes, I did.
And at some point over the course of the evening while you were at the waterfall, did you send a text to Ms. Reed?
I did.
Do you recall what the substance of that text was?
I think it was something like, well,
And do you recall the event as far as that text message or why you had sent that?
to be honest with you, it was, I guess you could view it as a flirty text.
Now,
What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? We are barely into Brian Higgins on the stand. What do you mean? You're sending Karen Reed? Well, I'm well. Right. Is it okay? So did the text I'm well or let me type it out. Or was it like that energy? Did it have like some eyeballs in it? Like, was it like well, is it very flirty? That's what is happening? Why are you sending your friend's girlfriend a flirty text message while he's like you're all together, you're all existing in this one space together? Oh boy. This is
around midnight
I'm
or so,
telling
when
you, this
leave
is
the
gonna get
waterfall-
wild.
I'm sorry, let me take it back just one step.
From what
At
I've
some point over
heard-
the course of the evening while you're at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion is there around the table as far as next steps or where to go from there?
Well, it was talk at the table, I think initially about going back to Chris Albert's pizza shop to have some food and drink. And at some point that transitioned into going back to Brian Albert's house.
And as far as the invitation to go back to Brian Albert's house, was that something that was extended to the entirety of the table?
I took it as an open invitation to the people that were together at the
no,
table.
I don't
Yes.
believe so.
And Mr. Albert's house, is that somewhere that you had been to before?
I had been there, the twins' graduation party, which was outside in the backyard.
Patty.
And I think I may have dropped him off on one occasion. I may have dropped something in his mailbox, but those would be the only other times.
And are you familiar, at least now, with the address and sort of where you were going? Did you know where you were going that night?
I knew where I was going, yes.
And the address was 34 Fairview Road.
That is correct, yes.
And about what time? About midnight or so, when you're leaving, who, if anyone, was leaving the bar around the same time?
I mean, I think pretty much everybody was wrapping up and leaving. I know that I beat Brian and Nicole back to the house.
Now, as far as the time at the waterfall, with reference to either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to what they were drinking that night?
I think John was having beers, is his typical, what I would see him with. And the defendant had, glasses.
And do you recall her ever, at any point that you were there, if you recall, drinking out of a glass different than the one she took out of her coat when she first arrived?
I don't recall.
Now, you drove from the waterfall to Fairview Road. About how long a drive was that?
Probably a few minutes. but the weather was, I remember when I came out, I put the wipers on, there was some snow on the ground, but it was the type of snow where the roadway was still black at the time, but because it was being driven on, but the sidewalk had a light coating.
And you drive over to the home, and you mentioned that you beat Mr. Albert there, is that correct?
I did.
And so with regard to the home, when you get there, what did you do when you got there?
Well, I was kind of being a smart ass, and I dropped the plow and I did a little.
Okay, sorry, the internet is very shaky. I'm just gonna, I don't know what is going on. And I'm just gonna pause just so not too much is missed until we kind of come back strong. There's been a lot of stuff happening in the building, so okay. All right, it looks like we're back.
Little sweep of the driveway, and then I got out of the driveway because I didn't want to get blocked in, and I parked.
And do you recall where you parked in relation to the house?
I do, by the mailbox.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish what's been marked as Exhibit 72.
Okay.
And Mr. Higgins, do you recognize what's printed up on the screen there?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
34 Fairview.
God, this is his favorite piece of evidence. Pictures of houses.
So, Mr. Higgins, with that laser pointer now in your hand, if you could direct the jury's attention to, if you see it in the photograph, where you parked your Jeep back.
So the back end of the Jeep would have been right around the mailbox itself. And the edge of the driveway is right there. I wanted to make sure that I was not blocking the driveway or blocked in.
And so the front of your vehicle would have been pointing in which direction?
I believe that'd be going towards Chapman Street.
And so which part of your vehicle was closest to the house? So the driver's side or passenger side?
So the passenger side would be closest to the house.
So you're parked along the front of the house or with the traffic, correct?
Yes.
Oh, and you can take that down. Thank you. So you arrive at the house, you do, as far as the maneuver with the plow in the driveway, then you park the vehicle, and where is it that you go from there?
Into the house.
And when you get into the house, who, if anyone, is there, or who, if anyone, is coming in with you?
So I might have been there. Well, it was about the same time that Brian and Nicole showed up. I don't know if they entered before me or I entered after them. I entered the house. What I recollect is that Brian Albert Jr. is sitting kind of at the island or in the island area. And I believe he was flanked by at least one female, possibly two, one on each side.
And either of those
Flanked
females,
by.
did you know them? Did you recognize them? Did you know who they were?
I may have recognized one I've seen before, but I didn't know them.
And just lastly, before we go back into the house,
Everywhere, bro.
when you do the first plowing in the driveway and then parking, did you see Mr. Albert arrive at the house around that time?
Maybe he's just really good at remembering faces.
When I parked the Jeep?
Yes.
Well, yes. So I made the sweep, and as I could see the vehicle coming up, I made the sweep, got out of the way so he could park.
So he had parked in the driveway around the time that you're parking on the street.
Yes.
And so when you come to the house and you see the people that you've described, where were they situated within the house?
So I came through what I would call like a breezeway door. So there's a front door to the residence. There's the garages, and in between there is a like breezeway door. I came in through there, and it's kind of like you're in the kitchen. I think there's like an island, so to speak. You may be able to sit at it, and Brian Albert Jr. was right there, and again flanked by one, if not two females.
Now, at some point after your arrival, who, if anyone else that you were familiar with, came by the house?
I believe it was Jen and Matt McCabe.
You know about how long it was after you arrived that they arrived?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't think it was much longer. People started, flowed in at that point.
And beyond sort of the kitchen area that you were describing before, where else did you go within the house that night?
At one point, briefly, Brian Albert showed me some photographs, family. I believe primarily it might have been of his son who had recently been in the Marine Corps. Gone into, I should say. And
do you recall, or why was he showing you specifically like those photographs of his son in the Marine Corps?
Because he's proud.
Now, let me ask you this. As far as yourself and or Mr. Albert, what, if any, familiarity or what, if any, background do you or Mr. Albert have with regard to the military?
Brian was in the Marine Corps. I was in the Army.
Now, this period that you're talking about in the other room, about how long a period was that?
It was brief.
And beyond yourself and Mr. Albert, was there anyone else from the group that you described that was in the room at the same time as you and Mr. Albert?
I don't think so. I think Nicole may have popped in for a second, but I'm not 100% positive on that.
And as far as, do you know approximately what time you
Do we
left
know
the house
what-
on Fairview that evening?
I'd
This
guesstimate
is-
it was anywhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, but I'm not.
Shaky internet. I'm just waiting for bars to come on back. I'll have someone look at it when they come in. They should be here like half an hour, 45 minutes. But until then, I don't know what this is. Is this like a police thing? Is this like a military thing? I don't know. I don't know what this is. And I would like to know. It's not the end of the world if I don't know. All right.
Not 100% positive.
So relatively short period of time, is that correct?
It was a short period of time. I knew kind of from the onset when I got in there, it probably wasn't going to be a long time because I'm not a beer drinker and that's what they had. So I was probably one of the first people to leave.
Now, for that entirety of the time that you were there, did you go anywhere else within the home beyond what you described as far as the kitchen and the living room?
No,
Did you go upstairs at any time?
no,
Did you go downstairs in any sort of basement area at any time?
no.
And when you exited the home, do you recall which of the two doors that you described that you would have exited from?
The same door I came in, the breezeway.
Now, during the time that you were there, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor within the home?
It was fine. I mean, everybody was happy.
And at any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview, do you, any of the people that were in the house, do you recall seeing them go outside of the house and come back or anything like that?
I can't say definitively I saw anybody come in or out of the house, but I think somebody might have been in the process of maybe being picked up.
And not anybody that you were super familiar with, is that fair to say?
I think it was one of the females.
Now, with respect to the front of the house, at any point in time that you were inside of the house, was your attention drawn or did you look out the window, the door, or anything like that?
No,
And when you were in the kitchen area, do you recall sort of how you were positioned in relation to the windows facing the front of the house?
so I would have had my back to that area, my back to the door that I came in.
And specifically with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at any point in time, did you see either of them inside the house or outside of the house or around the house or anywhere around 34 Fairview Road?
Absolutely not. No,
And at any point in time over the course of the evening, what, if any, communication or text or anything did you send to either of those two people while you were at the house on Fairview?
while I was at the house, I think I shot a text just to John. Where are you? I think that's what it was.
And if you recall, did you ever get a response to that text?
No, there was no response.
But why didn't
So
you
after
text
you
your
left
crush?
the waterfall, when you left the waterfall, was Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, the defendant, still there?
Why not a?
I can't say 100%. No.
Karen?
But after you left the waterfall, at any point in time, did you speak to, text with, or communicate in any way, shape, or form, or see in any way, shape, or form either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
Well, again, the only person I shot the text to while I was at the house was John, but after I left the waterfall, I never saw John O'Keefe or the defendant again.
Now, when you left from the
wanted
residence,
to be
and again, you're not sure what time that was,
Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock.
and do you recall who amongst the group was still at the house at the time you left?
I think I was probably the first person to leave.
So all of the other people that you've described would have still been in the
What
house
about
when you
Colin?
exited from the house.
Yes.
Now, you indicated earlier that you're familiar with Mr. Albert and his family to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You've been to his house for a graduation party for his twins, correct?
Yes.
Through that, at any point in time prior to this date, did you become aware or familiar with Brian Albert's nephew, Colin Albert?
I know the name and I know that he is one of the sons of Chris Albert.
You familiar with what he looks like?
If he walked in here right now, I wouldn't know.
You would not know?
No.
And beyond the people that you've described as far as seeing at 34 Fairview Road, fair to say you don't recall anybody being introduced or identified as Colin Albert?
No.
Now, you exit from the home through the breezeway door and go over to your vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And from the time that you would enter the home to the time now that you're exiting from the home, what, if any, change did you note as far as the weather is?
Just that the weather was getting worse. The snow was picking up.
And as far as the
Winter.
accumulation that you had described before, as far as you could still see the blacktop and all that when you left the waterfall, What was it like when you came out of the house?
Again, I think that the streets that weren't being traveled, there was snow on them. There was coverage.
And as far as the front lawn area of the house at 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Can you rephrase that?
As far as the
Ask
snow,
better
was concerned, was the
questions,
snow
don't
sticking
just
to, or was
like-
it accumulating on the lawn as well?
The judge is like,
I believe so.
it was snowing.
I mean, when I walked from the breezeway to the Jeep, there was snow on the ground.
Now, the front yard area of the house, is that something that you were looking at with any particularity or taking note of as you were walking your Jeep down the driveway?
No, it was a long day. We had been on the road. I just was looking to get home.
And so when you get to your Jeep, can you describe to the jury sort of how it was that you pulled away, or what, if anything, you recall about that process?
So I got in the Jeep, started it up, may have looked at my phone, put it in drive and started to pull away. And then I'm like, put the plow up. So I reached, I moved a couple of feet. I heard it grinding on the ground, reached for the device called the fish stick, picked it up, lifted the plow, and then drove away.
And the plow that you had to fix to the front of the Jeep, I think you've talked a little bit about it, but how is that sort of controlled, and who controls that?
So the operator
How does it
controls
work?
it. The mechanism to control it, again, is called a fish stick. It's on a cord and it plugs in under the dashboard. I reached down to find out, I don't know if it was on the floor or between the seats, but it's not like a joystick that's attached actually to the dashboard.
So some sort of hydraulic system, is that correct?
Yes, it's a hydraulic based.
Now, in addition to moving it sort of up and down, is there any other way that you can manipulate the blade as far as that switch is concerned?
Yeah, so if I would generally, if I'm driving around town and I'm not worried about the vehicle heating up, I just lift the plow off a couple feet off the ground. If I was on the highway, I would tilt it to get airflow.
And as far as height is concerned for that plow, if you were to lift it all the way to the top, what, if any, impact would that have with reference to your line of sight or visibility through the windshield?
0.
So even if it's raised all the way as far as it can go, you can still see over the top of the blade?
Yeah, if it comes even with the hood of the Jeep, I'd be surprised.
So you pull forward a couple of
What?
feet, and
I'm
then you
gonna
lift it
need
about how high
pictures.
did you lift it when you stop and then lift up?
Probably like a foot or two.
And as far as following that, you pull away from the house, is that right?
Correct.
And as you're pulling
Pretty
away from the
pictures
house,
of this
where's your attention drawn, or
plow
what, if
on it.
anything, did you see as far as when you're pulling away from the house?
Wasn't drawn to anything. I just drove away.
And when you drove away, again, during that process, did you see anything outside of the house that drew concern or your attention or anything like that?
No.
Now, as far as when you get out to your vehicle and you're driving away, were there any other vehicles on the street that you saw in the area of the residence at 34 Fairview?
I didn't see any.
And do you recall whether or not there were any tire tracks in the snow or anything that you saw when you came out to the vehicle, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Now, you leave the residence at 34 Fairview, and where did you go from there?
I went back to the Canton Police.
And why was it that you went back to the Canton Police Station?
Well, we had traveled down for the services for those police officers, and we anticipated staying the following day. I think I had said that we left a day earlier. So I had left a key to the surveillance vehicle on top of my desk so that somebody could move the vehicle, because a lot of times Chief Berkowitz would get after me as a courtesy. I was parking vehicles there, sometimes my personal, but primarily my work vehicles. And one thing he asked me, just leave the vehicles in the middle of the parking lot so that snow could be cleared. So the reason for heading back there was to move those vehicles, because if I didn't do it then, I would have had to get up early and do it. And I also know they plow through the night. So that would be the reason for heading back.
Before we
Those
get
are
a
very
little
long
more into that, as far as the funeral that you went to, were these people that you knew or had met or were familiar with?
No.
So you get back to the police station, and with regards to the Canton Police Station, what, if any, access did you have to the Canton PD, and sort of how did you facilitate that?
So I would describe it as a proxy card. The doors have card readers. Generally in the parking lot, when you come into the police station, you drive in. Sally ports are off to your right-hand side. There's two bay doors there. There's a pass-through door. And then over in the corner would typically where I would bury both vehicles. So if I was, typically it would be my take-home pickup truck that I described earlier, and it would be the surveillance vehicle. But if that could be swapped out with one of my personal vehicles. I would leave a personal vehicle there if I took one of those two vehicles. And then for me to access into the building, the most direct door would be that pass-through door by the Sally port.
And sort of that back area, is that typically where you would park?
Yes.
And just in reference to you talk about a surveillance vehicle, that's something that you use as far as conducting surveillance and performance of your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And so fair to say that would not be something you would want to park, like say, in front of the police station.
No.
Now, that path that you took, is that the
Yeah,
typical
it's an
path that you take,
undercover
sort of
car.
park to the back
We
and
know
cut through
when
the Sally
it's
Port into
around.
the station?
Yes, that would
Like, y'all
be
not
the-
that
the route
sneaky
that I
with
would
these
go.
undercover vehicles.
And if you recall, is that the route that you went on that particular early morning when you came back to the station?
I believe it is.
And when you come back to the station and you go in, where are you going within the police station when you went?
So I'm going up to I was going up to my office to grab the key for that surveillance vehicle. So when you come through that pass-through door at the Sally Port, the first door would be through the booking and the holding area that directly goes into the dispatch area. But if you walk to the extreme other end, there's another door on the other end, common hallway. Walk down that hallway, hit a set of stairs, and I would go up that way.
Now, if I could take you back just for a second, as far as
How
when you
many times
initially
do you
walk
need to
into
use
the
your
Sally
card?
Port area, that's a garage, basically, correct?
Yes.
All these doors are
And
locked.
when you come into the garage, the door that you would then enter to come into the station, where is that in relation to the door that you come from the exterior? How far away are the two?
You don't know.
So if you come into, I guess what you're asking, so if I come into the Sally Port, immediately to the right, there's the door that goes into the holding area, booking area, and then probably it's probably 12 feet long to get to the other door.
So from where you're parking and where you come into the Sally Port, it's not like you then have to walk across the garage or anything like that to get to the door into the station. Is that correct?
Well, you do walk across the garage, but it's small,
And when you say small, about how far?
about 12 feet maybe.
And so you come into the station, you go by the dispatch. Is that correct?
So as I'm walking down the hallway, dispatch would be off to the right. It's a wooden door with two glass panes.
This
And
is
as far
going
as
to be,
the Canton Police Station is concerned, are you familiar with or were you aware at the time that there is sort of security and cameras and such around the station?
Yes,
You're
This is
aware that
gonna be
those cameras
important.
record, is that
for
correct?
cross.
yes.
And
For
are you
sure.
aware of any records that are generated as far as your key card access when you go through a certain door at certain times?
Well, I've never seen those records, but it's my understanding it tracks access control.
Yeah, that's the
And
point.
did you happen to go by the dispatch area specifically? And if so, do you know who was working there that night?
Newly promoted Sergeant Good, I believe. Probably, he was on midnights.
Do you have any specific recollection of seeing him there that evening or that early morning when you came by?
I believe I waved to him.
And as far as when you get to the police station, do you have how far drive is it from Fairview to the police station, if you know?
Well, I mean, the weather was picking up, so it probably took me a little bit longer to get back, but it's probably 5-10 minutes maybe.
Now, the key that you went to your office to get a key, correct?
Yes.
And why had you left the key to one of the vehicles in the office?
So as I stated earlier, I anticipated not even being back in Massachusetts, knew the storm was coming, didn't know how bad it
I feel
was,
like Lolly's
but I left
not
the key on the
listening
desk to
answers the
facilitate
question.
somebody being able to move that.
And so you go to your office, you get the key, and then where did you go from there?
I go back downstairs and I move the vehicles to the center of the parking lot.
And then at some point you leave, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how long it was after you moved the vehicles around that you left Canton?
Not long, but I'd be guessing if I gave you a time.
And so where did you go from there?
I went back to West Roxbury.
And which vehicle that you described, which of those vehicles did you use to get from Canton PD to West Roxbury?
The Jeep Wrangler, sorry.
And if you know about what time was it that you got home to West Roxbury?
Good morning, Crystalline. How are you?
Could have been somewhere around 20 to 2. I'm not 100% positive.
So sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m., is that roughly around?
Yes.
Crystalline, this is Brian
And when
Higgins,
you get home,
the other Brian,
do you recall
in
like what it was
the
that you did when you got home?
situation.
Well,
We
it
were
was
just
again,
getting
it was a
some
long day.
background
We
on
had
the
traveled,
day
the traffic. It just seemed like it dragged on forever. But I think I
from
did what I
him coming
typically
back
do
from the
after being
funeral.
out, having a couple of drinks.
They
I had
go
something
out
else to
to
eat,
get some drinks.
and I believe I might have had another couple of drinks
They go to
and
Third and
either
Fourth
laid on the
Fairview.
couch
He was the
and
one driving.
or laid on my bed. And typically I would fall asleep if I was on the couch and wake up and go into the bedroom. I don't know what location I was in at that point.
Now, after you fall asleep at some point later on that morning or something, you wake up obviously at some period, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that awoke you on that morning?
I mean, for lack of better words, my phone, both my work and my personal phones were blowing up. They were going off.
And if you know about what time in the morning was that?
Probably around 6:30-ish.
And who, if anyone, as far as you looked at your phones and who, if anyone, was blowing up your phone, who was calling you at that?
Well,
Who
I
was
think
blowing
first
up
it
your
was
phone,
Chief
bro?
Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert.
And you mentioned first it was Chief Berkowitz. Did you answer the chief's call at that time?
Remember
No.
when someone on the
And
stand
was
was
that
like,
abnormal
Chief
for the chief to be calling you at that time of day?
Buchachi?
No, he's an earlier riser, and typically when he was working, again, we also had a friendship. He would call in the morning, kind of like checking in with each other. So I just kind of like, why are you calling me this early? Kind of just blew it off. But then when I saw Brian Albert calling me, like that kind of caused me some concern because I'm like, why is he calling me? He was out with me all day yesterday. We both had the same long day, and I was concerned at that point.
And so you answer the phone from Mr. Albert, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from him, or what, if anything, did you say?
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point.
So you receive a call from him and you have some sort of conversation, correct?
Yes.
Now, prior
Very
to that,
leading.
the time that you got
Lolly.
home to the time that you answered this call from Brian Albert, do you recall having any phone calls or conversations with anybody during that time period?
No.
And specifically, did you talk to Brian Albert on the phone at any point between the time you left his home and the time that you woke up the next morning to his phone call?
No, I did not.
Now, the previous day, over the course of it, we're all waking up in New York and then driving home and going to the hillside and going to the waterfall and going to Mr. Albert's house. Had you and Mr.
long,
Albert
stressful
communicated
day.
via cell phone, whether it be text or phone call at any point in time during the course of that day?
You mean the day before?
Yes.
Yes.
So he was fairly recent in your contacts, is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that phone call that you received from Mr. Albert, based on whatever
Concern.
information that you learned from that, what did you do then?
Concerned.
I got dressed and went right over to the house at 34 Fairview.
And when you left your house in West Roxbury and went back to 34 Fairview, what were you driving at that point?
I was still in the Jeep Wrangler.
And if you know about what time or so was it that you arrived back at 34 Fairview late that morning?
Maybe a little after 7.
And when you arrived
Oh,
there,
that's fast.
what, if anything, did you see?
I mean, I just went into the house.
As far as outside of the house, when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you see outside of the house?
I don't recall. Maybe a police car. I don't remember.
Oh, gag me with a freaking
Now,
spoon.
with regard
You don't
to,
remember when you don't remember what you saw, but you
talking
remember
about the
that
weather, when you
carriage
woke up
with
and you
the
were driving
top out
back
of
to
your thing
34
and da-da-da-da,
Fairview,
and you
what was the
said,
weather like at that point in reference to when you had gotten home to West Roxbury the night before?
It was real bad.
And as far as when you get to the house at 34 Fairview, sometime around 7 a.m. or so, where is it that you parked in relation to the home at that point?
Red hot dogs are crazy.
I might have went in the
And then
driveway. I don't remember specifically where I
reduced
parked.
the hot dog water.
And as far as other vehicles there, how many other vehicles, were there more or less vehicles there that morning than there were when you were there the night before?
I couldn't say definitively.
And when you come into the house, who, if anyone, is it that you see inside the house when you get there?
So I saw Brian. I saw Nicole. Brian Jr. may have popped in and out of the same kitchen area that I was in before. Jen and Matt McCabe. And then a short time later, Julie Albert showed up.
And Julie Albert, when she showed up, what, if anything, did you observe her to have with her when she showed up?
Like box of donuts or muffins or something like that.
Hold on.
And
I'm going to pause until the internet gives me all the bars again, because what's going on? Just because things are getting to the point where, okay, so here's my thing. I guess I can chat. I don't know how it is on your guys' end. This is my issue. Everyone remembers as a veteran police officer. As a veteran police officer, yes, everyone remembers Karen taking a cup out of her coat. Everyone remembers at the waterfall and and he was standing here and they were standing there, and look at all these high top tables and the band was over here and this and that and this and that. Everyone remembers what happened at the bar, but the moment everyone left the bar, I don't remember anything. Yes, the bar itself is an ingrained memory in their head. They probably still go. Like they probably still go to the waterfall. It probably has not changed. They've all been there multiple times. I don't think it was anyone's first time at the waterfall. So they've seen it. You know, it's like going to your grocery store that you always go to. You know where your stuff is, you know? But for him to say, well, I did this, I plowed, and then I backed up, and we parked at the same time. and we parked at the same time, and there was no other cars here, and there were no tire tracks in the snow, and there was and there was this, and there was 1/4 of an inch of snow on the ground, and I was wearing one white sock and one pink sock because 3 weeks ago, my wife put a red shirt in the laundry, and it dyed some of my socks, but it wasn't all my socks because I didn't put all my laundry in the basket, like that, but you don't remember what you saw at 7 a.m. when you got a phone call that John O'Keefe was found half dead in the snow, and you rushed and you got your clothes on and you rushed back to 34 Fairview. You don't remember if there was an ambulance, a fire truck, police cars, if anyone said anything to you. You don't remember. That's crazy. You just don't want to remember, buddy. I always remember the important stuff, but not the stupid stuff, because the stupid stuff is not important. And like, I think for me, I remember things based on the stupid stuff. Like, I'll remember like, oh my gosh, and then I got mustard on my shirt, and that's why I had to go inside and change my shirt, and that's when I saw the bloody footprints, like that type of thing. But like, to walk inside and be like, oh, I don't remember seeing any of the bloody footprints. Like, you remember the bloody footprints. You have to remember what they are. All a tight-knit group with a premeditated story, all of them. That's the consistency here. That's it. That's exactly what I'm getting as well. That's exactly what I'm getting. They all have the same exact story about the bars, about the waterfall, about the not going to the pizza place, about going to 34 Fairview.
And
it's all just
as far as the
shattered
house when you come in,
it's like up. It's just
similar to the
strong,
evening before, but
it's
how
strong,
would you
and then it's
describe
just
sort of the mood
waterfall.
and
Everything
demeanor of
is
the
just
people in the house
massive.
when you arrived there
Raining
later
all
on that
different
morning, sometime
directions.
around 7?
No one remembers, and it's
People
not
were
a
pretty
good
distraught.
look.
And did you
I'm
know
gonna
why they
need
were
some.
shocked?
I'm gonna need someone to remember.
Because
That's why
John had
Carrie
been
was
found on
such
the
an
lawn.
outstanding
And is that why you had gone to the house?
Yes.
because she said,
And
"This is
when
what
you
happened. This is
received
not
that
what
information or
happened.
were
This is
informed
what
of that,
happened. This is not what happened." I'm getting that vibe. I'm getting that vibe. And
how
Mr.
did you
Lally,
receive
the
that information, or
prosecution,
what if any
the
impact did that have?
the lawyer who's questioning him
Well,
right now, it's not
Sustain
a good job, like convincing me that he
When did you
wasn't.
first learn
He's
of
not a
Mr. O'Keefe
reliable
being found
source, or
on
that
the
he
lawn
is a
at 34
reliable
Fairview?
source, because
During the phone call
blows up.
at about 6:30-ish when Brian Albert, when I spoke with him,
And what was your reaction when you received that information?
It all just blows
it
up.
didn't make sense to me. I couldn't do the math in my head because I know John O'Keefe and the defendant never showed up. It didn't make sense.
And so from this time that you're in the house,
Come on, Lolly,
do you
get
recall any
together.
sort of conversation about within the group as far as what was going on?
This is your moment.
Do you recall that there was a conversation?
Yes, I recall that there was conversation and it was,
Just that.
Okay.
Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, from the time that you arrived there later on that morning, about how long a period of time were you there for?
less than an hour.
And from there, where did you go from there?
I don't know if I went back to the police station or I went to West Roxbury. Might have been the police station.
And if you went to the police station, why would you have gone to the police station at that point?
Because I was still trying to put things together in my head. I was upset. Those would be the reasons.
Do you recall whether or not you were at the police station that day?
Yes,
No, I'll allow it.
yes, I'm pretty sure I was there.
And do you know about how long you were there or about what time it was that you were there?
No, I couldn't say specifically.
And after you left the police station that day, where did you go from there?
At some point, I probably went back to West Roxbury. I don't specifically remember.
Now, again, from when you went, maybe a fairly simple question, but as far as you drove the Jeep Wrangler from West Roxbury back to Fairview Road that morning, correct?
Yes,
And then you drove that Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station at some point during the day?
I believe I was in that vehicle all day.
Now, at some point, a few days following this, did you have occasion to meet with some troopers from the state police?
I did.
And do you recall who those troopers were?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
And were you familiar with those troopers prior to that date that you met with them?
So I was familiar with Trooper Buchanan. Evidently, I was I was reminded by Trooper Proctor that I had met him before. I think I helped him on a gun recovery that he made.
It's a yes
but
or no
I
question.
didn't remember him.
Yes, but I didn't remember
And
this.
as far as
Why?
you mentioned,
Why are
sort
you
of
over
socializing with
explaining
other
everything?
officers from law enforcement, had you ever socialized with either Sergeant Mechanic or Trooper Proctor before?
So Trooper Proctor, no. I had seen Trooper Buchanan on a number of occasions at a local gym. I had seen him one time at the hillside. I think he might have been with his child after a sporting event. I think I said hello. I bought him a drink. But I wouldn't classify that as socializing, more being friendly. But I also, that area of responsibility, the South Shore, south of Boston, Cape and Islands, I was assigned to a group where I would interface with people in that area, and that Norfolk CPAC office would be people that over the years I've probably dealt with.
Karen was your friend and you didn't say a single word to her.
When
but
you
did send
met
her
with them
30
on
texts.
this day, do you recall specifically what day it was?
These
No.
people and their definition.
If I said February 3rd, would that sound
crazy.
about right, or if you know?
I would say in that area.
And when you met with them, you had a conversation with them or an interview in regard to what had transpired on the 28th and 29th, correct?
Yes.
And following sort of the substance of that interview, what, if anything, did you provide the troopers with?
I provided them with text messages that I had exchanged and had on my phone with John O'Keefe, and text messages that I had exchanged with the defendant.
And how did you, in what sort of format did you provide those text messages to the troopers?
Well, they were copies.
What's a
and
copy?
I believe that the format would be, the way to categorize it, screenshots.
Oh,
And how is it
God,
that you
take me
sort of
out now.
generated these from your phone?
I consulted a coworker, it's also a friend, and he has the training with the cell phones. I told him I wanted to provide these to the state police. You know, what is the best way that I can get them off my phone and provide them to law enforcement?
You're joking.
And
You're
why was it that
joking.
you felt it was important, or why is it that you wanted to share those with the troopers?
Well, I thought it was important because I've had communication with the both of them, and I wanted to be fully transparent.
There is no way.
With
People
reference
have been
to either or
taking
both
text
of those
messages on the
communications,
internet for the
with
entirety of
Mr. O'Keefe and
existence
Ms.
of
Reed,
text messages. What do you mean a
the
screenshot?
material
of
that you
the best
provided to
way?
the troopers, what, if anything, did you do to that material before giving it to them?
What do
Nothing.
you mean a screenshot
So
is the
as far
best?
as the
Y'all are
material
cops.
or the text that you provided to the troopers, that was what was on your phone?
Yes,
There was no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
no, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
And specifically, as you were providing it to
No,
them or
no,
shortly
no, no, no.
thereafter, did you have a
No.
conversation with Sergeant Mechanic in reference to that very topic?
I hate it when it does that. No, go back. What are we listening to right now? Absolutely not. A screenshot is the least best way to provide something to state troopers, to the state police, to the investigatory entity of a murder. A screenshot is the least best way. Like, out of all of the best ways, the screenshot is at the bottom. You do not screenshot text messages, then upload them to your computer, like send them to your computer and then email them to someone, or print it out. What do you mean? There is no data there. There is no data. There's not a single ounce of data there. There might be a date, but what we have learned in this trial is that's easily changeable. I changed and because if you don't have the metadata, then you don't. Oh no.
On your phone?
Oh
There was
no.
no deletions, no excising any material, nothing like that before you gave it to the troopers?
No, exactly what was on my phone, I provided to them.
No,
And
that is a
specifically, as you were providing it to them or shortly
factual
thereafter,
lie.
did you have a conversation with Sergeant Mechanic in reference to that very topic? If you recall.
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall him asking you anything about, as far as if this was the entirety of what you had
the
provided?
defense.
Oh,
is going to have
I think during the
very,
actual
very
interview, he specifically asked me, are these, I would say in sum and substance, he said, you know, is this an accurate representation? Has anything been deleted? And I said, no. I mean, as with respects to the text with the defendant from the first time that she reached out to me and texted me, nothing had been deleted. As far as John's text string, We might have had older text strings that were deleted, but that was what I gave him. What I gave the troopers was exactly when I captured everything is exactly, it is what it is.
No, it's
Everything
not.
that was on those phones was provided. Nothing was deleted.
No, because
And as
I
far
want
as,
to pull
when you
a
provided
full
these
pulse
text
from your
communications to the
phone.
troopers,
Both of them. Your
was
work.
that something that they had
and your
asked for, or was that
personal.
something that you volunteered?
I volunteered that to them.
I want to
And
celebrate.
upon them sort of receiving them from you, did they have
Piece of
further
data.
questions beyond what they had already asked you based on what you provided?
Ooh.
I believe they got into other specific questions, specifically in relation to John O'Keefe and the defendant, as far as intimacy and things like that. There was more detailed questions that followed.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Karen's probably like, I'm going to jump out of my skin right now. I am going to look at her. Look at her. She has had enough of this white man. She has had enough. She has had enough. Look at her staring him down. That's fine. She can. I mean, she's just looking at him. I'm adding some dramatics to it. But
Sure, I'm going to show you two
my
documents. One. One's 12 pages long, one is 56 pages long. You can just look at those. Familiarize yourself with them, look up when you can.
holy cow.
Do you recognize what those are, sir?
sorry, could you say that?
Sure. My apologies. Do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those?
So those are the two documents that I provided to the troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce them as.
I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, there's going to be a lot of pausing here because I want to make sure I hear these words. This is a very, very important witness, a very important witness, and I want to make sure that I hear everything absolutely correctly. How many pages was the conversation with John versus how many pages was the conversation with Karen?
The troopers during the interview.
And the shorter one, who, if any, one is those communications with?
John O'Keefe,
And the longer one, about 56 pages long or so, who, if any, one of those communications with?
the defendant.
Can I approach them?
Yes.
Almost introduce them as.
Okay.
I think
So
he
we'll do
said
them separately, please, so that the first 12-page one.
12 pages. Just keep listening. If I just kept it blank, I had all the information. I'm sorry. So 12-page long conversation with John, a 56-page long conversation with Karen?
Yes.
What's happening right now?
First was remarked at 103.
What is going on?
And that,
How do they know
The
each other?
communications,
How
or text
were
communications that you had
were they-
with Mr. O'Keefe.
were
Yes.
they fucking on the side? What's happening?
And so if I could turn your attention to the first sort of content within
She
that,
does
just
like
in
that.
reference to what is the date of the first sort of exchange in these text communications between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm having a freak out. Like I emotionally.
Wednesday, November 24th.
And in general, can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about on Wednesday, November 24th?
Mr. Higgins.
He basically, it's kind of hard to read. I apologize, but it looks like he's just reached out to me. He said, "What's up, Pell? Where are we going to hang local? We are going to hang local. Are you drinking?"
So he's out
They're
trying to
always
see where you are and
drinking.
if you want to meet up.
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the last page within those documents you have before you.
Wait a minute. I want to know what's in between.
So with reference to, there's
I
some
want a dramatic
conversation on
reading
the
of all
bottom
this
of that
text.
last page from Sunday, January 16th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you had mentioned that with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, you had been over his house on a prior occasion to watch the Patriots game, correct?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to this date that we've been talking about as far as the 28th and the 29th? How long before?
So it was the 16th.
So
Might have been the 15th into the 16th, I believe.
that text on the 16th was either same day or the day following when you had gone over there to watch the Patriots game?
Well, with the text where I
You
asked
really
him if I,
never got
if
to
I
one because
broke his
listening
nephew's
to it
toy
isn't making me want.
video game would have been the next day.
Now, in reference to
You can have
Mr.
wine.
O'Keefe, you described that he was a friend of yours, is that correct?
5 o'clock
Yes.
somewhere.
Now, where you
That was the
used
name
to
of a
live
bar
in Canton,
that they went
where was that, or how
Aruba.
close was that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe lived on Meadows Alley?
Not far at all. Several
Have a couple
blocks.
sips for me.
Now, prior to you going over there for the Patriots game,
I just have my
at some
coffee.
point, or had you been over to his home at any previous time?
So I reached out. We had inclement weather. It might have been around the beginning of January, maybe 6th to 7th. And I shot him a text and said, do you want me to clear the driveway for you?
So using the same plow that you were talking about before, you would offer to clear out his driveway.
Yes.
Now, on this occasion that you go over there for the Patriots game, prior to that, had the two of you had any conversation, or had you been invited to go over there with reference to football games before?
Yes, a number of times at the hillside, I was asked, hey, we're going to watch the last half at the house. You want to come
Prosecution's
by?
way of
Things like that. Yes.
distracting the
And had you ever
jury, in
taken
my
Mr. O'Keefe
opinion.
up on any of those prior invitations to come by the house and watch?
No.
And so on this particular game, do you recall why it was that you took him up
From what
on it
we
this time
learned.
and went over?
Well, I felt bad. I had never been over there. I've been asked repeatedly. I knew it was probably going to be the last game for the season. And I had also independently got a text of an invite from John himself, and then also from the defendant independently.
Now, in reference to you thinking it was going to be the last game of the season, do you recall, like, was it a regular season game, playoff game? Who were they playing? Do you recall any of that?
I think it might have been the Bills. I don't know if it was the playoffs or it was just another game to me, but I knew it was probably going to be the last game.
I don't believe
And so
that.
if you recall that evening, about what time was
He
it
knows
that
his-
you
he
that you
knows
saw
the
by
sport.
Mr.
Oh, it was like just before the game ended, not long after.
So pretty far into the second half of the game by the time you arrived.
Oh, yeah.
And in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone else, was at the house when you met?
I believe Chris Curran and his wife might have been there at one point. I think maybe the wife left, but he stayed. I believe maybe Mr. Curran, never met him before. I think they introduced him as Mr. Curran's brother. And then
New characters online.
John's nephew. And I don't know if his niece was there. She might have been in the other room.
And the defendant, Ms. Reed, was she there as well?
Yes.
Was he
And
just
as far
getting
as
emotional?
the Currens are concerned, are those people you're familiar with, and how do you know them?
Again, the hillside. I met them there. And I believe through John
The
O'Keefe.
hillside, the
How well did you know them
waterfall,
at that point?
all
Not very
their,
well.
their typical stomping ground.
Now, you mentioned that John's nephew was there.
And they're
Had you ever met him
jammy.
before?
Because
No.
they're nosy.
And what, if any, interaction did you have with his nephew?
We were playing video games together.
And so the text, if I could direct your attention back to the text communications before you with Mr. O'Keefe on that last page. Specifically, there's
What's happening?
text that exchanged between the two of you on Sunday, January 16th, correct?
I see the text.
That's about 9:30 in the morning, is that correct?
Mr. Wiley, on this last page, which one is it? 1, 2, or 3?
About the middle of the page.
Can you repeat that again?
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay, so he was getting emotional when he was talking about
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a little
John's
difficult to read.
nephew.
I apologize.
You're about to cry. So I'm like, I'm just gonna grab the bottle. Yeah, I think so. I think he's getting emotional about the kids. The kids are
Yes.
a
And
lot.
that indicates
the
about
kids were
9:33 in the morning.
Yes, I see it.
And if you could read from that text
This is
exchange,
very
and if
interesting.
if
I
you
don't
know, if
know.
you can indicate sort of who's talking or who's saying.
I don't know what's going on. I don't
It says
know the
TF
connection.
hurting like this in 10 years. Haha. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's saying that.
Not sure who's hurting and who's saying haha.
Well, I know I was definitely hurting that morning. But I'm not sure who was saying that.
Why were you hurting
And,
that morning?
What, if any, other communication
What
is
did I
there later
miss?
on in the same chain?
All right, I see John. Was it necessary to
Was he
introduce Hennessy
hungover?
XO? Was I really
He's
playing
hungover.
video games? That would have been me. And then it says, I blame Karen. Yup. And then I said, please tell me I didn't break your nephew's video game. If I did, I'll replace it. Did I throw a controller or some shit?
Okay. So you got a little belligerent.
And then it says, I don't think so. WTF, I'm hurting. How can you guys not be still in bed?
They're hungover.
Is that the end of that?
And then
The conversation?
it appears to be, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Then the
So
next
he was
conversation
probably getting
begins
emotional
on,
because it's coming out
indicated
that
as,
he
Saturday, 12:20 a.m. Is
did
that
not
correct?
handle his liquor.
Yes.
And is it your
That well?
recollection that
How
that
do
was
you feel?
January 29th?
And probably scared the kid.
Yes.
And is that the message that you sent to Mr. O'Keefe while you were in the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes. I said, are you coming here with followed by 3 question marks?
And again, Mr. O'Keefe, based on your recollection and based on the records you have before, you never responded to that text. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you never saw him after that, correct?
Never again, no.
Can I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, so he was getting emotional because he probably feels like garbage that it's coming out that he got belligerent, that he threw a
Yes.
controller,
Sure,
maybe
feel
broke
free to
like the
stand up and
Xbox or something. And it's going to make his character look bad. He can't handle his liquor. He does not good things while under the influence of liquor. I don't know if Mr. Lally should have brought that in because it doesn't make him look good. I mean, was that just a normal day of having a few too many drinks? Is that how you actually, was that like a one-time situation? His regret the next morning was, I think, respectable. If I broke it, I will get him a new one. Like, I am so sorry. That's respectable, to recognize the problem, to recognize the issue, and to want to fix it and want to mend the relationship with your friends, alleged friends, nephew, who he is now the guardian of, after that friend lost both of their parents. You know, that friend's nephew lost both their parents. So, like, I get that. I can see where the emotion would come in and it would show itself. I think it was not the fact that it happened, but the fact that it's now coming out in a court of law. I think that was happening. I am very much interested in those 56 pages of text messages between him and Miss Karen. I also just have a feeling that Karen is just sort of maybe like a texter, just in general. I have a friend who, Vicky, who will, I will call her out by name. She will text a thought into as many separate texts as possible. So if you printed out our text message from the past, our text messages from like the past 2 years or something, I'm sure it'd be thousands of pages. But it would just be like her, my response, her, because she doesn't know when to end. Oh God, I love her. She's so funny. So yeah, I don't know, because we don't know what these text messages are. We don't know what they're saying. We don't know what they're doing. I believe that's Karen Reed's mother and father. They kind of, if you put them together, it kind of looks like Karen. So, and that is John O'Keefe's mother, and family sitting next to them, and that is Miss Karen Reed. And we're just gonna fast forward. Court is still happening. They're not on break. They're just having a little sidebar moment. The jury was asked to go take a little stretch break.
All right, so we'll be in recess.
Okay, they're gonna go take a little bit of a break.
Thanks.
Oh wow, they took quite a big break. Oh wow. Okay. All right, let's get on back to it. Very interesting morning of day 17 so far. Very okay. Let me just. Oh my gosh. That's probably so annoying to watch it happen. Sorry. Jury's coming back in, and
It was worth the time. Jurors, we appreciate your patience.
There we go.
Jurors, we appreciate your patience. We actually made things easier for you. So it was worth the time.
All right, let's see what happened.
be mindful to step up.
Something about text messages. I want to know what
And
to say.
Mr. Lally, if you're going to start, are you going to start right with messages?
Yeah, sure.
All right, folks, be mindful of the instruction I've given you on digital evidence on what you have to find before you consider them. Also, I want to tell you that what you're going to hear or see is testimony about certain statements allegedly made by the defendant. You're to view those statements solely for the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind, as it might go to the nature of the relationship with John O'Keefe and potential motive. Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Presenting for you now a series of documents, about 115 pages in length. Page number gives you a reference on the side there. In general, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
Text messages between the defendant and I.
Your Honor, call up the move to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No, not as the next exhibit. We are going to mark that 104A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. 103A.
That's my understanding. I think the others are marked 103, so it should be 103.
John O'Keefe's texts were 103. So it's 104A. And jurors, you'll have both exhibit 104 with you that was a little bit difficult to read. What we've taken all this time for as counsel was great to work out a form that is much clearer for you to be able to read, and that will be attached or right with exhibit 104. Okay.
So much, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Higgins, first, Your Honor, may I request permission to publish it on screen?
Yes.
Starting with page number 1.
Text messages. Text messages. Oh, this is going to be so good.
Now, Mr. Higgins, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you
I'm
write
getting off.
104A?
Yes.
And as you just mentioned, these are text messages between yourself and Ms. Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on what dates did you first receive any communication from Ms. Reed?
January 12th, 2022.
And prior to that, had you had her number or did she have your number as far as you were aware?
Ooh, that's liquor.
You had never communicated to
Oh,
her
no,
via
no.
cell phone or any other means prior to January 12th, 2022?
No, I had not.
So initially, you received a text on that date from an unknown number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from the text before you and what's up on the screen, as far as there are gray bubbles on the left, blue bubbles on the right, which is you and which is Ms. Reed?
The blue bubbles would belong to myself.
So the other bubbles would be Ms. Reed, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so that initial communication you received on January 12th, 2022, that's about 8:27 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the content of the message that you received?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Hey, Brian, it's Weed Whacker.
And how did you respond to that?
Question mark.
And if it's helpful to you, sir, if you can't see the screen sort of from where you are, you can read along in the exhibit before you.
Okay.
Now, as far as that communication is concerned, is the Weed Whacker, what, if any, meaning did that have to you? Or
So ultimately, it was based off a interaction with the defendant, kind of a nickname that she adopted.
and
No, I'm going to need you to
How did that
over-explain this
nickname
one.
sort of come to be, or what, if anything, transpired between the two of you that led to that?
So I was leaving, I believe, my residence one day in Canton, traveling down Pleasant Street. I saw the defendant along the side of the house on the Pleasant Street side using a weed whacker. And I gave kind of a beep of the horn, and the defendant gave me the finger. So I realized that she clearly must not have recognized me possibly because of what I was driving. I was in my work vehicle. So I spun the vehicle around, and as I pulled up to roll down the window, she said something to the effect, "Get the fuck away from me. My husband's a Boston cop." And then I rolled down the window more, and she clearly recognized me, who I was in that vehicle.
And did that become sort of a recurring theme in subsequent conversations that you had with Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct your
I
attention
love her
to
for
page
that.
6 within that exhibit before you.
I love her for that. I love her for that. She's a pretty woman doing yard work. And honestly, it probably, in my opinion, this is all alleged, he probably was not the first person to honk at her as he drove by her when she was weed whacking. Right? Like, woman to woman, there's a lot of women here. When you get honked at, what are you going to do? Either ignore it or flip them off. And then you hear the car spin around, you are in like defense mode. Like when I'm carrying a weapon, I will use it against you. Also, my boyfriend, is a Boston cop. Fuck off. Like, you are in full defense mode. That's totally fair. I do not hold that against Karen at all. I think that's hilarious.
They're not numbered, right, Mr. Lally?
I'm sorry?
They're not numbered? Is your copy numbered?
No, Your Honor. Not that I can see.
They're not, so be cognizant of that when you ask questions.
I believe they are. That's why I hesitate. It's sort of in the middle of the page, facing sideways. Front page.
Oh, my apologies. I have it now. Very small.
So just on this page, directing your attention to the bottom.
If you
it sort of goes
need
on to the
glasses
next date
to
of
see,
January 13th.
and you are going to be a
Yes.
witness in a trial,
And
bring your glasses.
if I could direct your attention to page 7 of those text messages. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 7 on the screen.
Wow, text messages are great.
And sir, if you could read from page
Mind you,
7,
these are
and if you could just indicate who's speaking and what is being said in this communication.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. I said, haha, how did you get my digits? Defendant responded, the Melissa and Lido show. I said, haha, I thought you creeped John's phone. I said, haha, again. Defendant responded, no way. I was the last person in Greater Canton who didn't have your number. I think even Kerry has it. I responded, what, with a bunch of question marks. I said, I just don't give my personal number out to anyone. How would Kerry have my number with a bunch of question mark? And the defendant responded, Melissa had it.
As far as in those communications, the reference the defendant makes to the Melissa and Lido show, do you know what that means?
The two individuals that I also know from the hillside.
And the Kerry person that she refers to, do you know who that is?
I believe that's Kerry Curran,
Oh,
Chris Curran's wife.
oh, not Carrie Roberts. Okay. Oh, wow.
Now, if I could
Why
direct
did
your
you want
attention
to
to
have,
page 9,
Karen, why did you want to have this?
and Ms. Gilman, if I could have page 9. And again, sir, if you could read from page 9 as far as that conversation goes, it just indicates whom is speaking at different points.
Okay, so the defendant said, I prefer a weed whacker. I responded, that's the thing about nicknames. Defendant said, we were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show, wanted to see if you were game. I responded, you don't have a say. And I believe I was referring to nicknames. And I said, vacation where? Defendant responded, I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in, I believe it was supposed to say Fort Lauderdale. It's abbreviated. Something quick and easy. I said, Defendant responded, I'm the queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I responded, I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th to 21st for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Jesus.
And as far as either one of those trips that you were discussing, do you recall any further discussion or any going on any of those trips?
Well, I mean, I definitely went to Nashville for that benefit for one of my coworkers.
Crazy.
There may have been more conversation about the Florida trip, but I can't specifically recall it.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 16, and Ms. Gilman, if I could have that.
This is like, so these are.
And this is on that same date of January 13th, is that correct?
And Brian Higgins.
I believe so. The date's not at the top here, but I believe it is.
And again, sir,
Oh,
if you
did
could
she
read
make
from
that?
that page of communication as far as who was speaking and what was said.
So there's a photograph of somebody with a weed whacker. The defendant said, no, you're not a creep. I said, nope. She said, you're kind of a loner, which I used to be. I responded, no, not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I'm tight with. So you think you got me figured out? And then I typed circle of trust in quotes.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, number 17. Let me come if I could have that.
I think
And
Karen
again,
is
sir,
just kind
if you
of.
could read from page 17 as far as what is said and who is talking.
So the
Always
defendant
keeping
said,
those
yeah,
feelers out,
I
you
said
know?
loner, not loser. I assume you know a lot of people, PPL, people abbreviated. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young,
Whoa.
and I responded, he died in March of 2020. I'm still not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. Defendant responded,
Okay.
no one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? I responded, cancer. Defendant responded, I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you are private and observant. I'm sorry, what kind? I responded, lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis.
Damn.
How do you know all these things? LOL.
If I could turn your attention to the next page, page 18.
You're like a CIA agent. What
Again,
is
sir, if you could read from
happening?
that.
In the blue bubbles is me. I said, you're funny. Defendant responded, yikes. Wow, that's rough. Jesus, I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. I responded, don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Then I said, who chats? ? Defendant responded, life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. We chat. I responded, that's all you got? We chat? Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out. Defendant responded, you and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting to lock the door. I said, oh, she has been out of play like for 3 months now. And then I believe it starts to say out of rotation, ?
And then, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 20.
Oh my God. This is so weird. What is
And again, sir, if you
strange
could read from
conversation?
that.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. I said, I just got a Saturday invite. The
Like,
defendant
we're
said,
not-
did you say yes? ? I said, not yet, with a bunch of periods.
Just a reminder, we're not getting dates. We're not getting times. We're not getting, were these text messages 3 a.m.? Were these at 4 p.m.? Are they all on the same day? Is this throughout a week time span? Like we don't see anything because all we have is a screenshot. We don't have any of the metadata for this. We don't know when this is happening. These are just text messages. Are they? Is it the straight timeline from the very first text all the way to the very last text I've ever sent each other? We don't know.
But did respond. Defendant said, what did you say, Mr. Elusive? I responded, no, I just don't want to intrude on your couple's night. Haha, I'm shy.
Oh, no, you're not.
The defendant responded, we prefer to hang out with non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. I'm inviting you. And I said, haha.
Now, sir, is that the Saturday night that's being referenced there? Is that the same night that you had gone over to the home at some point for the Patriots game?
Yes.
Yeah, is this
And
just
if
some
I could direct
random
your
day?
attention to the next page, page 21.
Yes.
And again, if you could read from that.
The defendant said, John said Brian's being wishy-washy now, in quotes. I responded, haha, did you tell him you texted me? The defendant responded, no. And then I gave a thumbs up.
No, don't tell him that we're
Then
talking.
I said, you cranky now, ? Defendant said, haha, no, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. I said, name a few. Defendant said, name a few? I don't know. All of them, ? They all want to hang out with single people. And then I said,
Thank you. Sir, if I could direct your attention to page
What?
26.
What? I'm in a couple and we just don't want to hang out with anybody.
And sir, if I could ask you to read from
We're
that.
not couples. We just don't want to hang out with anybody.
in blue is going to be myself again. Foul ball. Defendant responded, you stink. I said, you suck and you're double trouble. Defendant responded, you're hot. I responded, are you serious or messing with me? Defendant responded, no, I'm serious. I responded, failing is mutual. Is that bad?
God.
How long have you
man.
thought that? Defendant responded, are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here. I responded back, I'm fine. I have an office at the PD.
No.
You didn't answer the question.
Wait. That was not read correctly. It says, Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? Is a question mark. Oh my God. She's a freak.
Question. And then it starts to say, defendant said, rather you stay here.
And is that, to your memory, when is that text exchange taking place? In reference to the night that you went over to the Oakland Center.
Okay.
I believe it was that night.
New,
Mr. O'Keefe's
layer
house on that
uncovered here,
particular evening.
folks.
Do you recall how you came into the house?
If these are,
I believe it might have been the front door.
these are,
And if you know about
This is
how
a
long
fact.
were you at Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
I was probably one of the last people to leave, I think.
And what, if anything,
it's a
happened
cookie
as you
mama.
were exiting from Mr. O'Keefe's house that night?
So as I was exiting the house, it was either through the breezeway or the garage. And as we were walking out, the defendant planted a kiss on me.
Before you went out that way, where was Mr. O'Keefe? Did you say goodbye to him or anything like that?
I think I said goodbye to him. He might have been in the bathroom. I'm not 100% positive where he was.
And when you went to leave, which exit from the house were you headed to initially?
Well, as I said, I don't remember exactly if it was the breezeway or the garage. I was starting to walk through, but whichever way I started to exit, the defendant told me to go a different way.
she thinks that's
And
hot,
which way
No
did the defendant
offense.
tell you to go?
but like,
Well, her way. I don't, and I,
She's
and I
got
don't,
a
and
wide
I honestly
range
can't
of
tell you which door that was. If it was either the breezeway or the garage.
And as you were going out,
because him and
again,
John
I'm
are
sorry, what
completely
happened?
different humans.
The defendant kissed me,
I didn't,
And
that sounded,
how did you
that was really mean. I didn't mean it.
not like a friend.
Lip to lip, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Like a romantic?
that's the way I interpreted it.
And were you still inside the house at the time that this occurred, or were you outside the house if you know?
Not sure if we had just got to the outside or not. It might have. I'm not sure if it was close proximity to leaving.
And what was your reaction to that?
I was taken back.
Was that something that you were
He
expecting?
liked it, like
No.
Jason's little smile.
And about how long was it between when the defendant kissed you and when you left?
Well, almost immediately.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to the exhibit before you on page number 27.
He's like, we have to keep doing this. Yeah, bruh.
Again, sir, if you could read from that page and who's speaking.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, I think you're messing with me. The defendant said, why do you think that? I responded, because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? Defendant responded, I just think you're like me. I said, meaning, question mark. Defendant said, do you have your own kids? I said, I have no kids. How am I like you? Question mark. Hello. And defendant responded, aren't we alike? I responded, I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? And I think the defendant put a question mark on that bubble, I believe. Or I might have, I don't know.
Now, that conversation as far as
Well,
you
we'll
asking
never
her
know.
about
We'll
why she
never
reached
know
out to you,
if you
how often was that question
reacted
asked
to your
by
own
you
text.
through the course of these text communications?
Well, the extent of the actual communication via text between the defendant and I was between January 12th and January 29th when John passed. On the 28th and 29th, the 28th, I sent a text, as we spoke about before when we were at the waterfall. That text didn't respond. There was a text sent by the defendant to me the next day. So in that time period between the 12th and the 29th, there was 9 days that the defendant and I exchanged text messages. With that being said, those text messages, I don't believe were every day, consecutive days. There was 9 days in between the 12th and the 29th.
And so as far as that questioning, as far as posing to her, why did she reach out to you? Was that something that you asked once or more than once?
Yeah, I asked it more than once. And during the pendency of this communication, I was basically trying to suss out what the intentions were of the defendant. Was the defendant interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? Was she trying to weaponize me against John and put me in the middle? There was numerous things that were going on. And that's what I was trying to vet out or suss out or whatever you want to call it. But I was having a hard time accepting what was happening.
Nah, you liked it.
And sir, if I could direct
You
you
thought
to
she
the
was
next page,
cute.
page 28.
Like, oh my God. That's my new girl.
And again, sir, if you could read from
Telling
that.
her you're
So I'm in the blue bubbles. shoot straight with me. Defendant responded, I told you, I just think we're alike, right? Couple question marks. I responded, yes, agree. Now what? Defendant responded, I don't know. I said, shouldn't you know? Defendant responded, do you like me? I said, yes, from jump. Defendant said, when was jump? I said, first time I saw you. Defendant responded, when was that? I said, Hillside for your shore.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 29. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
So again, I'm in the blue bubbles. Hillside for sure. When were you interested? Defendant responded, I don't know, you're just my type. I responded, you think you can handle me? I thought you were happy, question mark.
You think you can handle
Defendant
me?
responded, how do you know if I'm happy? I said, I just assumed. Defendant responded, are you hard to handle? I may have put a question mark. Then I said, what do you like about me? Defendant responded, I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. I said, yes, yeah, ditto. Defendant responded, and I think you're hot.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, page 30. If I could ask you to read from that, sir.
I'm in the blue bubbles again. You really think that? I have always thought that about you. Defendant responded, what? I responded that you're hot, smart, witty, but I didn't think you were interested. Defendant responded, witty? I responded, yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Defendant responded, just thought we were the same / from the same neighborhood. I responded, are you afraid to say what's on your mind? What's in your mind? And then I said, on. Defendant responded, no, didn't I? No, didn't I? Question mark.
And sir, if I could turn your attention
Why
to the
does
next
she keep
page,
saying
31.
we're the
and ask you to read
same, we're
that.
from the same neighborhood?
I'm glad I'm in the blue bubble again. I'm glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Defendant responded, yeah, I was basically begging you. I responded, you don't have to beg me. I meant to say beg. Defendant responded, huh? I said, I will give you what you want. How are you texting right now? And I said, leaving me hanging. Defendant responded, no. I typed kids and then kinda. Defendant responded, how am I texting? And I began to say, is everyone asleep?
As far as the communication
Ew,
with the defendant indicating,
I
yeah,
don't
was
want
basically begging
to read
you what you take
anymore.
that
I don't want to read
That
any
you
more
wanted me to come
text.
over?
I think we're done.
And if I could turn your attention to the next page, 32.
We could, no, I don't want any more.
If I could
No,
ask you to
no.
read from that page as well.
So it starts off with the defendant saying, I just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I said, I should have stayed, LOL. So now what? Question mark. Defendant
I
said,
don't want
yes,
to
you
read
should have.
anymore.
I responded, that would have been distracting. So now what? So no, what? And then I said, now. Defendant said, now what? Question mark. I responded, balls in your court. Defendant said, what do you want? I said, I responded, loaded question. What do you want? Question mark. Defendant responded, I asked you, exclamation point. I in turn said, nope, you initiated this.
If I could turn your attention to
I
the
don't
next
want to
page,
read
33.
anymore. I don't want to read anymore.
I could ask
I
you to read
get
from that,
it.
sir.
I said, spit
jury.
it out. I'm in the blue bubbles. Defendant said, hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. I responded, don't you have a boyfriend? Question mark. Defendant responded, where are you? Question mark.
Maybe
I
they were
said,
in an open
Canton.
relationship.
Defendant said, where? Question mark. I responded, my office is at the PD. Why? Are you going to Mansfield? Question mark. Defendant responded, where is that? I said, Canton PD. Defendant said, I have a house there from before I reconnected W. John. I responded, oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind.
She
If I
really
could turn your
is.
attention to the next page, 34, and ask you to read from that, sir.
For someone who was like directly reaching out.
Defendant starts off and says, do you like me? Question mark. I responded, yes, clearly. Defendant said, come over my house. I responded, when? Question mark. Defendant said, when works for you? I said, whoever, and then whenever, when works for you? Question mark. The defendant said, I asked you first. I responded, I think you're messing with me. Defendant said, I'm glad you came over tonight with some type of face. I
With
responded,
some type of face.
me too, balls in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 35, and the last, or second to last blue bubble down the bottom, starting with, are you glad? Do you see that?
Whoa.
Page 35?
Yes.
And where is it again?
Second to last blue bubble, starting with, are you glad?
Yes. I said, I'm in the blue bubble. I said, are you glad you walked me out? Question mark.
And what did she respond?
Defendant said, yes, with like semicolon, some type of a mark there. Are you? Question mark. And I said, DEF for definitely.
And if I could direct your attention to the next page, 36.
No, no more. No
And
more,
if you could, please
please.
read from that.
So at the top,
Please.
I'm in the blue bubbles. It says yes. And then I said, are you going home tonight or tomorrow AM? Defendant texted, we kissed, comma, right? Question mark. So then I put a question mark on her question and said, is this a trick question? Defendant said, I don't know when I'm going home. I'm selling my house, with what I think is a smiley face. What a trick question, and a couple of question marks. I responded, are you moving to Canton? I'm following your lead with this. Defendant responded, I live here, but I have property in Enfield. I'm guessing it's Medfield. Defendant said, why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. I responded, you started this, right? Question mark. Why did you get my number? And it says each out to me. It meant to say reach out to me. I then said, still have not told me.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to the next page, 37.
He
and
also
ask you to
probably
read from
can't
that.
see. It also
Defendant said, sorry,
might just be blurry,
should I
like,
not
on the
have?
printed.
I responded, I'm fine with it.
But yeah.
Just don't know why you can't answer. Defendant said, you're mad at me? I said, OMG, no, not at all. You're being silly. Defendant said, I told you, exclamation point. I just think you're like me and I'm attracted to you. And then she said, a lot. I responded, feeling is mutual. I just never saw this coming. Defendant said, why? Question mark. I responded, because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. Defendant responded, I was, but things have deteriorated.
That's
And if I could direct your attention to the next
just
page,
fair.
38.
Then handle your business, Karen,
Ask you
and
to
then
read from
go
that,
out
sir.
and get some fresh tea.
I said, why? Question mark. How so? Question mark. What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? Question mark. Defendant responded, it is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died and everything got fucked up. I responded, he seemed very into you. Defendant responded, I just told Melissa that I had your number but lost it. I said, that's cute. She wasn't suspicious? Question mark. Defendant responded, no, she's great. I responded, does she know you like me? Question mark. Defendant responded, she's a sweetie. We just agreed. You are great. With another smiley type
Boomers.
face.
Yeah, I feel like I just
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 40.
boomers just across
Ask
the
you to read
board
from that.
with this whole thing.
Defendant
Yeah. Blonde
said,
is a
yeah,
brat.
but where is that? I have
And,
had
yeah,
all my
like,
shit here
isn't
for a couple
reading the
years and my house
context
has
of
been
the
vacant,
text
but I'd
either,
like to
like-
get closer to the water. I responded,
Tone isn't
are you breaking up
red.
or staying together? Defendant responded, I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I'm very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. I responded, when was that and how did you find out he hooked up? Question mark. I don't want to complicate your situation. Defendant responded, we went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel all over one of our friends. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I responded, it does matter.
Now, as far as that indication that
Uh-oh.
she made to you, either through text communications or in person,
All
did
right,
she indicate?
let me just give it a little pause. So yesterday we saw the testimony from the two Sullivan sisters, Marietta and Laura Sullivan, and Marietta said it was that she hugged him, and Karen from across the lobby says, "Who the fuck are you?" And Marietta's like, "I'm Marietta, Laura's sister. Nice to meet you." And Karen goes, "Fuck you." And then Marietta goes, "Fuck you too." And then Marietta runs to the family and is like, "Have you met John's new girlfriend? She's a royalty," right? So she did the whole thing, which that's fine. You can go stick up for your friend to your family who has known and loved him for many, many years. That's fine. I'm not going to hold that against anybody. But if John did hook up with somebody like Marietta, and Karen is pissed about it, does this seem like far-fetched? Like, handle your business for sure. handle your business. I don't know. Who's lying and who's telling the truth?
At any point in time where that occurred?
So there was an occasion that the defendant stopped at my house. And again, the conversation that took place at my house was in relation to, again, sussing out and trying to figure out if this was everything that I stated before. Like, was this legitimate? Was she seriously interested in me? Was she at the end of her relationship with John? And during that, there was touch on that topic, and I became to realize, it was my understanding at that point that this incident took place in Aruba on New Year's Eve, based off the text messages and the conversation at my residence.
This was something that she brought up, not only in the text communications with you, but in person in communication with you as well.
Yes, I mean, outside of being over there for the game, there was only one time that the defendant and I ever interacted on a one-on-one basis.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 41, and ask you to read from that.
So I'm in the blue bubbles, and I said, did they bang? Question mark. The defendant responded, does that matter? Question mark. I said, sorry, I was just asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. Defendant responded, it doesn't really matter. I said, okay, I won't ask again. Defendant said, I don't care, with a smiley face. It doesn't matter. I responded back, okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Defendant responded, okay. I responded, why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions? Then I typed on. Defendant responded, I'm not. I am, question mark. I responded, you're kind of getting defensive. Defendant responded, not at all, with an exclamation point.
Homeboy, are you drunk right now?
So if I could direct your attention to page 46.
Sensitive.
Ask you to read from that.
Oh man. Defensive.
Defendant is in gray. She said, we did kiss earlier, comma, no, with an exclamation point. I responded in blue bubble, I think you initiated that, no, question mark. Defendant said, yep. Do I owe you an apology? Question mark. I said, OMG, no. Why are you being sensitive? Defendant responded, I'm not. I responded, kinda. There's a P and a FFT, never, responded by the defendant. What do you want from me? Question mark. I responded, what's on the table? Question mark. Defendant said, what do you want ideally? Question mark. I responded, the real deal. Defendant responded, it doesn't exist.
Okay, so she's just giving up,
I can direct your attention to page 57, sir,
maybe?
and ask you to read from that.
This is all just so shit. I'm like trying to
It starts off in blue. I said,
digest
I can go
this.
to any base, but usually Hanscom and Bedford are down to the Cape. Defendant responded, which base down the Cape? Which branch? I said, Army's Army. Defendant said, I'm not abnormally sensitive. I
Yeah,
responded,
this-
Joint Base
you guys
Cape Cod.
reacted.
I won't be so hard on you. Defendant responded, OMG, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I responded, I was just playing with you. Defendant responded, you weren't, but that's okay. I responded, stop being sensitive, please. Defendant responded, I'm not.
Weird, gross. I
Now, sir,
You're telling
reference,
me to be sensitive.
in that
I hate
page of text
that.
communications, you made reference to a base down the Cape, is that
He
right?
tries
Yes.
to say
And
that he was
where is that in relation to,
investigating. He's
where you
not
live in Barstow County?
investigating. He is living this. This is
So I
his
can utilize one of the
business
gates
Yeah.
to get onto the base. I can get fuel. I can shop. I then can hit the Bourne Bridge, and I would use that as a cut through at the time when I was splitting my time between two different properties.
Is there also like a duty-free shop there?
There is, yes.
And at some point throughout the course of the text communications, did you offer to pick something up for the defendant from that shop?
I believe so.
If I could direct your attention to page 60. And ask you to read from that, sir.
Oh, so we're skipping a bunch
Defendant
of
said,
pages.
I don't know, question mark. It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms with kind of an emoji. I responded,
Kind of
more
an
than
emoji.
more than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? Question mark. Defendant said, I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. I responded, a lot, why, question mark. Defendant respond. I then said, do you even know what you want, question mark, or who, question mark. Defendant responded, because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine, and I never wanted kids. I
Period.
responded, I thought you were happy in this, I thought you were in this happy relationship. Defendant responded, everyone is happy at the hillside.
If I could direct your attention to the next page, 61, and ask you to read from that.
Coping with alcohol. He took it.
So it starts off with the defendant. It said,
Reminder, she didn't just jump into a relationship that had kids involved. She jumped into a relationship in a pandemic. Like, I think they got together like early 2020, right? Pandemic's happening, 2020. There's kids involved. There's death involved. There's drama involved. And it's what is the saying? It takes a village. The village is very active, right? So she went from probably being single, going to bars on her own, maybe hanging out with a couple friends or whatever, to being in a relationship that is surrounded by people. You do not have privacy. You do not have a moment to yourself. You do not have anything that is just yours. Everything is shared. Everything is talked about. Everything is texted about. Everything is photographed. And they know this and who knows that. And how did this person find this out? It's because everyone is so connected and intermingled. We've been hearing story after story after story of how John takes on responsibilities with all these families that he comes across and people he grew up with and you know, Godfather this, Godfather that. You know, he's raising this kid, raising that kid, raising this kid. John was very intermingled with all these humans, and and Karen joined that. Karen walked into that. I believe she knew that John was intermingled with all these families, especially with the two kids. So it's very confusing for someone who, at her age, when she was entering this relationship, very confusing that it would be a problem. Like, if that's not what you want, then that's not what you step into. If you don't want kids, why start a relationship with a person that has kids or guardian of kids? The kids is a pack. Take it or leave it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And after, so this is probably about, I don't know the dates of this. I think it was after Aruba. So it was like mid-January that this conversation is allegedly happening. She's been in it for 2 years. It's very interesting.
everyone is happy at the hillside, exclamation point. I responded, oh God, you avoid things. Defendant responded, it's just very, very complicated dynamic with the four of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I responded, I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Defendant responded, well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I responded back, I know how you feel, kinda. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. Then I said, I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids.
If I could ask you to turn to the next page, 62, and ask you to read from that, sir.
Someone who's doing some
I
investigating.
said, I'm divorced since 2017 and I have no kids. Defendant responded, I try very hard, but they are very spoiled and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel differently if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on NYE while we were away, and that has really affected me. I responded, what did he exactly do? Question mark. Defendant responded, I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing someone about raising kids with an emoji. I responded, why don't you tell me? Question mark. Defendant responded, he was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over our friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. I responded, oh God, did they bang?
And ask you to turn to the next page.
Oh,
sir, page 63.
Karen. If this is from
I'm in the
Karen.
blue. I said, did they bang? Question mark. Defendant said, so
We
I
know
was the
that.
kids. So I was the kids celebrating New Year's. I think it's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. I said, was it the first time?
Hold on, let me pause this. That's not true at all. My husband had 2 kids on from another relationship that I had 3, and we always said we have 5 kids together. I am able to see it from both sides. If I stepped into a relationship right now that kids were involved, I wouldn't step into that relationship because I don't like kids. But also I grew up in a combined household, essentially. The kids that they were older, but I grew up with a father who took me and my sister, who was not his blood children, into his home, and there was literally there's no better solution in the world for me and my sister for like getting, like having a father. It was the best situation. So he took us in and said, I love you, you're my kids now. And we were like, okay, cool, like thanks. And it was the best. We have it. Just because they are not yours, you have the choice and you have the opportunity as an adult to say, I can love these children like my own. I can treat them like my own. I can develop a relationship with the father figure, the guardian of these kids. I can do all of that. Or I don't do all of that. But you have to make a decision, because you can't have it both ways. You can't have the relationship with the man who is the guardian of these kids and not love these kids. You can't have it both ways, especially in this very, very specific situation. John is surrounded by people who are not just looking at him and watching him and helping to take care of those kids. John is helping to take care of other kids. So you don't just have to step into a relationship, develop your relationship, grow. It doesn't have to be immediate to love and support and, kind of take on the role of being a parent. It doesn't have to be immediate. And that, you can have those conversations with children as well. Children are not idiots. But you also have to remember that, like, for Karen, she would have also had to have taken on the other kids, the schools, the sports, get in the car. We have to go here. We have to go grab another person. We have to pick everyone up, Does everyone have snacks? Does everyone have water? Does anyone need, clean socks? Does anyone need a towel? Like all the things like she had. So I think it was, she didn't want kids. She made a very poor decision about staying in a relationship that had kids and many other kids involved as well. Absolutely. And I think that for some people, it is the best thing in the world to combine households. And even if there's no kids involved in one of the households, I think it's the best, and it could also be the
with
worst.
her, or do you think there were others?
How the
Defendant
adults
responded,
handle it.
I don't really
essentially.
think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to
was
want to go
lucky
anywhere.
enough
Without
to
me.
have
But honestly, the
adults that
issues
said,
with the kids bother me more than him actually
"You're mine
cheating.
now."
They are
He
constant, and it
raised
feels
you.
like a lose-lose. I responded, you clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside you. The defendant responded, yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. I responded, or began to respond, you can vent, babe.
Oh,
If I can turn
He called
your
her
attention to
babe.
the next page.
He called her
64,
babe.
ask you to read from that, sir.
Defendant said, basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin and sometimes it's thankless. I responded,
Yeah.
Defendant
Being a parent is
responded,
thankless.
you probably felt that way too. I responded, I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Defendant responded, want to grab a drink, ? I responded, if you gave me some notice, I could have. Defendant responded, you in capital letters said you were adaptable. I responded, I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way? Defendant responded, that sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as
Wholeheartedly agree.
her invitation,
I'll
is
call
that
her
something
girlfriend
that
babes.
occurred on one time? or more
Like
than one?
my girly pops.
I believe it was more than one time.
Babes, how are you?
And at any point in time, other than the two you've already recounted as far as going over to Mr. O'Keefe's house for the football game, or the defendant stopping by your apartment in West Roxbury, were there any other occasions you went out over the defendant's house or out with the defendant by yourself?
No, never.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 74.
You're just jumping all around. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Just skipping right through messages.
Defendant said, are you single? ? I responded, yes. Defendant said, I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? ? I responded, you getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me, ? Defendant said, and on vacay and probably a few other occasions. I responded, you didn't really beg. Defendant said, I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? ? I responded, why would I have thought you had any interest in me? ? Usually do it when they do live with, do it when they do live with someone. And then I said, do not do it. Defendant responded, maybe, maybe not.
They're too old to be having this
If I could direct you to
conversation.
page 77.
These two humans have lived too long of
Can I actually
lives to
read
be
that, sir?
having conversations like this.
I said, I could go on and
Acting like
on,
you're in some
but I do not
rom-com.
want to pump, I should say, your shit up too much. Defendant responded, thanks for saying that, but low comps at the hillside.
Both of you drunk.
I responded, you know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
I feel like they did drink a lot.
The defendant responded, John has showed me about 5 times the ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, with an emoji of somebody throwing up. I responded, what? Defendant responded, yeah, he has cameras everywhere, you cops, with another emoji. I responded, Jesus. Defendant said, he's like Christ. Are you guys hooking up? ? And I said, OMG, great.
Oh,
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 78, sir.
Because John had
I responded,
cameras.
I don't need drama, dude. Defendant said, no, it's fine. I responded, seriously? Defendant said, I'm serious with an exclamation point. I said, you legit planted one on me.
Stop.
Defendant
putting it
responded,
in text.
I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. And then it was OMG Bruins with an emoji after that. I responded, so your slick move isn't on there with some ? Defendant responded, course not. I responded, oh my God. And then I said, I almost, an emoji with somebody throwing up. Defendant responded, it was a peck anyway. I kissed Kerry and Gay Jeff too. I
Gay
responded,
Jeff?
yeah, weak.
2020.
I agree.
2022
Now, as far
at this point.
as
And you're saying
cameras at Mr. O'Keefe's house, is that something that you were aware was
Ugh.
there prior to that conversation with the defendant?
No, not that I recall.
immature?
If I could turn your attention to the next page, 79. Actually, read from that,
It's called
sir.
an emoji.
Defendant said, LOL, funny. I responded, so now he is jealous of me, ? Defendant said, no, with an exclamation. I told you, he likes you a lot. I said, which makes this worse, ? Defendant said, you said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more.
acting like
I responded, I think he's a good dude too. Defendant responded, yeah, he is. I responded, funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shit out of yourself, because I'm a lot of fun.
Because I'm a lot of fun. He
Now,
said
sir,
you
the
can't
he,
handle
that you're
me.
referring to in those
A lot
text
of
communications, who was
fun.
that, just for clarity?
John O'Keefe.
If I could direct your attention to page 84. And ask you to read from that page, sir.
Karen's like, you're gonna rip them apart and cross, right? Like,
I said it was fun.
we got you.
Defendant said, I've complimented you today too, with a couple of exclamation points and then some type of emoji. I said, and kick my nuts in. Defendant said, OMG, how? I responded, if I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere, so I'm all set with, and then I said, in quotations, that's fine, but I am not asking again. Defendant said, well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool, so right now I'm asking again with some type of I think it's a smiley face. I
Oh my
responded,
God.
coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. The defendant responded, now equals not. That sounds good. I responded, that's trouble. Defendant said, why? ?
If I could direct your attention to
Can we
page
be
90.
done with these text messages now? I was really excited
Ask
for
you to
the
read from that,
text,
sir.
and I take it
90?
all back.
90,
I take it all back. I take it all back.
The defendant
I don't
said,
like this.
No, I'm
like
busting your
this at
chops.
all.
It's okay. I responded, no, you are sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have gotten carried away. Defendant said, you in capital letters said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. And I responded, oh, okay. Defendant responded, I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone over for a drink. I responded, you're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it meant to say give it up. Defendant responded, I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of cop DM mindset, and then said, been
Well,
through.
you know what says carpe diem.
And if I could direct you to the next page, 91, sir.
Defendant said, what am I avoiding, question mark? I'm not afraid to be direct. I responded, some of my questions. Defendant responded, okay, which? Ask again. I said, nope, tricks are for kids.
That's
Defendant
no
responded,
fault.
I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. I responded, okay. Defendant said, I can't say that, question mark? I said, of course you can. Defendant said, did I miss any other questions, sir, question mark? Probably. Are you having a drink right now, question mark? Defendant said, yeah, on my second. I said, show me what you got.
And if I could direct your
She
attention to
wants
page 99.
pictures of her. Do not tell me there's pictures.
And that's
Well, you will
sir.
go for Cocoa Puffs.
Defendant said, none of that is true, exclamation point. I'm not talking to other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him, BC, I guess, because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, neither are you, neither is
Yeah.
John.
Okay,
I responded, was that your attempt at a
Hold on, shush. But you're in a 2-year-long relationship. You're not single. You have a boyfriend. You're in a relationship. You have a significant other. Just because on your taxes you file single because you're not married doesn't mean you're actually like you're not single. Like you are in a like society is calling you not single. You are taken. You are in a relationship. The hell?
lecture or deductive reasoning, question mark? What do you want from me, question mark? Defendant said, that's just how I think / feel. You don't need to approve. I've already answered that last question a couple of times, I think. I responded, I'm not judging you, never have, never will. Defendant responded, you shouldn't. I don't know what your private life is about, nor is it my business.
Oh, she's getting feisty
Thank you,
now.
sir. If I can now direct you to page 102
Like, fine, if you don't want to come over, I'll just be mean to you.
and ask you to read from that.
Damn. Look at those messages.
Defendant said, my only, I'm assuming, point is that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating them, and we have no intention of ever getting married. The point of dating is not to get tied down. If you're not confident, you should be, in my mind anyway. The first two, but I don't care too much about the other girl. I responded, okay, so he is cool with you dating other people, question mark. Defendant responded, and I'm not happy per se, just realistic that there's cracks and it's far from perfect. I doubt it. If he's seeing someone else, I wouldn't want to know either way. He probably feels the same way. And you probably feel that way about whoever you hook up with. I think that's normal. I responded, okay. Defendant said, you don't agree with me? Question mark, question mark.
If I can direct your attention to page 107
I don't like this. He just said, okay.
and ask you to read from that, sir.
Okay.
Defendant said, at a bar, question mark. I responded, I wasn't suggesting anytime soon. I know you're with your friend. I meant my house. Probably after 8. Defendant said, probably after 8. I responded, okay, if you don't wanna, that's fine, no pressure. Defendant responded, I will, a drink. It looks like I tabbed the bubble with a question mark. I then said, what do you drink? Question mark. Are you out now? Question mark. Defendant responded, sorry, I'll drink whiskey if that's what you're having. I responded, haha, send me a pic of you two.
Now, you had testified earlier about some occasion prior to the 28th when the defendant had come over your house in West Roxbury, correct?
Yes.
This page that you just read, as well as some of these successive pages after that, is that sort of arranging for that to occur after she goes out or leaves from a friend out in Boston?
I believe she was out with a friend that night in Boston, a female friend, yes.
And that evening when she came over your house, about how long was she there?
Not long.
And so what happened when she arrived, or what, if anything, did the two of you talk?
He's a
It was kind of more of this. It was a kind of a, wasn't an interrogation. It was a face-to-face version of trying to suss out and vet, like, what is this all about? Again, I mean, you know, I'm not proud of these text messages. It is what it is. I take responsibility for them. But, you know, John was a friend at the same time. And I certainly wasn't, if they were at the end of the relationship, they were at the end of their relationship. But I wasn't going to have somebody utilize me and weaponize me against somebody that I liked. And it was just a weird experience. It was, I don't even think either one of us finished a drink. It was, like I said, it was this type of like, what is this all about? And then she left. I think I might have asked her to text me when she got in, so I knew she got home.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was feeling
Now,
it. This was
that
not
evening or at any other points,
being an
at any
investigator.
other
This was
point
him
in your
trying to
friendship or
hook
your
up with
relationship,
Karen,
whatever,
but like,
however you want to term it. Was there any other sort
didn't
of
want to hook up
intimate
with her unless
contact
he
beyond
knew
what
like
you
a
described
relationship was
occurring
gonna
as she
actually
walked you out
happen.
that night you over
And he
to the
didn't.
house for the vacation?
He probably
Are
did
you
not
asking if she
want
ever kissed
her
me
to
again?
cheat.
I'm asking if there was any kissing, any sexual relationship, anything at all between yourself and the defendant.
Absolutely not. In referring to my residence when she stopped by, it was just, I was very uncomfortable, and it was just an uncomfortable situation. Just a weird vibe. That's the best I can describe it.
And lastly, sir, lastly, as it applies to this, turning your attention to the last page, number 118. And there's a couple different dates from the middle to the bottom of the page. Is that correct?
There is.
If I could ask you to start reading from, excuse me, where it says Sunday, January 23rd, 9:40 p.m.
Defendant, so Sunday, January 23rd at 9:40 p.m., defendant texted me, phone works, and then an emoji with arrows going like both ways. And I responded, thought you were all set, question mark. Defendant said, with talking, question mark? No. I said, are you sure? And she didn't respond. And I believe I said, that was it for that, the 23rd. I'm sorry.
So then the next date that any text communication was sent between the two of you would have been Friday, 11:32 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. That would have been when we were at the waterfall.
And again, what does the text say there?
Well,
That's from you to her, is that
No,
correct?
Yes.
no.
And then the next text communication.
No. The text doesn't say, well. The text says, well. The text doesn't say, well. There's totally different things.
Is the following day or Saturday, the 29th at 11:54 a.m. Is that correct?
Then the next day, John.
yes.
And who is speaking in that communication and what is it?
That is the defendant, and the defendant said John died.
Damn.
And
You gotta say
did
it
you
like
respond to
that.
that at all?
No,
And
How
did
do
you
we
have any
know?
other communication with Ms. Reed following
How do
receiving
we
that
know?
text message on January 29th?
no, I have not.
Thanks.
How do
Ms.
we
Gilman, you
know?
continue.
There's no screenshots of it. We don't have the Celebrite data pull from his phone.
Sir, if I could, a couple more questions for you, taking you back on the early morning of January 29th, when you had come from Waterfall to Fairview and then you were leaving from Fairview, if I could turn that sort of portion into your mind. When you're pulling away from the
This
residence, the
affected-
period of time that you were talking about as far as the plow being down and
One of
scraping a
them
little bit on the
the
ground,
most.
you call that?
I do.
That affected Karen.
How much distance are we talking about with respect to that?
Distance less than a foot, I would say. I mean, it's real quick. I heard it.
And then as far as when you familiar with an area in the front of Mr. Albert's property at 34 Fairview, where there is a flagpole and a fire hydrant?
I do know where that is. Yes.
And as you drove by the house that evening, where were you in relation to that part of the yard?
When I drove away,
Yes.
well, I might have been I was in the street. I pulled away, so that area would be on my passenger side.
And so what I'm asking, sir, is as you pulled away, did you pull away alongside a curb? Did you pull to the middle of the street? Or where did you direct the vehicle to go as you were pulling away?
Like any other time, I pulled away from the curb, and that's kind of it's a one-lane street, so to speak, and nobody was coming towards me, so just pulled out into the street, drove away.
I may have a moment, John.
Yes.
I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
I'll see you for 1 minute over here at sidebar before we begin. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
That's all the questions from the prosecution. We are going to head into cross-examination. And I would like everyone to hold on tight because it is going to be a wild ride. They are not going to go easy on Mr. Brian Higgins. They are not going to go easy on Mr. Brian Higgins. And I feel like there's going to be some drops, some some things that are going to come out during cross-examination that will probably just drive us more crazy. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to cross-examination. I hope Eddie is not doing it.
Who did you come here today with, Mr. Higgins?
Who did I travel?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Who did you
Jackson
come
is
here today
covering
with, Mr. Higgins?
cross-examination.
Who did I travel to the courthouse with?
Who did you meet here?
An attorney, my attorney.
Is there a reason that you felt compelled to bring an attorney with you for your testimony as a witness in a homicide investigation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained,
Trial, I should say.
sustained.
You brought your attorney with you who's sitting right behind you, correct?
That is not my attorney.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were his attorney. My mistake. Where's your attorney?
I don't know. He might be in the courthouse.
Is he in the building?
I don't know where he physically is right now.
Okay, without telling me anything that you said to your attorney, did you meet with him this morning before your testimony?
Yes.
Did you meet with him during the break? Again, don't tell me what you talked about, but did you meet with him during the break when we took a break a few minutes ago?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I
And obviously
hope
the subject
Karen
matter, again, without telling me any communication, the subject matter was your testimony here today, correct?
No.
How many conversations have you had with Mr. Lally about your testimony or your proposed testimony in anticipation of you testifying today?
One.
When was that?
That was on Monday.
How long was that conversation?
I would say under an hour and a half
In person or over the phone?
in person.
Where was that conversation?
That was at the DA's office.
Who else was there?
My attorney, victim witness advocate, I believe her name is Kristen Collins, ADA McLaughlin, ADA Lally, and Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police.
Anybody taking notes?
I did not. I don't know if anybody was taking notes.
Well, you were sitting there watching Lieutenant Tully. Did he take notes?
Not that I saw, no.
So you had an hour and a half long conversation with the prosecution team and a police officer witness, and you're telling me that you did not see anybody taking a single note down. Is that right?
That's correct. I did hand something to Lieutenant Tully, but he didn't take any notes in reference to what I handed him.
What'd you hand him?
I handed him a piece of mail that I got at my residence.
Anything having to do with this case?
Well, I believe so.
Was that turned over to Mr. Lally?
No, I turned it over to state police.
Yeah,
You
this
wanna make
is
it-
Yes.
this is a very tight courtroom because this is a really, really big, really big witness right now. Karen is in a dress today with a sweater over it, and you can tell it's a dress because her sleeves are popping through, and it matched the fabric from her skirt. I love that. I love like a layered dress look. That's so cute. Holy crap, courtroom Batman. Yeah, this is a very big witness, and we are starting cross-examination with something sort of interesting. He got a letter, something in the mail, and he handed it to state police, and it does not seem like the defense was given that. So we wonder why. We wonder what's going on. And we'll just do a little fast forward. I am probably going to take a little bit of a walkabout break. Let me just see. They might go
that
to
piece of
lunch.
mail that you handed.
Oh, wait. Here we go.
Other than that piece of mail that you handed to Lieutenant Tully, was there any other exchange of documents or anything like that? Were you shown anything in anticipation of your testimony?
The only thing I can be recalled showing was a photograph of the exterior of 34 Fairfield Road in Canton.
What about the text messages that you just went over extensively? Were you shown those?
I was shown a pile of papers, and I was advised that those text messages were going to be, they were put into another format, so they were easier to read.
And these are the screenshots that you just described on the exhibit.
Well, as I said, he showed me the stacks, said they were the text messages. They were in a different format, but I'm assuming that's what they were.
What was your assignment with the ATF back in 2022?
I
Okay,
was
if they were
assigned to
playing
the Bridgewater
Tekken,
Field
I would
office,
throw the
but
controller
I was
and
full-time
but I
with
would
the
not
United
the
States
next
Marshal
morning
Service
buy them in
to-
the system.
doing fugitive apprehension.
And where were you physically officing out of?
I would go back to
Well, I continued to maintain the office at Canton PD.
remove
Okay.
tech.
But to be clear, you were a federal officer, not a
with the
Canton police
Alzheimer's
officer on some sort of a task force with Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
No, I was not on a task force with Canton PD.
But you did have an office at Canton PD based on a personal relationship that you had with the chief, correct? He gave you this office as a courtesy. Is that right?
So if I can explain,
Yes or no? Was it provided as a courtesy?
You can't. It's
well, working partnership, I would say.
And you've been asked that specific question in a prior hearing, correct?
Yes,
In June of 2023, right?
yes,
And you explained, look, there was a personal relationship that I had with Chief Berkowitz.
I did.
It was born out of
Tragedy,
a family tragedy that he was aware of.
horrible tragedy, yes.
And based on that personal friendship and that personal relationship, he offered
You don't
you
wanna get
the
heated,
convenience of officing out of Canton PD.
I would say that's a good summary.
And in addition to just having an office there, you also had a key card access, correct?
I did to get in and out.
What was the name that you used? You said it was a proxy card?
I think it's called, I think in the IT world, it's probably called a proxy card. That's what I know it to be.
So you had both a physical office and full access to Canton PD.
So you're familiar with the IT
on
world.
The friendship and relationship and convenience.
So you're familiar with
Well,
screen
friendship and
shop
relationship you had with Chief Berkowitz
Um,
and the convenience that he wanted to give you for having that office there, correct?
No, I wouldn't say full access. I had access to certain areas within the department.
Well, you certainly had access to and from your office.
Yes,
You had ingress and egress to the
I'm still
Canton
listening.
Police Department.
yes,
You could go in and out of the Sally Port.
I could.
You could go upstairs to Chief Berkowitz's office.
Yes,
You could go downstairs to the dispatch area, which is on the first floor, correct?
yes,
And then you could go out to the Sally Port, into the Sally Port, across that garage, those 2 bay doors at your leisure.
well, that would exclude the evidence room, the arms room, and places like that. I didn't have access to those places.
Right? But the places that I just mentioned, you did have access to.
Yes, absolutely.
You'd had that office for what, back in January 2022, probably had that office for more than, what, 3 years?
I would estimate probably sometime around 2018.
2018, okay,
Yeah.
not 18 years, 2018.
No, 2018, I'm sorry. My apologies.
So, yeah, maybe close to 4 years.
Yes,
I want to turn your attention, Mr. Higgins, to January 28, January 29, 2022. By the way, I should ask another foundational question. Are you currently still at ATF?
am I employed by ATF?
Correct.
Yes, I am, a special agent, yes.
And what is your current billet or your assignment?
Objection.
Is that something you're free to discuss?
I'm assigned to division operations at this time.
Okay, what does that mean?
That's,
You're taken out of the field?
was I taken out of the field? Yes.
Are you no longer in the field?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Sustained, let's move on. You may be able to come back to this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to turn your attention now to January 28, 29, 2022. You recall those dates?
I do,
You've been living with those dates for the last couple of years.
like a nightmare.
John O'Keefe's body was found outside your friend Brian Albert's house on the morning of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
You've previously testified that on January 28th, you had gone to New York for this memorial service, correct?
funeral service, yes.
The funeral service, not the memorial, you separate the two?
So, well, the wake would be the night before, funeral, I call them the services. It wasn't a memorial. Memorial to me would be more of like an annual thing. This was the services. I just
Understood.
want to be clear.
So you went with Brian Albert, Kevin Albert, and Eddie Hernandez, is that right?
I traveled down there myself, but I met up with them.
To go to the services.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that you and Brian Albert and Kevin Albert sort of run in the same social and professional circles?
I mean, without speaking for anybody else, I think we know a lot of the same people.
Go to some of the same holiday parties, for instance,
Yes,
go to some of the same events, whether they're law enforcement events or otherwise.
retirement parties, yes, things like that.
Might meet up at a bar and have a social drink together,
Yes,
might share a meal together, correct?
yes,
And you would agree that you particularly are pretty well connected to the Canton law enforcement community.
could you qualify that, explain that?
You know quite a few cops, right?
Well, it's a small department, so I do know everybody in the building in some capacity.
Okay, so my question is, you know quite a few cops in Canton.
I do,
You're pretty good friends with, as a matter of fact, maybe best friends with the chief of police, former chief of police, Kenny Berkowitz, correct?
yes,
You know Brian Albert, he's a Boston police officer.
yes,
You know his brother and worked with his brother at Canton PD, correct?
yes,
So it's fair to say, back to my original question, you're relatively well connected in the law enforcement community, the fabric of that community in Canton. Is that right? Is
well, I think that comes with working with people, yes,
that yes or no?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you've even given a personal toast at one of these events, these retirement events, et cetera, correct?
Chief Berkowitz, yes,
And during the course of that toast, you even said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that? Did you say that?
I don't recall that.
You don't remember telling that joke in front of a room full of folks?
I don't,
If you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your man?
I don't.
You will agree that some of your closest friends are some of the more powerful people in Canton in terms of politics and law enforcement, right?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
At that same retirement dinner, there were members of the DA's office there, correct?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, the DA, Michael Morrissey, was there.
I believe he was at one point.
All right. And that was the same event that you gave either a keynote speech or some sort of a speech for Chief Berkowitz's retirement. Is that right?
Yes.
How long have you known Brian Albert specifically?
I think I had some interaction with him when I was on the Cambridge Fire Department in my capacity in fire investigations. And then I would say pretty much through my entire career at ATF, you know, I came into contact with Brian.
Give me a number of years.
Well, I've been with ATF now for 15 years. I've probably known him at least that whole time.
you'd say that you have both a social and professional working relationship with him?
I would say yes, he's a friend.
Frequently drink together,
We have drank together. I wouldn't say frequently, but yes, we've drank together.
break bread together, have meals together.
Absolutely had lunch.
As a matter of fact, you were asked at a prior hearing whether or not you could put a number on the number of times that you've had drinks with Brian Albert, and you said somewhere around 50 or something like that, or under. Actually, you said under 50.
Under 50, I think I might have said 30.
And that was in 2 years, correct?
Yes.
So not under 50 in the entirety of your relationship, or 50 in your relationship with Brian Albert, literally in the prior 2 years when you gave your testimony in June of 2023. In those 2 years, met up with him and had drinks under 50 times.
Was that a question?
Yes,
Well, could you rephrase it?
sure. Is it true that you testified, answer, quote, I mean, in 2 years, I mean, maybe under 50, end quote. That was your testimony to how often you socialized with Brian Albert, correct?
So we socialized more when I started working with his unit.
Okay, so my question is, well,
I don't know the exact number, but yes, we socialized. Absolutely.
that's all I was getting at.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, there's no secrets here, right? He's my friend.
Mr. Higgins, let me ask the questions. I get it.
That's fine.
I get it. You also know Brian Albert well enough to know what his relationship with, for instance, the other guy that traveled back from New York with, Eddie Hernandez.
I do know Eddie Hernandez. I actually know Eddie the longest out of everybody.
So you knew Eddie, or Officer Hernandez, before
Objection,
you
Your
ever
Honor.
knew.
Ask the question.
You knew Officer Hernandez before you ever knew Brian Albert.
Yes.
You knew him before you even knew Kevin Albert.
Yes.
And you're aware that there was a physical altercation
Objection,
between
Your Honor.
Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez that you're aware of, correct?
The objection sustained.
Are you aware that Brian Albert had gotten into a fist fight with Eddie Hernandez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you at a Christmas party when that happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to that form. You can be specific.
Have you ever been at an event with Brian Albert and Eddie Hernandez and seen them fight?
Objection.
And
Christmas 5 years or so before 2022.
okay, the objection sustained.
You do know that Brian Albert has a reputation for being a fighter.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked in a formal interview, do you recall, I want to make sure I'm clear about some of your prior statements. You had a formal interview with some folks prior to your testimony at a prior proceeding. You understand what I'm talking about?
I'm tracking.
Okay. At the formal interview, which is what I'm going to call that,
Okay.
the formal interview, you were asked about Brian Albert and his reputation, were you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
You indicated in that formal interview that even Chief Berkowitz was
Objection.
quote, a little afraid of Brian Albert.
All right, so that is the objection sustained. That's stricken. I'll see you at sidebar.
Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. All right, things are getting spicy. Things are getting spicy. I was listening, and I would just like to say that that was very mild. That interaction was very mild to compared to what we probably are about to see, which I think might be.
May I inquire?
Here we go. All right. It's gonna be a long day. It's gonna be a long day. Here we go.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you, Honor. You're also relatively close friends. In addition to being close friends with Brian Albert, you're also relatively close friends with his brother, Kevin, correct?
I am.
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police Department. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've worked in the same physical office with him for a number of years.
Physical building.
Physical building, that's a better way to put it.
It's different.
Is that right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you've consulted with Kevin Albert on certain of his cases professionally. Is that right?
I've assisted.
And you've also socialized with him, shared drinks with him,
Yes,
gone out to bars with him. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
It's fair to say that you know the Albert family relatively well.
I would say that I know Brian
Oh,
and
sorry.
Kevin the
I was
best.
looking at my.
On January 28th, you drove your Jeep Wrangler to the Hillside Bar to meet up with Brian Albert for drinks, correct?
I did.
You said you drank 3 to 4 whiskey sodas at the Hillside. Is that right?
It'd be Jameson and ginger, not whiskey soda.
My mistake. Jameson and ginger. Jameson is a Irish whiskey,
It is.
and ginger is ginger ale.
Yes.
Okay. What was Brian Albert drinking?
If I was to guess, a beer.
I don't want you to guess. Do you know what he was drinking?
No, I don't.
He was drinking
He was
something?
drinking something.
Okay, alcohol.
Okay.
Yes.
You two were probably going round for round. In other words, finish a drink, get another round for the two of you, finish it, get another round.
I don't think we. No, I wouldn't say we're going round for round.
So he was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons?
Well, it would have taken. Say that again.
He was nursing one beer while you had 4 Jamesons? Were you second?
No, he was probably. Maybe he had more beers than I had Jamesons. Is more what I would say.
Okay, so maybe he had 5 or 6 beers while you had 4 Jamesons.
I'm not going to put a number on it because I don't know.
But it was more.
More than what?
More than you.
Maybe. He wasn't there that long.
Oh,
Well, it doesn't take that long to drink beer, does it? If you're sort of thirsty and in a hurry.
all right.
Is that a question?
Everything I say up here is a question.
Okay.
Just presume that.
Well, all right. So
Well, that wasn't, so.
Question.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, that was yours.
All right, let me put a question mark at the end of that.
okay.
Your memory that Brian Albert had more drinks than you did when you had those 3 to 4 Jameson and Gingers.
To be honest with you, I wasn't keeping track.
He left Hillside and you stayed, correct?
For a short time, yes.
You later changed your mind and ultimately decided to go to the waterfall. You finished whatever you're eating or drinking.
Move on
Decided
to
to
the
go to the
question.
waterfall, right?
We all know they
Yes,
were,
because I'm always saying
they
I'm going
were
to show up and then I kind of do the
drinking.
Irish exit. So I decided it was a long day. It was an emotional day and I decided to join them.
Did you drive your vehicle over there
Yes, I did.
after having as many as 4 whiskeys?
Yes.
Brian Albert, did he drive himself?
Well, I didn't see him. I dropped him off in
I've
that's
talked
beauty
about it
district down there
before.
in Charlestown. And I'm
So
assuming
much
he drove
drunk
back
driving.
towards that way to meet me.
He wasn't with anybody else.
Not that I know of.
So he was drinking at the Hillside Bar and then got in his car and drove over to the waterfall as well.
I didn't see him drive over, but I assume that's what he did. Yes.
You went to John O'Keefe's house. I'm going to shift gears for a second. You went to John O'Keefe's house at some point to watch the Patriots game on January 16th, right?
Yes.
That was the time when you indicated that when you left, Karen gave you a kiss goodbye, correct?
Yes.
It's safe to say that that was not some hot, passionate, long kiss, but you think it was more than just a friendly peck, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as a peck. I describe it as more than friends. It was a kiss.
Well, you did describe it as a peck, didn't you?
When?
When you texted Karen Reed and she said it was just a peck, and then you texted back, I agree,
Figure of speech.
with the truth.
Figure of speech.
After that incident, it's safe to say, we've just gone through a number of them, you exchanged flirtatious texts with Miss Reed. Is that right?
Is the incident you're referring to when she kissed me?
No, I'm saying after that. After that incident, yes, after the Patriots game,
Okay. Yep.
you exchanged flirtatious texts
We did.
with Miss Reed.
I did.
And that was over the course of a few weeks, couple of weeks, but just 9 days. Is that right?
So it was between the January 12th and I would say before the 28th, because the 28th, she didn't respond. And the 29th, she sent that last text that John died. Those weren't,
You've looked at the text, right?
I have.
You just looked at the last couple of texts.
I did.
The last text that she sent of any substance was January 23rd, right? Almost a
Well,
week.
I think the text,
Almost a
I think the
week.
text on the 29th, John
No.
died, there's substance there.
Okay,
What
I'm
you're
not
not going to
suggesting,
is
I'm talking
talk
about
over
after
each
you said, well,
Yeah.
28th, right? The text of substance between the two of you, talking between the two of you, not the John died text. That substance ended on the 23rd, didn't it?
I'd have to have the text in front of me to agree with you.
I think it's right here, Mr. Jackson, right in front of the exhibits right there.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, are you directing me to the 23rd?
Directing you to the last page, just look at everything on it and tell me if that refreshes your recollection. This is the last substantive text about you and Karen before your well.
Yes, it'd be the 23rd at 9:40.
Okay? So it was 9 days of texting between the two of you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And aside from the kiss goodbye, you two never had any sort of physical contact with one another.
Do you mean intimate? When you say physical?
Just at all.
Correct. I'm
Yes.
not talking about shaking a hand, Mr. Higgins.
Well,
Well-
I want to answer your question truthfully.
I would like you to too. You didn't have any physical intimate contact with Miss Reed, correct?
No, I did not.
There was no other hugs or kisses or certainly no sex.
No.
And when she said, I'm glad you came over tonight in one of those texts that you just read a few minutes ago, she was referring to the Patriots game with John there and a big crowd there, correct?
Yes.
Over the course of that week or so, Ms. Reed did explain her feelings about her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, correct? In
During,
text messages.
during the pendency of our communication, she did express, yes.
And she indicated that there's a difference between being married to someone and dating someone, et cetera. We saw those texts. Is that right?
Yes.
You
She also indicated that in terms of the situation in Aruba, she was upset by that, but it's not that big a deal, correct?
It was clear to me she was upset.
And she said, I don't care too much about that other girl, right?
Well, at least that's what she said in text, yes.
That's what I'm asking you. Is that what she said in text, Mr. Higgins? It's not a trick question.
That's what she said in text.
Right. She said something along the lines of, I'm just trying to be realistic. There's cracks in the relationship. It's far from perfect. Is that right?
I think that's something she texted.
All right. And you'll agree that during the course of these texts, you were constantly asking for clarity and explanation from her, were you not?
During our communication, I did ask for clarity.
Many times. You
Yes.
saw it, correct?
Yes.
And she pretty much wouldn't answer you, correct?
She was non-committal, I would say.
Which is why you were saying in your texts, why won't you
Because
answer
she's
the
already
question?
committed.
And she would parry and not answer that one either, correct?
Well, I didn't want to be stuck in the middle of anything.
That's not my question. I'm asking you whether or not
No.
she would answer your question about clarity specifically.
She avoided questions about text.
And that was frustrating because you were very interested in her romantically at that point, correct?
I was attracted to her. I don't know that I would say very interested in her.
You texted things like, why did you get my number? And
Lies.
reach out? That's a quote from the text we just read, correct?
I did ask that, yes.
You said, now what? Is that right?
Yes.
You texted, so now what? Correct?
Yes.
You texted, I would hang out, meaning with you,
Yes.
correct? You were showing interest in her.
Yes.
You're showing romantic interest in her.
I wouldn't say it was romantic. I was trying to vet it out.
Well, you weren't seeing if she wanted to go see a ball game with you as a buddy, right?
And we're just starting cross-examination.
Not really, no.
No, you were showing romantic interest in her, weren't you?
I was trying to vet out was her
No.
interest in me legitimate. It was very normal for me to have that question in my mind when I didn't initiate this, she did. And I think it was a fair question just to try to find out.
You were showing romantic interest in Karen Reed, weren't you?
I was interested, but I don't think I was at the romantic phase.
Okay. When I say
Okay.
romantic, well, what do you mean by romantic? What's the romantic phase?
You define
Sending
this
somebody
girl.
flowers?
Dating?
Well, there's a difference between dating and hanging out. I mean,
Oh.
it's kind of hard to date somebody when you have a boyfriend.
Mr. Higgins, well, not if both people were dating other people, right? Happens all the time, doesn't it?
Well, I think I asked that question too.
That's not my question. My question is, you seem to have a problem admitting that you had a romantic interest in my client. Is there a reason for that?
I was attracted to her.
Right. Physically attracted.
Right.
I thought she was an attractive
And you
woman.
wanted to
Romantically
romance
I'm not
her
going to
all
go
the
there. No,
way
I don't agree with that.
Of course, you're not going to go there because that would put you in a very awkward
to
position,
your
wouldn't it, sir?
king
Not at all.
tribe.
So the objection sustained is to the
Feeling
form. You
that-
can ask it differently, and that answer will be stricken now.
I'm sorry, Barbara. May I?
Yes.
You were sexually attracted to her.
I was physically attracted to her, yes.
Sexually attracted to her is my question.
Well, I think in the text I said you're hot.
Okay. So my question again, Mr. Higgins, you seem to not want to answer my question. My question is, were you or were you not sexually attracted to my client?
Yes.
The glass so wide.
You were saying things like, what do you want from me? And I want the real deal. Those are your words, correct?
Yes.
And you can't handle me.
And the real deal
Remember
with
that
you
one? When
would
you're
be
like, you can't handle me.
to date her, to get involved with her, romantic, correct?
No.
The real deal was what? What did you mean by I want the real deal?
Like a relationship.
What kind of relationship? A buddy-buddy relationship? You just want to go like
This is the same thing everybody wants, a real relationship.
a romantic relationship?
Explain
Mr.
that.
Higgins?
It's possible.
Why are you
And she
fighting
was
it?
answering with
Just
things like,
tell everyone
when you
that
said,
you
now what? She
wanted
answered,
it.
I don't know, correct?
Yes, she did.
When you
This
asked,
looks
so now
stupid,
what?
beating around
She
the
answered,
bush.
I'm sorry, when you said, so now what? She answered, now what?
Just
What?
because you killed
Correct.
your best friend.
Well, I don't have it in front of me, so I can't agree with you. If I'd like to see what you're referring to.
Well, you just read it about 10 minutes ago. Would you quarrel if
I know, but you're giving me portions of it.
you were given portions of it by Mr. Lally as well?
We
Okay.
were given
Did you
portions of
text
it.
something like,
You know how
now
many
what?
pages you skipped?
and she responded something like, now what? What?
I think on one occasion she did, yes.
Okay. And you remember you just read a text where she texted, I'm sorry, you texted, what do you want from me? And her responsive text was, I don't know. Correct?
I think that was one of the texts.
Again, with this theme of her being non-committal, one way or the other. Is that right?
Well, that's not how I would interpret it as a theme, no.
Well, didn't
But
you
you
just
wanted to
say
hit
she
it
was
too.
non-committal? That was your word, not mine.
I did, but as I told you, it's been a process of trying to suss it out and see what this was all about.
Right. So when you were
No.
sussing it out,
In the
determining whether or
moment,
not you were
You
going to
wanted
advance this romantic interest, she was sort of non-committal, wasn't she?
just
Well, not
Tell
one
people
person
that.
advances it. I think that's a joint thing.
When you texted,
you better stretch your old man joints.
You want the real deal. She responded, it doesn't exist, didn't she?
She did, yes.
And she never once in any of those texts expressed anger or hatred for John, correct?
No, not at all.
But in fact, she indicated more of frustration with the immediate family. The kids, she didn't want to have kids.
In its totality, I would say yes.
Let him finish the damn question.
And then on January 23rd, as you just saw, she just stopped communicating with you altogether, correct?
Until the 29th, yes.
Correct. Do you know what the term ghosted means?
Well, I think I have a general idea, yes.
She sort of ghosted you, didn't she?
I wouldn't agree with that.
That was
Were
frustrating
you
to you.
calling
that
each
she
other?
just stopped communicating, wasn't it?
No, not at all.
You'd been moving through this mindset of exploring a romantic interest with a beautiful woman, thought was interested in you, just like that. It was done, right?
Because you weren't giving it up.
So what communication did you have with her after January 23rd?
Well, she texted me on January 29th.
You keep saying that, but you know what I'm getting to. January 29th was her informing you that a tragedy had occurred. John had died, right? I'm not talking about that, Mr. Higgins, so I don't want to keep playing games.
All right, so that's what we talked about. No more of
Sorry.
that.
After the 23rd, or up to the 23rd, she had been texting
He
back
does
and
all
forth with
those
you
little
pretty regularly.
comments.
You saw it, correct?
And she
She also sent me a text with arrows saying the phone works both ways.
And as of the 23rd, she stopped, didn't she?
The texts were sporadic over those 9 days. I don't know if they would have stopped or they would have kept going.
Well, they didn't keep
Right.
going, did
It
they?
didn't keep
Well, John
going.
passed away.
You know they didn't keep going because from the 23rd onto the 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, all the way to the 29th, she never texted you, right?
I believe so.
She didn't respond to any of your texts, correct?
Well, she didn't respond to the text on the 28th Friday.
All right, why don't we take our lunch and recess, folks? What I'm going to ask the jury to do is, can we do a 45-minute lunch instead of an hour's lunch today? And also, you don't have to answer me now, but maybe we'll go 4:30 rather than 4 o'clock if that works for you. If it doesn't work for any one of you, let's put up some.
Chair is leaving your notebooks on your feet. All right, I'll meet you up.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's the thing.
So why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar?
All right. I just want to, I don't know where her head's going to be down here. Okay. I just want to, if there's anything else she says, because I'll take a little break. I'll go get some food. We won't be gone for too long. Not 45 minutes, that's for sure. We got a lot to get through today. Let's see. I just want to, people have left the court.
Thank you.
All right, to the court, please.
All right, so I'm just going to hit pause on that. We are going to take a little break. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go get some lunch and stuff. So let's see. It's 12:25. I would say probably 12:50, 25 minutes. I'm just going to run out and go get something to eat. We are on a break till 12:50. I'll be back at 12:50. I will, we'll pick up court right at 12:50. For the afternoon, and then we'll finish that up and move on to the next day. I have to sneeze. And we'll move on to the next day as well. There's a lot happening. There's a lot happening. So yes, wow, I can't believe it's 12:25 already in the PM. That's crazy. All right, so you guys go stretch, walk around, eat some lunch, get a snack. Crystalline, have some more wine, have some cheese. Thank you. And we'll be back at 12:50 to pick up the rest of day 17 court, and then we'll do day 18. You guys ready? Oh my gosh. All right, let me put the screen on and I'll make a little banner, and I will see you guys soon. All right, we are back. I'm just waiting for the internet to work with me. All right, oof. Just work with me. Perfect. I hope you guys have some good snacks, some good food. I got a sushi bowl that I am excited for. I love a sushi bowl. Okay, looks like the internet is back to business.
That you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading, talking about.
You're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Higgins, before we broke for lunch,
Back
we
to
were
trial.
talking about the text exchanges and the communication that you were having with Ms. Reed the days leading up to January 23rd. You recall that?
Yes,
It's fair to say that her text communications with you started to dwindle off in the days before the 23rd, correct?
they lagged.
As a matter of fact, you reached out to her in an effort to try to
They
prompt
lagged.
the conversation to continue, did you not?
I reached out to her, but I wouldn't say that's what it was about.
Well, you texted her, stranger, didn't you? Not once, but twice.
I believe so.
Take a look, if you don't mind, at, this is a page from what you've just seen.
So he needs to.
I'm sorry. The numbers right in front of you. May I approach?
Please.
Thank you. Just a second.
Maybe that should just stay with this.
Thank you. That's easy to find. It's literally the last page. Report permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Does that look like a fair representation of what you're looking at, the last page of that series of texts?
Yes.
At the very top, did you read what you write in the blue bubbles, starting at the top?
Haha, stranger.
And then what was the response from Ms. Reed?
Hey, I was at the Hilly all weekend.
And what did you respond back with?
I have not heard from you.
And by the way, if you look at the next date down, what's the date underneath I have not heard from you?
The 23rd.
So this would have preceded the 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Then on the 23rd, and by the way, after you texted, I have not heard from you, she did not respond, correct?
She did not respond.
Then on the 23rd, she did respond with phone works, correct?
In the arrows, like both ways.
And then what did you text after that?
I just said, thought you were all set.
And how did she respond?
She said, we're talking? No.
Yeah, that's all I have for that.
Okay.
Let's bring the lights back up. So clearly with that last text, her response was, in response to you saying, thought we were all set, she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yep. Yes.
Did that indicate to you that with flirting, yes, we're all done?
No, I didn't read anything into it.
Okay. But you did read where she said, with talking, no, correct?
Yes.
And then you responded, how?
I said, are you sure?
And did she respond?
No.
As a matter of fact, the next time you saw or communicated with her, she was walking into the Waterfall Bar on the 29th, late night hours of the 28th, the early morning of the 29th, with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had discussed your flirtations, if I can use that word, that you had with Ms. Reed with your friends, at least some of them, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
Do you recall that you openly shared the details of your interest in Ms. Reed with your work supervisor at the DOJ?
Well, that was after I shared what happened that she kissed me. Yes, I did share that with her.
And that was with
That was the first time.
That was with a person by the name of Kate Dowd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was before January 29th.
Yes.
And that's because your interest in Karen Reed, whether you call it romantic or sexual or whatever, your interest was something that was at least occupying your mind at that point, correct?
No.
It was occupying your mind enough to share it with your boss.
No, what I shared with my boss was the fact that she kissed me. That was it.
Did you discuss your flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed with Brian Albert at any point?
No.
Never.
No.
Oh,
So you were on a 4-hour drive in a snowstorm back from New York with Mr. Albert, and your interest in Karen Reed never came up.
No.
Even though he's a good friend.
Yes, just something I wouldn't talk about.
You've been drinking since about what time? What time? That's a bad way to ask it. What time did you start drinking?
When are we at, Mr.?
I'm sorry, on the 28th, when you got back from New York. When did you start drinking?
Well, it wasn't until I swapped out vehicles and I went up to the hillside.
Okay. That would have been, give me a time frame. 9-ish, 8-ish?
It was dark. It was maybe in the area of 8 o'clock.
And what time do you think you got to Waterfall?
I couldn't say. I don't know. It was after the hillside.
Before Brian Albert left Hillside, did he tell you that John O'Keefe had been invited over to meet them at the Waterfall?
No.
Was there any particular reason why you changed your mind and left the Hillside to go to the Waterfall?
Well, I think, as I previously testified, that it was because I didn't always take them up on their offer, and I usually did the Irish exit, and I decided because of the weather and everything else, and it had been a long day, that I would go down there and join them.
Didn't have anything to do with you knowing that Karen Reed might be at the Waterfall.
It couldn't have, because I didn't know she or John O'Keefe would even be there. I didn't know who was going to be there other than Brian's wife.
Do you have any text messages with Brian about going to the Waterfall?
I don't recall. He told me about it at the hillside.
And once he got to the Waterfall obviously before you did.
He did, I think shortly before, yes.
Any text communications between you and Brian Albert about who was at the Waterfall or who was expected to come to the Waterfall?
No, not that I recall.
Now, you've already indicated, and I don't think we need to go into a lot of detail about this, but I want to ask you just in general, the mood at the Waterfall was good spirits, correct?
It was great. Band was playing.
You did not see any sort of tension between John and Karen?
I did not.
Nobody seemed overly intoxicated?
No,
You had several drinks before you even got to the Waterfall, right?
I think it was 3 to 4.
Did you drink additionally at the Waterfall?
I did, yes.
Did you drink whiskey or beer or what?
Whiskey.
How many do you think you had?
I couldn't put a number on it. At least a couple.
And ultimately you left from there
At least
in
a
your
couple.
personal vehicle and drove over to, that's the Jeep, drove
The
over
Jeep,
to the
yes.
Waterfall, correct?
I drove over to the
I
waterfall.
love
I'm
people.
sorry.
I was at the
Left
waterfall.
the Waterfall, drove over to 34th
That's a good
I
line.
did, yes.
When John walked in to the Waterfall, were you
Hello,
already
hello.
there?
If you are new here,
Yes,
feel free to
He greeted
subscribe.
you, you
to the
indicated,
YouTube
correct?
channel.
yes, I believe so.
Karen walked in with him.
Yes.
And we are
She did not greet you, did she?
I think they kind
Live
of
covering
went like that, different directions.
Karen retrial.
Yes.
Did she greet you?
No.
Right. So she walked over toward the corner of the bar and John came over and greeted you and then walked over and joined her, correct?
Yes.
Karen didn't stop what she was doing once she was over in the corner of the bar and come over and say hi to you.
I didn't have any interaction with her that night, no.
So safe to say that throughout that evening, once she was sidled up next to John O'Keefe or friends that she was with, she never turned back around and came over and even acknowledged you, correct?
That's correct.
So she basically ignored you the entire evening.
That's not how I interpret it, no.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it. I asked you what she did. Did she ignore you or did she pay attention to you?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that. Did she ignore you?
No.
So she paid attention to you. Came over and said hello, shook your hand, gave you a hug.
Well, just because somebody didn't come over doesn't mean they ignored you.
Did she do those 3 things?
Hug, what was the other
She said
thing?
hello, shake your hand, give you a hug?
No, she did not.
No, she didn't do any of those things, did she?
No.
It's like you didn't even exist.
I think that's dramatic. No, I don't look at it that way.
It's like
Did she
you didn't
ignore
even
you or not?
exist, bro.
No, she did not ignore me.
So what did she do to not ignore you?
She was working.
Connection with you.
Can I answer now?
Sure.
Whoa.
In my opinion, she was working the room, talking to people, saying hello, catching up.
Right. The one person
Just
she
not
didn't come
you.
over to talk to and say hello to and catch up with is you.
Well, I don't know that I was the only person, but I was one of the people that she didn't say hello to, yes.
Treated you sort of like a stranger.
I don't feel that way, no.
She actually positioned herself away from you at the other end of the table on the opposite side in the corner. Isn't that right?
I don't know where she was all night, no.
Did
I
that
don't know.
upset you that she ignored you or didn't pay attention to you?
I did not feel ignored and didn't upset me at all.
But it bothered you enough to send her a text, didn't it?
No, it was a flirtatious text. It was just, that was it.
It bothered you enough to send her a text that said, with 6 M's behind it,
Okay.
and well, correct?
Well, it wasn't like that. It was, well, that's it.
Just
No.
well in the ground.
No.
I think you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
It's
think you do
never.
too, sir. You meant, well, when are you gonna pay attention to me?
No, that's not correct.
Well, why are you ignoring me?
It's not correct.
Well, am I chopped liver?
Objection.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
She's just waiting for
At the
something
end of
to
the night, the
object.
group basically discussed going back to Brian Albert's house. Is that right?
There was discussion at the table of like, were we going to go to the pizza shop or were we going to go somewhere else? And ultimately it was 34 Fairview.
Before you left, just so we're clear, when you texted, well, she ignored that text too, didn't she?
Can you say that again?
When you texted her, well, at Waterfall, she ignored that text too, correct?
Well, that was the only text I sent that night to her. Yes.
Okay.
She didn't respond.
That wasn't my question.
What,
My question is she ignored the text, correct?
well, I don't know if I don't know what her mindset was. If she purposely ignored the text or she didn't see it, I don't know. I didn't read into it.
Did she ignore the text, Mr. Higgins?
I don't know.
Did she respond to the text?
She did not respond.
So when everybody was leaving, did you leave before they did, John and Karen, or did they leave before you did?
I don't know.
You said you were the first one back to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes,
Safe to say you were one of the first ones to leave.
I was the first one to leave
Waterfall.
the waterfall. Probably.
I mean, if everybody's hurting out and you're the first one to get there, you're probably among the first to leave, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. You never personally discussed going to 34 Fairview with, certainly not with Karen Reed, did you?
No.
And you never discussed it with John O'Keefe either, did you?
No.
You didn't say goodbye or walk over and give John a big hug or anything like that?
No.
Acknowledgement, did you?
No.
You just left.
That's what everybody was doing, just leaving.
Okay. You too, correct?
I did leave, yes.
And all you knew that at that point, all you knew was that you were going over to 34 Fairview. You did not know who else was invited over to 34 Fairview.
My impression was that it was an open invitation, and I planned on heading over there.
But you did not know who else was coming.
I had no idea who was coming.
And you didn't say goodbye to John, correct?
I don't think I said goodbye to anybody.
And you didn't talk to him about coming over to 34 Fairview.
No.
Yet at 2:20 in the morning, you texted John O'Keefe, you coming here, correct?
At 2:20,
Sorry, 12:20.
I did.
And that had 3 question marks behind it, correct?
Yes.
Did you text Karen about coming over to 34 Fairview?
No.
So at 12:20 a.m., after you left the waterfall and made your way over to 34 Fairview, you were more interested in getting John to come to 34 Fairview than you were to getting Karen to come to 34 Fairview.
No, that's not how I would describe that.
But you didn't text Karen, correct?
No, I didn't.
But you did text John.
Yes.
You've indicated that you took your Jeep, your personal vehicle with a plow on it, over to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you were among the first to arrive because you were doing that thing with the sort of playing around by plowing his driveway.
It was a sweep of the driveway. Yes.
And then you indicated that you parked in front of the house, correct?
I did.
I know you've been over this before, but I'm going to ask you one final time so that it's completely clear. Exactly where was your Jeep in front of that house?
By the mailbox.
Okay. Can we have, with the court's permission, exhibit 66?
Okay.
This is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview, not a photograph. Just to orient you, do you see what's depicted in exhibit 66?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
You see the mailbox, which is out right there.
Yes.
Okay, where was your Jeep in relation to that mailbox?
So the back end of the Jeep, the rear, would have been about around equal with the mailbox, and I was not blocking the driveway.
Okay, so you would have been about there, correct? If the right edge of that highlight is the mailbox being right there. You've been about right there on the street, correct?
Well, that would have been the front of the Jeep. Where your laser pointer is, it would be the front,
Okay, so the front of the Jeep was facing the flagpole,
towards Chapman Street, correct.
and the rear of the Jeep was basically even with the mailbox strut or stanchion.
It was definitely past the driveway, yes.
Okay. You indicated the plow was a 6-foot, what inch plow?
I think it was a 6'8", 6 foot,
Meaning the width.
meaning the width, yes.
How deep is that plow?
How deep? Like,
2 feet, 3 feet, 6 inches?
I mean, it's probably a few inches.
Okay,
It's light duty. It's on a Jeep.
okay. And it's obviously curved and
Curved.
canted to the right?
No, it wasn't canted at all. It was straight down.
Okay, so it's not like, I guess I'm picturing in my mind, I don't know that I've ever seen one, that the front of the Jeep is not parallel to the plow. In other words, it would plow stuff off to the right. Is that all right?
I'm not understanding what you're trying to communicate to me.
How is the plow positioned as it relates to the front end of the Jeep? Is it perfectly parallel to the front end, or is it canted one way or another?
So when you're driving,
I got a
you're
sushi
driving
bowl.
straight locally where you're not going to have to worry about overheating the
Right.
Jeep. I would just have the Jeep plow straight.
And then-
If I was on the highway for a long distance, I'd be worried about overheating. So I would canter the plow, tilt it up so that air could get through the front grille.
So in other words, you can control it.
I can, yes.
How was it that night?
So
How was it canted that night? Was it straight or canted?
it was straight and straight on.
All right.
Word.
When you
She's
walked
so done.
into 34 Fairview, you indicated
She's
there were
so
people
over it.
congregated basically in the kitchen area,
Rightfully
correct?
so.
There was some
honestly.
people in the kitchen area, yes.
How many people were at the high top table that you described?
Initially, when I walked in, I believe there was Brian Jr., and he was flanked by one, possibly two females.
And you indicated that basically you were positioned in that area with your back to the door for most of the evening.
I was like I would describe this diagonally across from him and had my back to the door that I had come in, which would be the breezeway door.
But at some point, you had moved out of that kitchen area with Brian Albert, correct?
Well, I briefly went and looked at some photos.
Right. So you moved out of that area with Brian Albert alone to go to a different room.
Yes, and I think his wife, Nicole, might have popped in the room for a second, but it was brief.
Did you have anything to drink while you were at 34 Fairview?
Well, when I got there, they didn't have any whiskey. I believe they might have put a beer or something else in front of me. And, I knew it was going to be a short night there because I just wasn't I'm not a bad drinker.
You've indicated in a prior testimony that you've never been upstairs in Brian's house, correct?
Would you say upstairs, like you're talking like second floor?
Correct.
Yes, no.
When you say upstairs, do you mean not
right? Yes. In May of 2023?
Yes.
And you said specifically, quote, "I've never been upstairs." Is that
Yes.
right? All right. You understood when you gave that statement that you were under oath?
Yes.
You were telling the truth?
Yes.
Same oath that you took here today, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that the photos that you saw were on the first floor living room area. Is that right?
I believe that's where they were. Yes.
So the only floor downstairs from the first floor would be what?
The basement.
And the only floor upstairs from the basement would be what?
The first floor.
So if someone were to describe going upstairs to look at the photos that you've described on the first floor, where would they have to be to go upstairs to look at those photos?
Are you saying on the first floor?
Correct. If the photos are on the first floor,
Yeah.
and someone said, we went upstairs to look at those photos, where would they have to be?
I guess upstairs.
The people would have to be upstairs?
Well, the photos would be upstairs. Is that what you're saying?
Where are the people? Where would the people have to be to go upstairs to the living room to look at the photos?
I'm not understanding the question.
If the photos are on the first floor, Mr. Higgins,
Yes.
the only floor beneath it is the basement,
Okay.
and someone says, we went upstairs to look at the photos, where would they have to be?
Well, who said they went upstairs?
All right, so Mr. Jackson, you can save this for argument. Next question, please.
If Brian Albert said you went upstairs to look at the photos.
That was
What did you have to do?
disappointing.
Objection.
Assisting.
Now, Brian Albert had a weight room someplace in the house, right?
That was
Yes.
And a
disappointing.
gym.
I guess he called it a home gym.
Where was that?
I
in the
too don't
basement.
like the taste.
Had you ever been down to that basement before?
Yes, one time.
You understand the question? We don't want to answer it.
When was that?
That was during the twins' graduation party. Summertime.
Summertime before,
Summertime before. Yes.
summer of 2021?
Maybe.
So if Brian Albert testified that
Or could
you've
it-
never been in the basement, that would not be accurate.
Objection.
Sustain.
Now, you do recall giving testimony at another proceeding on June 1st, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the same thing applied. You were under oath. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that it was a crime to lie under oath
Yes.
in that proceeding. During the course of that proceeding, you were asked who was in the house and who you saw come into the house, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of that testimony, you admitted that you observed a tall, dark-haired male enter the Albert house that night, correct?
I believe that was in reference to ask it to somebody's brother in a pickup. I don't know if that was during.
All I'm asking you, Mr. Higgins, is did you say that? Did you say?
We're not even good. We're not even to
Entered the house.
the really good parts yet.
I said they might have.
Did you say they might have?
Yes. And that was in reference to somebody's
May I ask this one,
brother.
Your Honor?
Yes.
It is not a good idea if there's no question pending to just start talking. Don't do that. 'Cause you could open some doors to your own self that you do not want open.
Isn't it true that you indicated that a male showed up who may have been Julie Nagel's brother, correct?
I said might have. Yes.
Right. But there was no question in your mind that a male did in fact show up. You described him as tall and dark-haired, right?
Yes.
You were asked, a male showed up where? And you answered, quote, showed up at the house that I didn't know. I think he was there very briefly. I was half paying attention to it. Question, did that male come inside the house? Answer, I believe he did. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So a male did come in the house that night, correct?
No, I said I believe he did. I wasn't sure.
Well, when you testified at the prior hearing, you were asked, so you saw someone else come? Question. Answer, somebody else. Yes. End quote. That's what you testified to under oath, wasn't it?
Is that in reference to that?
What page are you on, Mr. Jackson?
Page 485, 486, I believe. Yes. If I may, approach.
Yes.
This is difficult.
Thank you. Look at the top part that I highlighted.
It is. But we wade through the difficult parts to get to the oh shit moments, right? Oh damn moments. And I have a feeling that some of those are going to be coming up soon. We are just going over what he said about being at the house. There's still way more to Brian Higgins and his antics.
Mr. Higgins, do you have that in mind?
I do.
May I approach?
Yes.
You were asked the question, quote, did that male come inside the house? You answered, I believe he did. Question, so you saw someone else come? Answer, somebody else. Yes, correct?
Yes, but I also said that I wasn't paying attention.
I realize that you want to explain your answer. I've asked you a very simple question. Was that your testimony in front of another proceeding?
Yes, it was.
At another proceeding, which you were under oath?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You also said that you only remember seeing that person come in briefly. And it looked like he was having a conversation with the two girls briefly, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how long was the person in there roughly, and you said it was quick. Less than a couple of minutes. I mean, it was quick, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked what he looked like, and you said, I feel like they were a little bit taller. They had dark hair, correct?
Yes.
So you testified that a tall, dark-haired male came into the house, at least briefly, in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Approximately when in the timeline of events did that unidentified male enter the residence?
I don't know the time frame. It would have been while I was there.
When you gave your statement to the Massachusetts State Police, you didn't tell them about a tall, dark-haired male coming into the residence at 34 Fairview, did you, on February 3rd?
I don't recall.
You were specifically asked by ADA Lally when you testified before the state court grand jury on April 28th, 2022, who else was present, correct?
Yes.
And you never mentioned a tall, dark-haired male coming into the house, did you?
No.
However, on June 1st, 2023, at this other proceeding, you were specifically instructed at the start of your testimony that it was a crime to give materially false statements in that proceeding, correct?
Yes.
And that's the proceeding in which you admitted that there was a tall, dark-haired male who came in the house.
I
Yes
said
or no? Yes or no? Is that proceeding?
Can you answer that, yes or no?
No, I can't, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
The quotations the quotes that I just read you and that you just looked at,
Yes.
that was from the June 1, 2023 hearing, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. That's what was just read, and that's another page. Just take a look at that page and see if you see a date on it, the first page.
I see it, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What's the date, sir?
June 1st?
2023?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the Albert residence?
Did you see him
Until-
snatch that
from the
paper
time
from
you
his
got there to
hands?
the time you left?
Maybe like a half hour, less than an hour.
And what time did you leave? Say 12:30, you said?
I think I said between 12:30 and 1 a.m.
And you indicated that you pretty much didn't say goodbye to anybody, right?
At the house,
Correct.
I just kind of left. I said, see you later. Turn around, left.
As a matter of fact, at that same hearing that we just looked at, your statement was, I made a beeline out of there, correct?
I don't know if that's the verbiage I used, but I left
Why the rush? Why did you leave so quick?
because it was a long day and I just wanted to go home.
Except you didn't go home, did you?
No, I went back to Canton PD.
Right. So it wasn't such a long day that you actually drove home. You went back to the Canton Police Department at 1 or 1:30 in the morning, correct?
To move vehicles, correct.
Well, let's talk about you leaving. You walked out the side breezeway door, correct?
Yes,
You walked down the driveway.
yes.
There's nothing obstructing your view at that point of the lawn to your right, correct?
I didn't look over there, but I would not think so.
Between you and the flagpole, in other words, there wasn't some mound of dirt, something obstructing your view. You could see straight across if you wanted to, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
It's just basically a flat grassy lawn with a light dusting of white powder snow on it, right?
I don't know how much snow was, but there was snow there.
Yeah, you indicated that it wasn't even enough to stick to the pavement at that point.
Well, that's when I got there. Yes,
Well, you only stayed less than an hour, right?
that's correct.
So I'm assuming it didn't dump 3 feet in an hour, correct?
I think we can both agree that it's not free. It wouldn't have been 3 feet now.
Right, so it would have been a light dusting of snow.
More snow than there was there.
How far would you say it was from the edge of the driveway over to your Jeep?
From where the back of my Jeep was parked,
Correct.
maybe a foot or two, or it could have been even with the edge of the driveway.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's probably a bad question on my part. When you left the house, as you started to walk down the driveway toward your Jeep, how long of a walk is that? Across the yard, down the driveway to get to your Jeep?
Short,
30 feet?
maybe.
Okay. During the course of you walking out the door, heading to your Jeep, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary in the yard, correct?
No,
You certainly didn't see a body in the yard.
of course not.
Now, you get in your car, and it's facing directly toward the flagpole, correct?
It's facing directly up the street. The flagpole would be off to the 1 o'clock.
Right. So just a few degrees off to the right, the flagpole is, correct?
It's off to the right.
Just a few degrees.
I don't know how many degrees, but it's off to the right.
Well, you just said 1 o'clock. You're
Yes.
a former military guy, right?
I am.
Okay. 1 o'clock means 1 o'clock on watch. 12 o'clock is due north or right in front of you. 1 o'clock is just a few degrees to the right, correct? That's what you meant.
At the 1 o'clock, yes.
Okay. So you didn't see a body when you got in your Jeep.
No, I did not.
Then you turned the engine on, correct?
Why
And the
is it-
wipers, yes.
Why is it such
And
a
the
fight?
lights.
Yes,
And the lights lit up everything in front of you, correct?
yes.
Still didn't see a body, did you?
No, I did not.
Sitting in the driver's seat, you put the car in gear and you begin to roll forward, right?
Yes,
But there was a plow on the ground that scraped for a foot, right?
yes,
So you picked it back up,
yes.
looked out the windshield to make sure the plow was situated, and continued to roll forward, correct?
I knew it was up when I continued to drive.
And as you continue to drive, you're looking ahead of you and probably to your left to make sure that there's no oncoming cars, right?
Well, I knew there was no oncoming cars. I was just driving forward.
Right. So your focus is directly in front of you,
On the road, yes.
and everything in your peripheral vision is right in front of you as well, correct?
Yes.
Nothing obstructing your view.
I mean, other
This
than
is a
snow in
hard-
the car.
Nothing obstructing your view outside toward the lawn.
This is a hard
When there was a
hard
car parked there,
argument for
No,
me.
no, I didn't. There was no vehicles in front of me. No,
it was the roadway was relatively empty,
there was no cars.
and you didn't see a body then either, did you?
I did not.
And as you drive past that flagpole with everything lit up and everything in your peripheral vision, you still didn't see a body on that lawn, did you?
I did not.
You're a former firefighter, is that right?
Yes.
That puts you in a position of being a first responder.
Yes.
And you're currently a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
That puts you in the position of being a first responder, correct?
I'm also a tactical medic. Yes.
Which means that you have training to be an observer. You're a trained observer, more than the average person, correct?
Yes.
You look for things out of the ordinary. You look for things that don't belong. As an investigator, former firefighter, first responder, correct?
Yes.
And you did not see a 217-pound man bleeding out on the side of the road in the lawn or in the yard, just to your right by that flagpole, correct?
If I did,
I didn't
I
ask
would
you
have
if
done
you
something
did.
to help him.
I asked you if you saw one.
No, I did not.
And that's because there was no body there, correct?
I didn't see anything.
Because if there was a body there, you certainly would have seen that.
Objection.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory
That
about
is-
where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr. Higgins, that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations,
What?
you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Although you didn't say
What?
that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way.
A
right?
vehicle.
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten there, you'd gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
Oh, we'll talk about the video in just a second.
Enough with the comments, though. That's not.
You entered
It's
the
not
Canton
good to
police
do that.
station through which door?
But
I believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or? It's really hot over there. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess?
Court, all rise. You put it in.
okay. Okay.
Can you just open it up and just, why it's hot over the window? Nancy, are you hot over here? Is that okay?
I'm trying to do super fast. I'm almost done with my lunch. So a juror just raised their hand, and the judge was very fast to be like, well, "What do you need?"
So why don't we all stay here and just see if we can do it quickly?
Maybe see.
What do you need? Like, what's going on? Because it's this judge is, and most judges should be, the most concerned with the jury,
If you don't, I'll go over there.
and
Nancy, follow
just
over
their
there.
like comfort and ability to sit and listen.
You are muted.
Okay. And sit and listen. And so what happened just now was a juror raised their hand and was like, "It's very hot over here." And when you are sitting in like an extreme, a very hot, a very cold, a very there's a lot of wind, there's a lot of noise, it's hard to pay attention. And they are sitting directly next to a window. I think probably one of the only windows in that courtroom. There might be another one on the other side. But this was a couple of days ago when it's very hot and the sun is shining directly on them. And it was probably a good break because the internet is doing its thing again. And I am so close to it. So, all right, this is happening. That's doing, okay, looks like we are back. I will skedaddle. I think they're not back. I think they are trying to. Oh, I think they went on. Oh my gosh, my brain, I can't do it. They're trying to figure out how to get the sun not shining directly onto the jury and it being massively hot for them. She did know at the beginning of the day that they fixed the AC or tried to fix the AC so that it's not blistering hot. I mean, this is like, I wouldn't say a sealed room, but it's a small room. There's a lot of people in this room. It is very hot. We all went through that little heat wave where it was like in the 90s everywhere. And this is just in Massachusetts. So it's just a couple states over from New York. So we have very similar weather. And I am just trying to, okay. All right, so it looks like they're going to be bringing the jury back in. They've closed blinds. Oh yeah, so see there's one window over there, and then there is another one behind the witness, which shines directly onto the jury. You can't see the jury because you're not supposed to see the jury.
Thank you. Okay, let's bring Mr. Higgins back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me turn the volume back up. Very good, very good.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Higgins, if you went back to Canton PD at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that, and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Damn,
Then you went to bed?
that's a lot of drinks.
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you
I
ever
think
testify?
that the majority
on
of
the
the
couch that
people in this story could
No, I
probably
slept in my
drink.
bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify?
You
in the previous
and
hearing
Crystalline
that
under
you
the
started somewhere
table.
else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch
Singularly.
in any of your description about what you
I
did
think
when you went home that night?
question
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning
I think that they
was
probably
that you may have gotten something to eat,
could completely understand what's going on after 4
put
drinks.
your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed.
He was driving.
That would be the routine,
He
yes.
didn't crash. He walked into a police station and no one said anything
You did
about
not
him
make or
being
receive any
drunk.
calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimonies
Something to
that you
eat
put
and
both your
something
work
more
and
to
your
drink.
personal phone. You had two at the time,
He's
correct?
drinking if you
Yes.
can't
A
remember.
personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them
That's
both
crazy.
on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, "Yeah, it's right on my bedside."
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no,
Oh.
bedside. In other words, keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, "I don't have the gram." I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
You don't use Snapchat and quote, "don't do those things," correct?
That's correct.
All All right, so you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but 2 phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning, at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Wow. We heard about this. But now we get the other side of it as well.
Take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one.
Do they have a page number for me to follow or no?
I was just asking this a little. I don't think we've introduced them, and no, they don't have a page number, but I'm going to ask that they be marked for identification, at least at this point.
Well, you answered your own question, Ray, because they're cops. Because they're cops in a small
Do you recognize
town
those?
that everyone knows each other,
Yeah,
but
yes.
they're cops
These are, you know what,
and the
I'm
families of
gonna-
cops.
if it's okay with the court, maybe
That's
witness
my
seeing those documents.
Opinion on it. Because that's crazy.
I'd like to have those 2 documents marked only for identification with the court.
And let me just say that if you left your keys for your cars to be moved, like if you left the keys for the cars on the desk with the idea that someone is able to move the cars if I'm not there, if they need to move the cars because the keys are on the desk, why are you then going to move the car after midnight in the blizzard? Like people are there to do like doing the thing and moving the cars. It does feel a little off. Like, did you really have to go back to move the cars if you left the keys for the car for someone to do it? Like, if you didn't want anyone touching your car, you would have kept the keys and said, if it starts snowing bad, I will come and move the car. I don't know. It all just feels a little weird. And there's so many. How can one person have so many cars? My Wi-Fi is doing the thing, so we'll just give it a hair of a second. A hair of a second for my internet to come on back. Come on. Oh my gosh, I don't understand why this is happening. I need it to be better. Yeah, we're gonna get into phone records. This is gonna be interesting. I am very interested. I really hope there is an expert that somehow, or some from either side, honestly, to explain why phone calls on phone records are looking like they've been answered when people are claiming that they haven't been answered. If it's because it goes to voicemail and it clicks over. If there's got to be some indication that a phone call went to voicemail versus being answered. In my opinion, like there's got to be some indication or some like marking of difference. All right, it looks like, oops.
Mission?
As one exhibit?
We could do it as one exhibit, that's fine.
Okay. Could you please hand those to Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right, let's mark these.
Thank you. Sorry, what was it? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right, it has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the red.
It says 01771.
Look at the next page. There, it's out of order.
Why don't you come show
Am I
me?
missing something?
Oh, this is marked over. Sorry, that's the protocol. It's okay, it's okay. I'll use the one with QQ and the one with 1771, because the other numbers.
When you're referencing them. When you're referencing them?
When I'm referencing them.
Okay,
Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looked like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
Mayor Pro?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was there someone else in your house using your phone?
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that
always
there's a
tell the
22-second
truth.
phone call
Ew.
in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records at prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I use a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes.
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Keith Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a
You could
4 or
just have
6
the
digit passcode, right?
notification.
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
Why he doesn't have?
I don't know if it was a
Doesn't
digit
matter.
code or Face ID.
Well, if you
Well,
have Face
you
ID,
need
you have to have
both.
a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID
Golly.
or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the
Just
phone is
kidding.
unlocked,
These
you
are
have to navigate to
Gen
his
Xers.
phone app, correct?
Well, Karen is.
I don't know necessarily if you
don't
unlocked
know
it with
how
your
old
face,
Brian
if it would be
Higgins
right there. I've never
Higgins
thought about it.
is.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's
I would
3 or
like those
4
who are supposed to
interactions
protect and
with the
serve
phone
the
that have to be
community
physically undertaken to
to
just
know
make one
how
call, right?
a basic
But I didn't make any calls.
functionality
So how'd you
of
get
an
that?
iPhone works.
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
After you were shown these phone records at that prior hearing, in that hearing at least, you finally
I
admitted that you
isn't
did in
fighting
fact call Brian
on
Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you
Appropriate.
ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes. And then there were
I'm so sorry. Everything's freaking out. So sorry. I don't know what the heck's going on. It keeps dropping. I don't know what the heck is going on. What the heckin' dog? Ugh. I have things that need to happen over the internet. So please work. Okay.
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth.
Okay, we should be
spoke over
back
each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
When I see it happening, I try to pause the video so you guys don't miss
Yes.
too much.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Did you call him back? Yes. Yeah, I approach. Got
You
him.
then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
I did not have a conversation with anybody.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure. Ma'am,
Yes.
Mr. Allen, same page.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. Do you read that answer to yourself, please?
He said, did you call him
Do you have
back?
that in mind, sir?
No, can I have a minute, please?
The internet is tired of his lies too. Did you call him back? Yes. Period. Period. And this is all like this is all the process of like impeachment.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that
Pointing out
question?
lies
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other
that
end
he made
and nobody
on
said anything.
the
And then I
stand
terminated
or
the
in
call.
previous
That's the-
testimony.
That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
There was no discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
But you said you
And why the
did.
22-second phone call, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's got to get there in a way that the judge likes.
I want to talk
and
about what you
the
did
court
after
likes
you woke
and
up on January
is
29th,
like the actual process.
2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Whose idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you
I
recall.
think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No.
what you were trying to do?
No, Your Honor.
What did Chief Berkowitz tell you about his knowledge of John O'Keefe's body being found just after 6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did
You
inform
know what
Chief
you're
Berkowitz
gonna.
that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point
that.
that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell him that your vehicle was parked just feet away from where John's body was discovered?
No, because I didn't know where he was discovered.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had a call at 2:22 in the morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
Yeah, did you tell him that?
No,
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
no, I don't believe so.
Why?
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had
Why not?
seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustained.
He should have
You can break
said.
that down, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, he should. I was
Thank
just
you,
gonna
Your
say
Honor.
he
Let me
should have
have
broke it
just
down. Should one at a time. All of his answers are
You indicated just a second
contradicted
ago that
by
when
his
you-
facial
When I
expression.
asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where
Maybe.
John O'Keefe's body was found? You said, I had no idea where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
That's
If you're
correct.
feeling that.
You just
Someone on the
spoken with
jury
Brian
is.
He said in front of the house.
Absolutely.
All he said was, John O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know because your Jeep was also parked out in front of his house. Your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No,
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
no, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for some 15 years and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Yes,
You're very familiar with some of the tools that are used in conducting modern investigations, correct?
yes,
You'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly
Mhm.
important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data.
It's a yes
during
or
the
no
course of my
question.
investigations at times. Yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data, electronic data is an important part of the
He
investigation.
really wanted to say no, but he had to say yes.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time? Actually, at any time?
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th.
Why
When
is
you
he
asked
such a,
whether or not your vehicle
stop
would be
being a
searched.
jerk?
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would
Okay.
have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
Did they?
They didn't have to search it, they didn't have to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect
I
your
think he
vehicle?
got mad
Otherwise search it?
at Karen.
Not to my
for,
recollection.
And to this day, nobody's from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they would inspect your
not
vehicle.
answering his
No.
texts and eliminated the thing standing in the way of him getting with
When you
Karen.
entered the house
Okay,
that
what do I
morning,
know?
Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry,
Answer
had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way. No.
Did each
Y'all
of
weren't
you
talking
discuss
about what
your
the hell
own
just
perspectives
happened?
about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No,
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
we were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend, these are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she
Who?
said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was, Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Oh,
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
Mr.
It
Jackson.
would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank
Not to-
arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No.
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
No, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home? Or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs
Here we
where
go.
you go, access to, and access inside. the
Yes.
Here we
Canton PD,
go.
Correct?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling the jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Oh my gosh. I'm sleepy after eating and it's currently cold in here. I'm like cold. The jury was hot and I got cold. I'm gonna,
Yeah, this particular area.
yeah, this is,
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
167-page document. He's like, what? Yeah, definitely don't unpin them. Don't unclip them.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by date.
So don't read it out loud, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just, do you
Yes,
recognize
I do.
it?
Okay. Mayor,
Yes.
Like, this is the problem.
this appears to be a.
It
log
needs to be
of
ingrained
key swipes
witnesses.
in and around.
Just answer
Canton PD,
the
correct?
question.
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order. In other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay.
But they also they don't know the process.
You
know,
acknowledge
like,
that that is a
he
record
might-
of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around
Better
Canton
than
PD, going through doors, every place that needs
the
a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is. Yes.
the bar employee. But still,
It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
Mhm.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
All right, let me skedaddle.
By the way, did
through.
Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No,
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
not that I recall. No.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a bunch of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
You're not sure about that either.
Sorry,
You're
I'm
not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%. No.
Certainly we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
He's like, oh, okay, so you just went in. Just went in. That's crazy.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing.
Excuse me.
I'd like to have
This
that
one
document
is
marked,
full
as next in
sending me.
order. Page pages, it represents page pages 2850 to
Oh my gosh.
3016.
All right, so marked for identification. Is there an agreement this is coming in, Mr. Lally?
There is not, no.
All right, so that's marked for identification, not next in order.
Is there an agreement that this is coming in? Nope.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reversed chronologically, it's the second to the last page.
I have it.
Just give me one for a second.
What are we doing here?
Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? This entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right, it would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other name, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 129, 2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds,
I see
access
it.
granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes,
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
This is like, so this is the key card
Okay.
Take a look
document.
at
You said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
$923 and what?
39
And that's on 2976?
should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay,
fine.
all right, thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do, I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes,
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
yes, and there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes,
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side,
And
yes.
then there's a
Pass through,
personal pass-through door as well.
yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 9:23:50, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay, 2976, and what was the
Same
time?
page,
Yes,
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see it. Yes,
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You can enter into the Sally Port from booking to front booking.
Hold on. Just pause for the siren.
Yes,
Jeez.
Of course, of course.
Whew. Big doings. Sirens are happening. So sorry. What was happening? Whoa, fire.
At 9:23 and 50, that indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access, booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swipe the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
okay. Yes,
Okay, I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well-
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times of dates.
Right.
Middle of the night, during the day, but just because I swiped in somewhere, and then you have a swipe at the end of the day, doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905, because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 205 and 56 entry.
I'm really into this right now.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 205:56, and you were granted access Sallyport to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information about the ongoing investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details
That's what I'm thinking.
back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not. No.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple
It's a
people
yes
multiple times.
Or no?
I don't have a
question.
recollection. I'm sorry.
She doesn't. Why are you over? Just yes or no? No, I don't remember. Just yes or no. For the love
Yes.
of God. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Just that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10
Your Honor,
for 12
he's a
minutes
liar.
with Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
3:10 plus 12 is 3:22, correct?
Yes.
You would clear the call about 3:22, is that right?
Yes.
And then it shows a 3:24 phone call. Brian Albert then calls you at 3:24, correct?
Yes.
And you two speak for 6 minutes, is that right?
6 minutes, 5 seconds. Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you made those calls?
Based on the record, yes.
Was that just a coincidence that you were talking to Brian Albert and Kevin Albert within minutes of one another?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot going on that day. People were upset. And I don't remember the phone calls. I don't deny making the phone calls. I just don't remember them.
Do you remember providing information that you were learning from Kevin Albert to Brian Albert?
Absolutely not.
And then,
Man, to just feel like, to just be able,
may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Same record. If you look just below those phone calls,
I
to
don't
Kevin Albert
know.
and Brian Albert, there's 2 additional phone calls that you had with Chief Berkowitz, and then Brian Albert again, correct?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
Mr. Higgins, it looks an awful lot like you're gleaning information from Canton PD. Were you doing that?
Objection.
So I sustain the objection in that form. You can ask one part of that question.
Sure. Were you getting any information from Canton PD?
No, I wasn't.
Did you provide any information to Brian Albert
No, I did not.
based on any conversations or conduct at Canton PD?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
But you were, in
Like,
fact,
wow.
on the phone with all of those interested parties throughout the day. You'll agree.
I was.
Answer that.
Okay.
There's
Yes,
no
Your Honor.
objection. You can.
Yes, they're friends, and I was on the phone with them. Yes.
And sir, you were not on duty that day, correct?
No,
You are not a Canton police officer, correct?
that's correct.
You were not assigned to this investigation in any formal capacity, were you?
I was not.
As a matter of fact, you're a witness in a homicide investigation. That's your only role in this, correct?
That's correct, but they're still my friends.
And
Yes.
yet you're still having conversations with Kevin Albert at Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
Still my friend.
Not about this.
And you're having conversations with Chief Berkowitz of Canton PD while you're at Canton PD, correct?
I had conversations with them, but not about this.
And
No.
you're consistently through the day calling Brian Albert, aren't you?
I had conversations with Brian Albert. John was found on his lawn. Yes, of course I had phone conversations with him.
I want to take you back for a second to a couple of other entries, including one at 3:57, one at 3:58, and one at 4:07. I'm going to draw your attention to 2885 and 2886.
Wow.
Once you have the pages, I'll give you the
Okay, I'm
times once
gonna
again.
hop off screen, but I'm still right here.
2885.
2885 and 2886. We'll start with 2886 and then work backward.
Okay.
First entry is 3:57 and 54 seconds.
3:57 and 54 seconds. I see it.
Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport, correct?
It says Brian Higgins, communication to pedestrian Sallyport, communication to pedestrian Sallyport.
Look at the one just above it. That's 3:58.24. Look at 3:57.54. Or the one, it probably is going to be just below it because it's reversed.
You said 3:57:54, correct?
Correct.
That's what I just read.
Got it. Look at 6 entries below at 3:57.36.
3:57:36. I see it. Access granted. Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport. Sallyport to booking.
Then there's one more on page 2885. Look for 4:07:47.
$407.47.
Correct.
I have it. Access granted. Brian Higgins booking to Sallyport. Booking to Sallyport.
And there's no record in that document of you exiting, correct? That's just booking to Sallyport.
Yes. I don't. Yeah, there's no record. I don't know if it
That's all-
records you
that's all
going
I-
up.
you
That's
answered my
fine.
question. There's no record of it, correct?
Not that I can see here. No. I'm sorry.
And you're aware that that's about 90 minutes before Karen Reed's SUV was delivered to that Sallyport, correct?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're aware that her car ended up in that Sallyport where you were at 5:36.
I'm aware her car ended up there. Yes.
Are you aware that there was other evidence that was also being held in the Sallyport?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see any other evidence in the Sallyport related to this case?
No.
Did you see a bag, a grocery bag with 6 solo cups there?
Objection.
Did you see anything that seemed out of the ordinary there?
All I would do is use that as a cut through. Did not see anything.
Are you aware that well, let me ask you this. You and Chief Berkowitz were moving in and through, at least in some parts of the day, in and through Canton PD together, correct?
At some points we might have been together. I'm not. I mean, we weren't together all day.
Matter of fact, he was also in the Sallyport around the same time you were, correct?
I don't recall that. No.
But the records would reflect that, right? The records that are in front of you?
Objection.
Sustained. You were in the Sallyport the last time you're logged into the Sallyport. It's 4:07. Do you remember seeing Chief Berkowitz at Sallyport at 4:14?
No. And if that says that I'm logged, that could be me cutting
So
through.
here's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking you what you did. I'm asking you where you were.
I don't know where I was at that specific time.
Well, you walked into the Sallyport. You know that,
If I walked in, I
correct?
cutting through. Yes.
Right. Was Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport at 4:14?
Not that I recall. No.
Was he there at 4:30?
I don't remember ever seeing him in the Sallyport. No.
Was he there at 4:33?
I don't remember ever seeing Chief Berkowitz in the Sallyport.
At 4:50?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move through this, please.
Finally, was he there at 5:36 and 37 seconds at the same time Karen Reed's vehicle was delivered?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz, or were you with Chief Berkowitz when he made a call to the front desk?
No, I don't remember anything like that. No.
Do you remember Chief Berkowitz calling the front desk at 5:42 and saying, shut the barracks?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any kind of call shutting the barracks, meaning shutting the Sallyport?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything like that, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
You didn't leave Canton PD until close to 6 p.m., isn't that right?
I don't know what time I left.
Could it have been 5:50, 6 o'clock?
I don't recall what time I left.
You're aware that there's video surveillance feeds in the Sallyport garage, correct?
That's correct, yes, around the building.
Were you in the Sallyport at 5:36 when the car was delivered?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
It's one thing to say I don't remember. It's another thing to say, no, I was not there.
I don't remember being there, no.
Is it possible that you could have been there when that car was delivered?
I don't believe I was, no.
You don't believe you were?
I don't believe I was, no.
You're aware that the video surveillance feed from the Sallyport garage at or around 5:36, the precise time when the car was delivered, is missing, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a flurry of phone calls from Brian Albert and Chief Berkowitz indicating that some taillight pieces or a taillight piece had been recovered at 34 Fairview later that evening?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you receive a call at all, without telling me what the conversation consisted of, around 6:12 p.m. from Brian Albert?
I don't know what day you're referring to.
The 29th.
No, I don't remember any phone calls like that.
Do you remember 3 minutes later getting another call from Chief Berkowitz at 6:16 p.m. that lasted about 5 minutes and 15 seconds?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
You look at the entries for 6:12, 6:16. See if that refreshes your recollection.
Are you referring to the,
6:12 and 6:16.
okay, I see those, yes.
There was a call at 6:12 that Brian Albert made to you for a duration of 1 minute and 7 seconds, correct?
Yes,
And right after that, there was a call from Chief Berkowitz to you at 6:16 that lasted 5 minutes and 15 seconds, correct?
yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
They telling you that taillight pieces had been found at the location.
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
So may I inquire?
Yes.
Your testimony is that you don't recall the substance of those conversations at 6:12 and 6:16.
I don't, no.
Isn't it true that you were asked about those phone calls at another hearing?
I might have been, I don't recall.
And did you testify at the other hearing that, in fact, what was discussed was the substance of the taillights being found at the location?
No, that's not what that was in reference to.
Were you being provided information from your friend, Chief Berkowitz, about the progress of the investigation?
No,
Were you providing your friend, Brian Alberts, information about the progress of the investigation or what you perceived it to be?
no, I didn't have any information on the investigation.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
You were not interviewed about this case, but in any formal capacity until 5 days later, correct?
That sounds about right.
February 1st, Trooper Proctor?
I'm not exactly sure the date, but it was several days after, yes.
I'm sorry, I said February 1st, maybe it's February 3rd.
I don't know the date, but we were into February.
Where did that interview take place?
Sharon, Mass.
I'm sorry?
Sharon, Mass.
At what location?
Sorry?
What location?
Objection.
I'll see counsel very quickly at sidebar.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. The interview was not at the police station.
It was not, no.
By the time you interviewed with Trooper Proctor, you had already had numerous conversations with Brian Albert. Is that safe to say?
Well, the interview was with both Trooper Proctor, Sergeant Buchanan, and of course I've talked to Brian Albert because of what took place.
That was a yes or no question.
Yeah, of course I've talked to him, yes.
Okay. And the answer is yes, right? So we agree?
The answer is yes.
Thank you. By the time you spoke with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, you had already had numerous conversations with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
Yes.
You had already had numerous conversations with Kevin Albert.
Yes.
You had already had this meeting with the Alberts and the McCabes over at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
I went to the house.
And discussed this case, as you earlier described in your
I
testimony.
discussed what we were trying to figure out what
You
happened.
discussed this case, Mr. Higgins.
Well, at that point, it wasn't a case.
Okay, I'm not parsing words about what case is versus a matter versus an issue. You understood my question, didn't you?
Yes.
Is there a reason you don't want to answer that question?
I don't have a problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, is there a reason or one point?
Well, I feel you're trying to make it sound like something it wasn't. It
I'm
was,
not
it-
trying to make it sound like anything, sir. I'm asking a question. Had you discussed this case or the issues surrounding this case with those folks?
I did discuss things when I went back to the house. Yes.
And that was before you met with Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Yes, that's correct.
You had already spent an enormous amount of time at Canton PD. We've just gone through those records. Is that right?
I have been at Canton PD, yes.
And you had been able to talk to, you had access at least to all the officers, correct?
What do you mean by, can you
Anybody that was coming and going at Canton PD.
access for what purpose?
Just to walk by them, hear what they were saying, see what they were doing.
Yeah, it's not what I was doing, no.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything. I'm saying you had access to the individuals within the Canton PD, correct?
To interact if needed, yes.
And very obviously, you had access to the Sally Port
And access, yes. And that's a cut through I used all the time.
and anything that was in it, correct?
I wouldn't need anything in it.
It was only after all that that Michael Proctor thought that you were worthy of a conversation.
Objection.
I'll rephrase it. It was only after all of that that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor and Trooper Buchanan, correct?
I wasn't interviewed to the following days. That's correct.
At some point on February 4th, Chief Berkowitz called you to personally inform you that he had personally found taillight at 34 Fairview. Is that right?
He did tell me that, yes.
And to be clear, that's the same Ken Berkowitz that you were with in the Sally Port.
I don't recall being in the Sally Port with him, no.
What did you do with that information when you learned from Chief Berkowitz that he personally saw a taillight piece as he drove by?
I didn't do anything with the information.
Did you call Brian Albert?
No, Brian Albert called me.
You were asked a specific question in the other proceeding in June of 2023, correct?
I don't know if it was the specific question. I was asked a series of questions on how the phone calls came in. That's what I was asked.
And your answer was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that, meaning I told Brian Albert about my conversation with Ken Berkowitz, correct?
It's possible.
Was that your statement or not?
It was my statement then, but I've thought about it, yes.
And you've changed your statement somehow?
I don't know if I changed my statement, but I think the way the phone calls came in is Brian Albert told me, you're not going to believe what was found on the front lawn. And then I believe Ken Berkowitz told me he found the taillight, and I'm referring to the taillight from the both of them. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Well-
Information was provided to me.
What you actually said was, it's 100% probable that I told him about that. Yes, 100%. I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically. I know I called him after.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so too many facts. Go slowly.
Sure. You said, yes, 100%, correct?
In that testimony, I did, yes.
And then in that testimony, you went on to say, I'm not hiding that fact, but you're asking me if I recollect specifically, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. That's what you're telling me.
You went on to say, I know I called him after that phone call, correct?
I don't know.
And you went on to say, if that's when Chief Berkowitz told me, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, end quote. That was your statement.
Objection.
Prior hearing, correct?
So I'm going to strike the end.
May I?
Yes.
You said you don't recall that entire testimony, right?
Not that portion, but I know I was asked about how the phone calls came in and what was said.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to see the transcript of your answer?
Is this it right here?
That's it.
I'm going to read it.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection to what your testimony was under oath in June of 2023?
I do.
And you said, if that's what Chief Berkowitz told me, if I listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this, correct?
That was the statement I made, yes.
Why did you say, listen, I didn't do anything wrong in this?
Objection.
Why'd you say that?
Because I felt they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain what was going on. And what I had said over that was, I believe what I said, something to the effect, I can't be 100% positive. And then when I went on to say, it's probable. But I felt like they were being accusatory, and I was trying to explain how the phone calls came in. I've had time to reflect about it after that, since that testimony. And that information about the taillight that was found was provided by each person. I didn't provide any information to anybody.
Next question.
Thank you. You said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this because it looks like you and Ken Berkowitz were colluding to provide information to Brian Albert, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
Absolutely not correct. That's
You
wrong.
knew that was going to look like collusion, which is why you said, look, I didn't do anything wrong in this.
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Higgins, if you wanted to get rid of, and you've dealt with cell phones and electronic devices in your career many, many times, correct?
Over my career, yes.
You've probably even written search warrants for them, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to destroy evidence on your cell phone, what kind of steps might you take to do that?
Objection.
If you wanted to just get rid of information on your cell phone that would be unrecoverable, what steps might you take?
Objection.
Do you know how to get rid of information on your cell phone?
Objection.
That's allowed. You can answer that.
Do I know how to get rid of information? I mean, I think there's different ways. You could wipe your phone.
Anything else?
You could wipe your phone.
Good.
Factory reset.
Factory reset might be one, wiping your phone, taking the SIM card out.
I don't know that the SIM card is going to take information that's on the phone out.
So that might be one avenue. You can break the SIM card in half or snap it.
It could, yes.
You know, the SIM card stores an enormous amount of data that the phone's just a brick.
No, I don't know that.
Okay. You can also, if you take the SIM card out, you just get rid of the phone somehow, right? Just destroy it.
Yes.
Might even consult with some kind of an expert to help learn how to permanently erase things from a phone, like a forensics expert, for instance.
Objection.
Sustained.
On Saturday, January 29th, you spent much of the morning rather, at Brian Albert's house, and then the rest of the day variously at Canton PD. You agree with that, correct?
No, you said I spent much of the morning at Brian Albert's house?
Correct. In other words, you went over there at whatever it was, 7:50, 8 o'clock, something like that, and then until about 9 o'clock.
No, I got over there around 7 o'clock, and I was there less than an hour. I wasn't there most of the day.
Okay.
I never went back there.
So you spent time at Brian Albert's house, then much of the rest of the day at Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And then the very next day, that Sunday, you called a friend of yours, a guy named Matt Kelch, didn't you?
Yeah, he's my best friend.
And
Yes.
he's a special agent with the FBI, isn't he?
No, he's not.
Was he then?
He's never been a special agent with FBI. He's a special agent with ATF.
My mistake. I thought he was with the FBI. He's a federal special agent,
He's a coworker of mine. Yes.
which makes him a federal special agent, right?
An ATF agent. Yes.
And does he work for or have access to the Regional Computer Forensics Lab?
Yes, he works over there.
Okay, that's the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
That's how I got my mistake. I apologize.
Well, I just want to make sure the record's reflected correctly.
You and me both. So you reflected it correctly. So Matt Kelch is an ATF agent who works at the FBI Regional Computer Forensics Lab, correct?
Yes.
And he's an expert in digital forensics, is he not?
He has a level of expertise more than myself.
And
Yes.
he's one of your best friends.
He is my best friend.
You spoke to him about the death of John O'Keefe, did you not?
Yes.
And you asked him for a personal favor, sort of off the books, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Did you ask him for a personal favor?
No.
Did you ask him to show you or consult with you how to pull things off of your phone that you decide to get off your phone?
I asked him how I could pull text strings off my cellular telephone for the purpose of providing them to law enforcement.
This was not in connection with any case that he was working, correct?
That's correct.
It was not in connection with any case you were working, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained, but you already answered. I'll strike that answer. Second question you can answer. Is this in connection to any case you?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
But you asked your friend to utilize his resources to teach you how to extract certain information off your phone. Is that what you did?
I asked him if it was possible to get this off, if there was a method to get this off my phone so I could provide it to law enforcement.
And that information was selected by you, correct?
Two particular text threads, yes.
Right. In other words, there was nobody else that was picking and choosing what to get off your phone. That was just you.
It was me, yes.
And the reason you did that, Mr. Higgins, is that you wanted to control and limit the amount of information that was pulled off your phone, right?
Is that why you did it?
No, I did it because I wanted to provide it to law enforcement, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
But you could have just provided your phone to law enforcement and let them image the entire thing, correct?
I guess that was an option, yes.
And you knew that was an option at the time. And you're a trained ATF agent.
What's the question?
You knew it was an option to just hand your phone over, just pick up and give it to them.
And there was also an option to provide it to them as well.
Right. But you chose the one that you got to select the information, not the one where they would get everything, correct?
Stand us to that form.
Did you actually go to the FBI computer forensics lab?
Yes. Let me correct that. I didn't go to the lab itself. I went to a kiosk, what they refer to as a kiosk on the first floor over at FBI.
Okay.
And all local PDs, law enforcement have access to that.
And that's obviously,
It's an unrestricted area. You can be in there, as I understand it, unaccompanied if you're local law enforcement. It's on the first floor.
that is a federal facility, however.
Yes, it is.
Did you utilize any computer or any data extraction machinery, if you will, a computer or something to extract this data?
Well, it was a machine. I don't know what it's called.
Okay, fair enough. I'll use the word machine. I don't know what it's called either. So you hooked that phone up to a machine, correct?
Yes,
And that machine belonged to the FBI. It didn't belong to you. Is that right?
that's correct.
So that was a federal resource, not for anything having to do with any official case that you were working. Isn't that right?
So I need to see you. I notice this. So I need to see you. While we're doing that, counsel, come on back. Yes.
Lawn's not to the left.
May I ask the advocate to? Thank you. I was trying to figure out how we do
I don't
that.
know. Is that in reference to the key swipes? Yeah, I don't know.
We may as well use this time with me asking counsel a question at sidebar. Counsel, why don't you come on over, please? Mr. Conley? If you just go and just stand next to your client, Mr. Jackson's going to make an offer of proof of a question he's about to ask your client, or a couple of questions he's about to ask your client. Doesn't make any sense to me that somebody has counsel and the counsel is not aware of a potential issue. So you'll hear the offer of proof. I'll let you speak to Mr. Higgins before this actually happens before the jury.
Could I just have him identify?
Yes, I was just going to ask you to identify yourself.
Sure, my name is
And the jury is not in the room for this. Sorry, I'm just dealing with some things off screen.
NNOLLY.
All right.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
The witness has indicated that he utilized federal resources for personal gain. The specifics of that testimony have been as follows. He indicated that he contacted Matt Kelch, a federal agent. He indicated that he utilized a federal facility. He called it an unsecure facility, but it's a federal facility notwithstanding. And that the two of them, he and Agent Kelch, utilized federal resources in the form of some kind of a machine, as the witness indicated, for his own personal gain, so that he could, as a witness, in no official capacity or in any official case, and in Matt Kelch's capacity as an individual rather than an agent, they both worked together to download certain information from the witness's phone in anticipation of turning that highly selected, highly curated information over to law enforcement so that he could later ultimately destroy his phone, which this witness in fact did.
Okay, so it's not entire. I disagree with you. I don't think it's reached that level. His testimony was that he went to a kiosk on the first floor where all local police departments can go. It's unrestricted. It's on the first floor. And we just got to the part about a machine in the kiosk when you mentioned an FBI resource. So what is your question? What questions do you intend to ask this witness now?
Whether he's aware that under 5 CFR 2635.702, it is a federal offense to use his public office, to use any public office for his own private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally. In other words, an FBI agent or an ATF agent cannot use federal resources for personal gain. The fact that he contacted an ATF agent, the fact that he utilized a facility that is owned by the federal government, run by the federal government, paid for by taxpayer dollars, and the fact that he used a machine that is owned by the federal government to download certain information for his own personal gain, that personal gain being, these are the curated texts that I'm going to turn over to law enforcement, that's a federal offense.
All right, so those questions are going to be asked. I don't know, there's been an objection to them. I'm not sure I'm going to let them in, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to speak privately with your client in the back room there. Can you do it in short order? Do you need
I
more
can
time?
do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay,
Sure.
all right.
If you feel the need.
So why don't you go back and talk to him? I'll stop bringing the jury, or getting the jury lined up to come back.
Thank
Okay?
you, Your Honor.
Do you need anything else?
No, I'm just going to grab the felon while I have time. Thank you, Your Honor.
This
All right,
is
so we're ready to proceed?
very,
I am, thank you.
very.
So let's bring the jurors in, please.
Um,
I love all your optimism, but it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get here, so, yeah.
that was the bailiff speaking to the folks in the room. Like, I'm glad you stood up, but they're not quite here yet. We're just standing outside the door.
Do you want these?
This is going to play a major factor in the reliability of this witness for this jury. I think it's so very interesting to watch the defense team chit chat with each other. And I'm so sorry about this internet thing. It's causing problems for more than just the stream for me. It's causing so many problems. I'm trying to do like 3 other things right now also, and this internet going in and out is making life very, very difficult. So I apologize for it. All right, let's try to boot, scoot, and boogie.
You see it for a session.
We have a very few minutes left, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Mr. Higgins, you indicated that the phone was hooked up to some sort of machine at the FBI kiosk, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, sir, that under 5 CFR 2635.702, you may not use your public office for your own personal or private gain or for the gain of persons or organizations with which you are associated personally under pain of a federal offense, correct?
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Are you aware that under 5 CFR 2634.704, it's a felony to quote?
Objection, Your Honor, as to reading.
Go ahead and finish the question.
For an employee, an employee has a duty to preserve and conserve government property and shall not use such property or allow its use for other than authorized purposes. Were you aware of that federal regulation?
That objection sustained.
Sir, notwithstanding those regulations, you utilized the services of Matt Kelch as a friend and a colleague, but utilizing federal resources to pull information off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
In fact, you were successful in getting information off your phone, which is the text that you turn over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Objection.
In that form, you're almost there, Mr. Jackson.
You're almost there.
The information that was ultimately pulled off your phone was the information that you selected and you and Matt Kelch worked together to get off your phone, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct?
No, Your Honor, if I could explain.
Sure.
He walked me through on how I could pull the text string with John O'Keefe and the defendant. He walked me through the process, how to use the machine.
And then you did that.
I did do that. That's
And that's
correct.
what you turned over to the police.
That's correct.
And any other information would still be on your phone ending in 5421, correct?
Well, that information stayed on my phone. I just took those strings off and provided them to the Mass State Police.
So where's your phone?
I do not have that phone anymore.
You destroyed that phone, haven't you?
No, I threw the phone away.
Well, that's destroying the phone, isn't it?
I had every right to do that.
I didn't ask you about your rights.
When I threw it away, if I was going to take it out, I would break it or cut it. But I did not wipe the phone.
That was
I did
weird.
not take anything else off it. But if I was going to throw the phone away, that's what I would have done.
Okay.
You know, as an ATF agent with electronic data experience.
That was very
you pull the SIM card
weird.
out and break it, and then throw the phone away and SIM card away. You don't need to wipe the phone.
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, that's it.
Your Honor,
One more question.
I can do this in 30 seconds, I think. You were aware that that there was a court order that you not alter, delete, or destroy, or in any way manipulate your phone or the electronic data associated with it, correct?
Objection.
As to what date?
As of September 30th, 2022.
Objection. I don't believe that's what the court order was. I think
Your Honor,
it's.
I made a quick offer of proof. That's exactly what it was that he was notified.
Were you aware of that? Was that your understanding?
What's the question exactly, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
That's the question. again.
Sure. Were you served with a copy of a notice on September 30th, 2022, that you not alter or destroy or manipulate anything on your phone on September 30th?
I was served an order, yes, that's correct.
And isn't it true, in another hearing, you explained that on September 29th, the day before you claimed you got that notice, you changed phone carriers and changed phone numbers
And I maintained the phone.
until you didn't, when you destroyed it a month later by pulling the SIM card out and throwing it away, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you do that in October? Did you destroy that phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you pull the SIM card out of your phone, Mr. Higgins? Did you?
It's possible that I did. I believe that's how I've testified, yes.
You testified.
It's possible that if I took it out, that it was either cut or broken.
It's not just possible.
So that,
And that would have been after the date the order was already denied.
Mr. Higgins, I have one question left. One question. Did you, Mr. Lally's already standing. I haven't even started.
have a seat, Mr. Lally. Go ahead. Last question, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Higgins,
Fiery,
very simply, and then we're done.
fiery.
Did you remove the SIM card for that phone, drive onto a military base, throw the SIM card in one dumpster and the phone in a different dumpster?
That is not correct.
Did you testify
That
that?
was your one question, Mr. Jackson.
Yes,
All right.
he's,
Folks, that's it for today. We will see
Honorable.
you Tuesday. Have a great long weekend, please. It's very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. We will see you on Tuesday. Tuesday will be a full day.
Chair is leaving a notebook on the chair, all eyes, very unqualified.
You have to come back Tuesday.
Goodbye.
I like to watch their interactions as the jury is leaving and as court is ending.
You can follow them, yes. All right, so I will see
Yeah.
counsel at sidebar. Tori, we're done with that.
Of course you will. Of course you will see counsel at sidebar. Absolutely you will. She's like, we need to move this along. We need to get to the point. We need to figure this out. And we need to hurry the F up. I am already keeping the jury here half an hour later from 4:30 to 4, or from 4 to 4:30. She is very much encouraging them to start on time, not late. Bring your issues in the evening or before the end of day for the next day. And then to also not have issues in the morning. Like, stop having things. Let's move this trial along. I am still just sort of skipping ahead.
Thank you, everybody.
She's so done. She is so done. Wow, what an incredible end to day 17. That is for sure. And I think, okay, I have a thing that's happening and I think it's moving good. I hate transferring videos from a phone to a computer. Oh my gosh, it's so stressful. Anywho, let's just go ahead. Let me set up. Let's just jump into day 18. We might as well just like get into it because we want to. That's what we want to do. We want to just get into it and just keep it going. So give me 1 second and let me pull it up. We just did that. And let's just do this. Yes. Perfect. A fresh day. Okay. I just have to share this. Share screen. Share screen. Share. All right. And once the internet is back, I will bring up day 18. We'll at least be able to watch the AM portion of it. Wow. I told you it was going to get good with Brian Higgins. I told you it was going to get good. I knew it. I knew it so much. I knew it was going to get good. I knew it was going to get juicy. I knew it was going to get fiery. I just did not plan on the internet being this sucky today. Come on. Ay, ay, ay. All right, just bear with me for just 1 minute. We are experiencing technical difficulties. We're experiencing technical. All right, it's going back up. It's going back up. Keep moving in the right direction. All right, here we go. Let's ride.
Mention that Attorney Jackson is not here today. Please don't consider that in any way. Certainly don't hold it against Ms. Reed for him not being here. Just don't consider it at all in your deliberations. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Interesting.
Everyone
Jackson
said
is not
yes,
here
nodded
today.
affirmatively.
So
Were you also able to follow the
the
instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
cross-examination
Everyone
would
said
be
yes, nodded
finished
affirmatively.
by
Did
someone else.
anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here? Everyone said no. Thank you very much. All right, let's bring Mr. Higgins in, please. And Ms. Giannetti, you'll be taking over?
I will, Your Honor.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case having hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good morning.
Proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, you provided to investigators what you claim were the complete text exchanges between yourself and Karen Reed and yourself and John O'Keefe, correct?
What I provided was I let them know that it was a complete exchange between myself and the defendant. And I said that I may have had other text strings at other times with Mr. O'Keefe.
I'm going to proceed to ask you a series of questions which call for a yes or no answer. Can we agree that you'll answer yes or no to those questions?
If I can answer yes or no to the best of my ability, I will.
All right, I'm going to keep the question very simple, sir, okay? You did not provide to investigators any other text messages between you and anyone else.
That's correct.
In September of 2022, you were served with a preservation order for your phone, were you not?
Yes.
After September of 2022, you never received anything in writing that canceled or lifted that preservation order, correct?
That's correct.
After September of 2022, you made the decision to dispose of your phone without consulting anybody about the decision to throw out your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you threw the phone away, you did a factory reset of it, did you not?
No, I did not.
Well, you previously testified that you testified in another proceeding on June 1st, correct, of 2023?
Yes.
Prior to that June 1st testimony, you met with some people and gave a statement on May 5th of 2023, did you not?
I did meet with them. I don't know if that was the date.
Okay. It was prior to June, correct?
Yes.
All right. May 5th doesn't sound wildly inaccurate, does it?
No.
And when you met with those people on or about May 5th, we'll say, or whatever date it was prior to June 1st of 2023, you told them that you did a factory reset of your phone ending in 5421. Did you not?
I don't recall that. No, I don't recall making that statement.
You don't recall what you said about the factory reset during that interview, we'll call it, in May of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the first highlighted line there, sir.
Why don't you give him a second?
If you read that silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done. Finally, Coach.
Yes.
Having read that document, sir, does that refresh your memory about telling those people in May of 2023 that you did do a factory reset of your phone?
That's not accurate. I did not tell them that. And I also didn't tell them that I saved texts with my father.
All right, so your testimony is that they got it wrong, correct?
My testimony is I didn't make those statements.
Your testimony is that they got it wrong, yes or no?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, in any case, you took the SIM card out of your phone, correct?
No, what I testified to was that
Did you take the SIM card out of your phone, yes or no?
I don't know.
Did you testify that that's what you do when you get rid of phones, sir?
What I said was that might have been the extent of it if I was to have done that.
And you either cut up the SIM card or ripped it up, correct?
I believe what I testified to was
I'm
I
not
would
asking
have
you what you testified to. I'm asking you today, did you either cut up the SIM card or rip it up?
cut it up or broke it.
And you will agree with me that cutting up or breaking the SIM card destroys the SIM card, does it not?
The card itself, yes.
That would have been the purpose in terms of cutting it up or ripping it up, to destroy it, correct?
Well, so nobody else could use the phone.
Well, that was my next question. But,
In another phone.
But the purpose of cutting up or ripping up with the SIM card is to destroy the SIM card, is it not?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that somebody couldn't put that SIM card in their phone and potentially access your data, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the reason why.
Okay. Well, we already talked about the fact that you testified under oath on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And you were under oath when you were testifying on June 1st of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
You raised your right hand.
That's correct.
And June of 2023, June 1st of 2023 was about a year ago, correct?
Yes.
It was about a year closer to your throwing your phone away, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony that you gave in June 1st of 2023, did you say the following, quote, I made sure that somebody couldn't put it in their phone?
Yes, I did say that.
In fact, by either cutting up or ripping up your SIM card, you also knew that that SIM card couldn't be put back in your phone either, correct?
Yeah, I believe that would be correct.
And you'll agree with me that you took that destroyed SIM card and put it in a trash bag, did you not?
I believe it went in a trash bag, yes.
Well, you used a passive voice. It went in a trash bag. Did it fly out of your hand unexpectedly into a trash bag, sir?
No, sir. It would have been disposed of with the phone.
No, I understand. But are you reluctant to say that you put it in a trash bag, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Are you reluctant to say that?
No, Your Honor, I put it in a trash bag. Oh, with my
And
trash.
then you also took your phone, now without the SIM card, and you put that in the trash bag too, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Then you drove to a military base and you threw both the destroyed SIM card and the phone into a dumpster, did you not?
Well, I was cutting through the base, and I believe how I
Did you
testified
drive to a
was
military base, sir?
I was cutting through a base, yes.
Did you drive to it?
Yes, sir.
And then you put both the destroyed SIM card and the phone itself, which were in a trash bag, into a dumpster on that military base, did you not?
I believe that's what I did, yes.
And as you were driving away, you knew that that destroyed SIM card and the phone would be gone forever, correct?
Yes, I threw it away.
And before you drove away, you did not transfer anything from your old phone to the new phone, correct?
That's correct.
You lost all of your photos on that phone, did you not?
Whatever photos I had on there, I did, yes.
You lost all your videos on that phone, did you not?
To the extent if I had any.
You lost all of your other text messages besides the ones that you had with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And you knew that you did have text messages on that old phone with Kevin Albert.
He's a friend, most likely.
You also had text messages on your phone with Nicole Albert.
Most likely, yes.
And you had text messages on your phone with Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was important to you that no one see those text exchanges that you had with those three members of the Albert family.
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
No, sir, that's not true.
You took no steps to preserve those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
You did not ask your friend Matt Kelch, the agent, to help you extract those text messages, did you?
That's correct.
And when you went to that machine, you did not extract them yourself, did you?
He walked me through it. I did do the extraction.
You did not extract the 3 strands of text messages with Nicole Albert, Kevin Albert, and Brian Albert to preserve from that machine, did you not?
No, I did not extract those.
So the only place you knew they existed was on your old phone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The same phone that you put into a dumpster on a military base with a SIM card removed from the phone and destroyed, correct?
Well, I did throw the SIM card and the phone on the military base.
Right, and the SIM card was destroyed. You've already testified to
I
that.
said to the extent of if I did that, I would have done that.
And we're talking about the actual phone that would have had your text messages, again, with Brian, Nicole, and Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes, because the motion was denied.
Well, you've already testified, sir, earlier that you never received anything in writing that either canceled or lifted the initial preservation order, correct?
That is correct.
You knew when you were throwing that phone and the destroyed SIM card in the dumpster that from that day forward, no one would ever be able to access the content of what you and Brian Albert had discussed by text messages on your old phone, correct?
Anybody.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
If I could take you back just for a moment to January 29th, early in the morning, you're pulling away from the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
You had plow down in the front of your Jeep Wrangler, is that correct?
Initially, it was still on the ground, yes.
About how long distance again was that on the ground before you pulled that up?
Maybe a foot.
And with relation to the curb, specifically in front of the area with the flagpole and fire hydrant, how close to the curb were you when you were pulling away from the Albert house?
I believe I looked both ways. There was no vehicles coming in either direction. I pulled out into traffic, and because that's a one-lane road, if there's no other vehicles, I'd be more to the center of that road.
Now, maybe a silly question, but with reference to the front of your Jeep Wrangler, that didn't have any red plastic pieces or anything like that on the front of it, correct?
At what time? At what point?
At any time.
No.
And that's the same Jeep Wrangler that you then drove to the Canton Police Station immediately after?
Directly from there, yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to your home in West Roxbury?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler back to Fairview Road later on that morning?
Yes.
And then you drove that same Jeep Wrangler from Fairview Road to the Canton Police Station again later that morning, correct?
Yes.
Now, the text communications between yourself and Ms. Reed, again, who initiated those?
The defendant did.
And that was on January 12th, 2022, correct?
About 8:23 in the evening, I believe.
Now, with reference to that, what she claimed happened in Aruba, that was something that she mentioned to you via text, correct?
The incident itself, I believe, was through text, but I believe the actual location was when she had stopped by my place in West Roxbury.
So that's to my point. So, sir, with regard to the incident itself, she referenced that both via text and in person to you as well.
Yes, that's correct.
And the kiss that she planted on you in the garage at Mr. O'Keefe's house, that was again something that she mentioned both in text and verbally in person. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, as far as the ghosting that you were asked questions about last Friday, there were some text messages between you and the defendant on January 19th, correct?
What was the date? I'm sorry.
January 19th.
19th?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall if there were any text messages between you going either way, between yourself and the defendant between January 19th and January 23rd?
I think there were. Not 100%.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 104A. Direct your attention to the back there, specifically the back page. If you could just let me know whether or not there are any text messages between yourself and the defendant, Ms. Reed, between January 19th and January 23rd.
Yes. Looks like the 19th and the 23rd, both text messages.
But in between those dates, what I'm asking you about is January 20th, January 21st, January 22nd. There's no text messages on any of those dates, correct?
I don't see any.
And then as far as between January 23rd and January 28th, January 28th is when you texted her while you were both within the waterfall, correct?
On the 28th, yes.
So between the 23rd and the 28th, so on January 24th, January 25th, January 26th, January 27th, you didn't send any text messages to her, you didn't receive any from her, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And then beyond that one text message that you testified to on the 28th, the next text message you received from the defendant was in regard to John being dead on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You asked some questions about these text messages and whether or not you discussed them with various people. Did you discuss those text messages with anyone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Why not, sir?
To be honest with you, I mean, on a personal level, I kind of keep things to myself. I was a little embarrassed. Wasn't really proud of him. Kind of maybe didn't show me in a good light with respects that I was John's friend.
And so with regard to that text on January 28th that you had sent her in the waterfall, she didn't respond as she was in the waterfall with her boyfriend, Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if the defendant did not have a boyfriend, wasn't dating Mr. O'Keefe, would you have been interested in pursuing anything further with the defendant?
I can't say. I don't know.
What, if any, reservations would you have based on the conversations that you had?
Just everything was so out of left field. I just found it hard to believe.
With reference to going to the Camden Police Station after Fairview Road and moving the vehicles around, which is closer to the Camden Police Station? Your home in West Roxbury or the home on Fairview Road?
The home on Fairview Road would be.
And with the impending weather, why was it that you went to the Camden Police Station to move vehicles around on that occasion?
Because as I stated before, if I didn't do it then, I would have had to come back in the morning. And I knew the weather was going to be getting worse. I knew that I had a long day. I had been in New York. I had been out the night before in New York, and I just thought it was best to get them moved at that point.
Now, you were asked some questions on Friday about a phone call or something in a call log from about 2 o'clock or 2:22 in the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that?
I recall the questions, yes.
And you have an iPhone, or you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you make a call on an iPhone, as you sort of place that call, you hit the button, there's sort of a timer that comes up and it starts counting off seconds as the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
And so seconds are ticking off while the call is being connected, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And if a call is connected, then it starts ringing, and unless someone picks up immediately, there are further seconds that are ticking off on an iPhone while that call is ringing through, correct?
I believe so.
The objection sustained is to the phone.
You were asked some questions about a call or a call back between yourself and Brian Albert around that time frame. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were trying to explain sort of what your answers were in that prior proceeding in reference to, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you want to explain to the jury in regard to that?
Okay.
In that form, I'll sustain.
You were asked some specific points as far as your testimony in the prior proceeding, correct?
Yes.
What, if anything else, did you say in reference to that in the prior proceeding?
Okay.
Sustained is to the form, Mr. Rowland.
Did you ever speak with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Do you recall making a call or receiving a call from Brian Albert around that time?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions on Friday regarding key card access within the Camden Police Station, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that door that you utilized, you would testify on Friday that you would sort of park down towards the back and then come in through the Sallyport area, is that correct?
So I believe I was referring to one of the two Sallyport doors.
And that was sort of your cut through in order to get to your office.
Yes.
Now, with reference to that particular area, as far as going in and out from the parking lot of the Sallyport, does the key card, you have to swipe the key card in order to go in and to go out?
So sometimes if you're close to the door, maybe having a conversation with somebody, it could activate the key card itself. But physically, if I'm going into the door, I would take it out and I would swipe it. I would hold it to the card reader. Some are more sensitive than others, is what I'm trying to say.
And similar to when you're going in, when you're going out, does that require sort of swiping or using the key card in order to go outside?
So there are some doors that you need to swipe out of, and I believe the booking room and the Sallyport itself are doors such as those.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you a document that was placed on for now. If you could just take a look at that and when you finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Is that the same document that was essentially the same document that was placed before you on Friday?
yes,
And that's a 167-page document encapsulating different key swipes within the Canton Police Station on January 29, 2022, correct?
yes,
And from those 167 pages, at least on that first page, does there appear to be about 27 entries there?
yes,
And so from 27 entries over a course of 167 pages, that'd be somewhere north of 4,500 entries within those 167 pages. Does that sound right?
well, I went to public high school, but I'll take your word for it.
Would it surprise you that there are 18 entries within those 4,500?
So not what would surprise him. Ask the question differently, Mr. Lawler.
You know that there are 18 entries that contain your name within those records?
Objection. Formal question.
No, I'll allow them.
Are you asking me if in the 167 pages, there's only 18 entries with me?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Would that surprise you as far as your, well, let me rephrase that. Now, with respect to your travels around Canton Police Station on that particular day, would you quarrel with 18 entries as far as where you went and what you did in Canton PD that day?
No, in and out, nope.
Now, sir, with respect to your phone, you were provided notification in regard to a preservation order in regard to your phone sometime in September of 2022, correct?
I received a subpoena on September 30th, 2022.
And that was in regard to a hearing in which counsel for the defendant was seeking your physical phone as evidence, correct?
Yes,
And is it your understanding, or were you informed after that date, sometime in early October of 2022, that that motion had been denied?
so I believe it was October 21st of that year, I was made aware that that was denied on actually October 5th.
Are you aware of a 30-day period by which a defendant has to file some sort of notice of appeal of a motion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I know typically there's appeal periods. In this particular sense, I wasn't familiar with the preservation order itself. What a preservation order was with respects to, that was kind of all new to me. Usually in an investigation that I'm conducting, it's a search warrant, I take the phone. I don't ask people to preserve it through a court order, if that makes sense.
And so when was it that you disposed of your phone?
It was about 2 months after that,
And why was it that you disposed of your phone?
because it was beaten, it was broken up, and I had already had a new phone, and this only explanation is I threw it away. That's it.
Now, beyond sort of this case, what if anything else was going on with reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get rid of it?
So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What, if any, concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns. And so July of 22 is when I probably started thinking about, you know what, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
And a lot of the work that you were doing, at least at that time, was undercover work. Is that correct?
Before this case right here, yes.
Now, as far as the SIM card that you're talking about, do you have any specific memory of doing anything with that SIM card?
No, and that's how I testified in that other hearing, that to the extent of what I would have done is I would have cut it up or broke it. And the concern would be that to my understanding, that's not holding any photos, that's not holding videos, that's not holding my contacts, it's holding phone information itself.
As far as photos or videos, or what, if anything, like that, did you even have one?
I didn't have much in the sense that I'm divorced. I don't have kids. I didn't have the typical memories that somebody would have had on their phone that they wanted to preserve. They were more like the text messages with the defendant, where it would be a drink glass at a bar, food, something along those lines. I had more of a connection to my work phone and more of a value to my work phone than I did my personal phone.
Now, as far as that military base down the Cape, how often, let me ask you this, when you lived at the residence in Barnstable County, what would you do with your trash now?
Well, if I was going through and I had trash or some recycling and I was either getting gas on the base or hitting the duty free, I would occasionally toss a bag of trash in one of the dumpsters there. Or if I forgot, I would throw it out when I got back to my other property. And at the time, at one point, I was living in Canton and I had the house there and then I sold it and then I had the in-law I was renting. So I had other options to throw things away.
Do you have trash pickup at your residence in Barnstable?
No.
So if you were to throw away anything, any sort of trash, it would have to be either at the base or at one of your other homes.
It would be somewhere else.
And so with reference to the phone and the SIM card, if you even did you drive specifically to the base to throw your phone away or were you throwing it away with other trash?
It was just with other trash.
You were shown some call logs or some toll records or something to that effect last Friday with respect to calls that you had made or received around January 29, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that anything that you had specifically preserved and given to the troopers or that was something that someone was able to obtain even without your phone or without your SIM card, correct?
That's correct.
Can I approach this retrieve now?
Yes.
1 moment, Charlie.
Yes.
Well, sir, going back to January 29, pulling away from the residence on Fairview Road, you didn't see anything on the side of the road, is that correct?
Absolutely not. No.
And what is it that you would have done had you seen anything or had you seen Mr. O'Keefe on the side of the road on January 29?
I've spent my whole life between being a firefighter, working in the profession that I work now, being a tactical medic. If I had saw John O'Keefe on the side of the road, I would have done something to make a difference.
No further questions.
Yes. Cheers, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sir, you testified that a prime motivator of you to get rid of your phone was a July 22nd call from a target of an investigation that you were working on.
I never said it was a prime motivator.
Was it a prime motivator?
No, what I testified to was that the phone number was what I was concerned about primarily.
Right.
Didn't have anything to do with the phone.
Oh, you did not change your phone number on July 22nd, correct?
July of 2022? Is that what you mean?
The date that you received a call supposedly from a target of an investigation you were working on was July 22nd of which year?
So it was, I believe it was July 25th of 2022.
July
I was so
25th.
concerned that I reported it to my supervisor.
Right, but you did not change your phone number after that for quite a while, correct?
I believe it was September.
Okay. So for those months, you kept the same phone number and kept the same phone, correct?
I did.
And September happened to be the month that you received the preservation order from this court, correct?
September of 22, yes.
Right. Now, with regard to the text exchanges that you had with Karen Reed, you testified that you were embarrassed about them.
Well, I wasn't proud of them.
I think your word was embarrassed, correct?
I can agree to that. That's fair.
Well, you already testified to that, right?
I believe that might
5
have been
minutes ago?
a word I used, yes.
And you also explained that you would keep things like that to yourself, correct?
That could be something, yes.
However, you would also agree with me that while they were going on, you told your boss about that text exchange, correct?
Well, I told her about the kiss.
Do you deny telling your boss about the texting that you were doing with Karen Reed?
I don't know if I specifically recall that, no.
But you don't deny it, sir, correct?
It's possible that I told her about that. I'm not going to deny it.
All right. And in any case, those text exchanges were preserved. You preserved those before disposing of your phone, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the other text exchanges that you did not preserve with the Alberts, including Brian Albert, are you familiar with the term consciousness of guilt, Mr. Higgins?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
you would agree with me that was September. With regard to the date that you changed phone numbers on your phone, you would agree with me that was September 29th of 2022?
When I actually changed the phone number?
That's what I just asked.
Yeah, yes, I also got a new phone. Yes.
Okay. September 29th of 2022, you changed your phone number and got a new phone. And then September 30th, the next day, you were served with the preservation order, correct?
I got the preservation order on the 30th. That's correct.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Higgins, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, who's your next witness?
May we approach?
Sure. First, we're going to take a 10-minute recess.
You are unmuted.
All rise to the court, please. Follow me.
So you're just gonna end?
Hey there, Karen.
Thank you. Maybe see you for that session.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Dr. Justin Rice to the stand.
Step one. May you see any face the clerk?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and during the case now here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you. Take this.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Justin Rice, R-I-C-E. Is that what you asked me to spell?
And sir, that microphone in front of you, however you want to position that, it's flexible, so.
Too far away. Is that better?
That's perfect. Thank you. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I finished my residency in 2008, so I've been attending since 2008.
And where is it that you work now?
My current employer is South Shore Health.
And how long have you been working for South Shore Health?
I started there in October of this past year, 2023.
And where did you work prior to that?
Before that, I had been full-time at Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And how long was it that you worked at Good Samaritan?
Let's see. I started at Good Samaritan in 2010.
Sir, if I could, I'd like to just talk a little bit about your educational background. Where did you go to school as far as your undergrad business?
I went to undergraduate at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
And what, if any, degrees did you graduate from there?
I obtained a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry.
And following your graduation from there, where did you go to school after that?
So after that, I attended University of Virginia for medical school. Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
And following your graduation from medical school, where did you go after that?
Then I did an emergency medicine residency in Philadelphia at University of Pennsylvania.
And what is a residency, sir?
So residency is several years of training that's where doctors will specialize. For me, in emergency medicine, some people choose to be surgeons, pediatricians. That's when more of the specialization, if you will, happens in medicine, medical training.
And how long was your residency?
That was 4 years.
And following your residency, where did you go from there?
So I, in 2008, finished residency. I worked for 2 years in Manassas, Virginia at Prince William Hospital for 2 years.
And are you board certified?
I am by American Board of Emergency Medicine, yes.
And what is it that you're board certified?
Specifically emergency medicine.
And when you use that term as far as board certification is concerned, what goes into that? What does that entail?
So when I obtained board certification, it was a two-step process where there was a written exam administered at one of the testing centers. And after you pass that, then there's an in-person oral exam, I guess is what they're called. And that's where you're given like didactic or individual cases. Assuming you pass that, then you're board certified.
And your board certification is up to date currently?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, as far as the emergency department is concerned, can you describe to the jury sort of what does the emergency department at Good Samaritan look like as far as staff, bedding, sort of layout, like describe that to the jury?
Sure. So at the time and currently, there's 36 treatment rooms in the main ER, a lot of hallway stretchers as well. There's also an express care kind of area, but for the purposes of this conversation, 36 beds in the main ER. Staffing wise, there'd be anywhere between 4 to 5 and 12 nurses. And for the purposes of this discussion, it would have been 2 docs on and probably 1 either nurse practitioner or physician assistant at that in the morning.
And as far as the morning, what I'm going to turn your attention to is the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working at the Good Samaritan on that day?
If that's the morning of this incident, then yes. Yeah.
And is there a particular shift or what kind of hours would you be working around that time at Good Samaritan?
I'm pretty sure I started my shift at 6 a.m. that day. There was a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. It was either 2 or 3 to, excuse me. It was either 6 to 2 or 6 to 3 p.m., but the shift would have started at 6 a.m. as I recall.
And on that date at Good Samaritan, do you recall becoming involved with a treatment of a patient by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. If you could just take a look at that and look up on your face.
You want me to look through each page or just acknowledge that?
Just as far as, do you recognize what that document is?
Yes, of course.
And what do you recognize that?
So it looks like is a transcription or a copy of the medical chart that I would have produced or dictated. And on the front page is also a, it's called like a code sheet, which the nurses would have put together and I would have signed off on, detailing what resuscitative efforts, as in the specific details and timing of the resuscitative efforts that were performed on Mr. O'Keefe's behalf.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness hold on to that during the course of his testimony?
Yes.
And Your Honor, what I proceed to introduce in a minute is the next exhibit would be a redacted copy of those same records.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Your Honor, we could just review those.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lally, I'll let you hold on to what's been marked SS for identification.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Rice, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, About what time did he come into your facility at Good Samaritan?
Would you like me to look at the chart here? Let's see.
If you can't remember things and you need to reference the chart, you can do that, Doctor.
Okay, thanks. So it looks like, based on the code sheet, first line starting at 0647, so I'll say 6:47 a.m.
And as far as his presentation, Mr. O'Keefe's presentation, when he came into the emergency department, how would you describe his presentation upon his arrival?
So he would have been, well, he was unresponsive and intubated, as in with a breathing tube into his airway via his mouth.
And as he came into the emergency department, what, if anything, was fixed in regard to CPR or other resuscitative efforts?
So he would have had CPR in progress, and also someone would have been ventilating his lungs via the endotracheal tube.
Now, there's mention within that record as far as a cardiac arrest. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't understand what you're asking me.
So let me just ask you, familiar with the term cardiac arrest?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury, based on your training and experience, what your understanding of that term is?
Sure. So as in, he arrived with in cardiac arrest, which by definition means that his heart was not autonomously or independently pumping blood, or in his case, without electrical activity as well of the heart.
And are you familiar with another term called perfusion?
Yes.
And can you explain what perfusion is and how that relates to the condition of cardiac arrest?
Sure. So, for example, you and I right now, because our heart is autonomously, pumping blood, the heart is the pump and responsible for pushing blood throughout your body, therefore perfusing your body. In a scenario like this, where a patient is in cardiac arrest or asystole, or as in not having any electrical activity in his heart or mechanical activity of his heart, the perfusion that is happening is by CPR, as in the chest being pushed upon, indirectly is, you call it maybe indirectly pumping or moving blood flow. So there is perfusion, but in a significantly limited compared to someone not in cardiac arrest.
And as far as that perfusion process is concerned, what, if any, relation does that have to the organs within the body?
Well, so, if your perfusion is limited, then your organs are not getting the normal amount of blood flow and therefore oxygen and all the other nutrients that your blood's providing. So your organs will begin the process of failure.
We use the term in there as far as asystole. Could you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean?
Sure. So asystole would be when you put the electrical leads on a patient's heart. The complete absence of intrinsic electrical activity from the heart would be asystole. So as in not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Now, as far as these conditions, as far as cardiac arrest and asystole, what, if any, concerns does that raise from a diagnostic perspective in relation to Mr. O'Keefe?
I guess your question with respect to it from a diagnostic perspective, I don't know exactly what you're asking me there.
Let me rephrase that. So with regard to those conditions that are observed and noted within the medical chart from Mr. O'Keefe that you have before you, how would that relate to his condition or sort of how he's presenting and what, if anything, you're doing treatment-wise?
Well, so even with good CPR, the perfusion of the brain, for example, and this is what I think about frequently during resuscitative efforts like this, as in, I couldn't tell you an exact time, but there's a certain, without perfusion of the brain for a certain amount of time, you're limited with respect to, well, the concern is that the patient, even if you resuscitate their body, that there's potentially going to be brain death or anoxia or lack of oxygen to the brain, and a poor outcome with respect to neurological outcome.
Now, as far as the resuscitative efforts are concerned, is there any sort of standard sort of resuscitative protocols that would be undergone with someone who presents as Mr. O'Keefe did?
Yes.
And can you explain what those are?
So, in broad terms, there's ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiac Life Support. That's an algorithm that through medical training, I've learned and is frequently, the algorithm can be adjusted. There's also a TLS for trauma patients. So there's an algorithm there with respect to resuscitation or guidelines, I guess, with respect to resuscitation.
And within those sort of guidelines or protocols, are you familiar with a medication called epinephrine?
Yes.
And how would epinephrine play into sort of the treatment or the diagnosis of Mr. O'Keefe?
So, in the time that I've been practicing, epinephrine is probably the only medication or drug that has persistently been in the ACLS pathway. It's adrenaline. So the idea is loosely that you're attempting to affect upon the heart itself more squeeze, as in more pressure, and also to increase the potential, or if there is electrical activity, to increase the amplitude of that electrical function at the cellular level.
Now, in addition to the cardiac arrest and the asystole, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, presentation did he have related to hypothermia?
So I know his initial temperature was low. I'd have to look, but I can see here that the nursing wrote in their notes that his, I see T equals 80.1 R. So I interpret that to be his temperature was 80.1 degrees by rectal temperature.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of your understanding as far as hypothermia, what is it and how does that present itself?
So, as it pertains to this case, there's a few ways to get hypothermic. If I at 12:20 were to have a cardiac arrest right now and stop perfusing, my current temperature, I'm guessing is 98.6, right? The normal temperature. Without perfusion, the body will lose, or excuse me, the core temperature will decrease over time. The specifics of that are beyond my knowledge and training, but does that answer your question?
Yes. And so as far as hypothermia is concerned, is there a certain sort of baseline or what is sort of the typical temperature under which someone would be declared sort of hypothermic or treated as?
I don't know if I could give you a definition of medically what a quote diagnosis of hypothermia. I couldn't tell you a number. I can tell you that 80 qualifies as hypothermia, but I couldn't tell you a number under which that definition applies.
But the temperature that Mr. O'Keefe presented with certainly fits within those parameters. Is that correct?
Yes, 80 degrees is very cold.
And as far as resuscitative efforts as they pertain to the core body temperature or the low core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, was done with relation to treatment of that?
Sure. So as the nursing note mentions, there's a bear hugger was applied. So that's a blanket that has warmed air being pumped through it. So that's a way of externally warming someone. He also, having reviewed the chart earlier, I don't see it right in front of me. Actually, I take that back. He had warm IV fluids running. So IV fluids not at room temperature, as in a warm or an oven of sorts, would have been given to him via intravenous or central venous access.
And as far as the body temperature is concerned, what if any relationship does the body temperature have and the warming process have as to a declaration of deceased in relation to this story?
Well, so there's a goal in resuscitative medicine to attempt to rewarm a body. Loosely, the idea being that the heart, among other organs, will function better or function at all in a warmer environment. That's one goal of resuscitation. With him, as I recall, despite resuscitative efforts for approximately half an hour, there was not a significant warming of his core temperature.
And so, sir, with reference to with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, was he pronounced deceased by yourself?
Yes.
And do you see any indication within the chart as to what time that was?
Sure. I just need this moment here. According to my note, it looks like the time of death was, death declaration was 7:50 in the morning.
Is that 50 or 15?
50.
Now, as far as the observations that you made, as far as a systole and the cardiac arrest, did that persist throughout the course of your treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Let me just see that document. Direct your attention to what's the fourth page in, the bottom of it says 2 of 4, and I direct your attention to the top of that page. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And as far as this is sort of a listing of observations, or, well, let me ask you, can you describe what is listed at the top of that page there?
Sure. So this would have been the physical exam documentation of my notes. So, with respect to the head, it says, excuse me, the first word is other, which I believe is a function of the computer system. As in, I typed in there is a right superior orbital ridge region, approximately 7 millimeter laceration, and then with surrounding soft tissue swelling / contusion.
So if I could just stop you there, as far as what you're talking about with the right superior orbital ridge region, could you explain to the jury or demonstrate to the jury?
Sure. So the orbital ridge is the bone above your eye that you can, like where your eyebrow is or would normally be.
And as far as the other sort of things that you noted over the course of your physical exam or review of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything else, of note did you observe?
Well, according to my note, the only other kind of observations other than would be that he had breath sounds present bilaterally. I observed that he was pulseless. His abdominal exam was atraumatic on my charts, and then extremity exam or musculoskeletal exam, I wrote that he had superficial abrasions on the right forearm.
And from a medical perspective, when you use that term abrasion, so can you explain to the jury what you understand the term abrasions to mean?
Yeah, I use it as a medical synonym for scratches, if you will.
And under neuro or neurological, there's a listing as far as a GC3, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain what that is and what that means?
So GC is what I charted. What I intended to write there was GCS, which is a Glasgow Coma Scale, which is a scoring system to identify someone's level of consciousness or unresponsiveness.
And as far as the 3, where does the scale start? Where does it go to, and where does the 3 fit in?
So there's 3 components: verbal function, motor function, and eye or ocular function. And someone who's completely unresponsive, as in no motor, no verbal, and no eye movement or function, completely unresponsive, the lowest you can get on the scale is 3.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this retreat?
Yes.
Now, later on over the course of that same morning, did you have occasion to become involved in the treatment of another patient by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes.
And may I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you another document, just ask you to look at that. To the extent you can recognize it and look up whenever you finish. In general, sir, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
So what do you recognize it?
The first part I recognized would have been the medical record or medical note with respect to Miss Reed, who was also a patient that morning.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, a redacted copy of those records.
Regarding no objection, subject to the redactions. This is exhibit 106. Thank you.
Now, sir, if you know about what time was it that Ms. Reed came into the emergency department at Good Samaritan that morning?
I mean, I can tell you from this chart, it looks like that at least the first posted vital signs were from 7:51 in the morning.
And in reference to Ms. Reed, what is it that she came into Good Samaritan in regard to? Why was she there?
I'd have to review Daisy's note, so
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Was it in reference to Section 12? Do you recall?
yes.
And with regard to Section 12, patients that come in regard to that, what kind of involvement do you have, or who, if anyone, do you work with in regard to those types of patients?
Sure. So Section 12, I would define as an involuntary detention of a person, usually for a mental health concern, whether that's self-harm or harm to others, or if someone who's, afflicted with schizophrenia or psychosis, members of the public can bring someone to or the police or members of the public can bring someone to the hospital on a Section 12, which, again, involuntarily detains them for evaluation.
And in addition to yourself, is there other staff? You mentioned that there were physician's assistants or nurses that were working. How much involvement would you typically have with someone who comes in on that kind of prognosis diagnosis?
I would say, to answer your question, my involvement is variable and dependent a lot of times on what that nurse practitioner or physician assistant feels like they need or want my involvement to be.
And what kind of involvement would you have as far as when someone comes in with that kind of issue? What is sort of the typical protocol or policies that a Good Samaritan would undergo with reference to that patient? What are you doing with reference to the patient when they arrive?
I'm sorry, I think I don't really understand what the question is.
No, understood. Let me rephrase that. So with regard to a patient coming in on a Section 12, what happens with that person once they present in the ER?
So whether they're evaluated by me or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, if that person feels like, based on their evaluation, that they need a mental health consult or evaluation, then they would have that initiated, as well as what we do for a lot of patients, or all patients' vital signs, and sometimes blood work as well.
And when it comes to that sort of blood work or assay, as far as what's being done with someone who comes in with that kind of report, what is sort of being tested and what is being looked at as far as the blood work is concerned?
Well, there's a few reasons to get blood work, but in general, part of the evaluation is, with respect to the medical presentation, to make sure there's no medical emergencies present. In addition to whatever the mental health concern may be, there's also blood work drawn with respect to disposition, as far as some people, for example, it would be inappropriate to have a mental health evaluation if, for example, I were intoxicated on alcohol and my alcohol level were elevated, because I think the idea is that you're not getting, a true representation maybe of what's going on.
So am I correct in that someone presents and then there's you medically clear that person as far as any sort of injuries or anything like that first?
I wouldn't say first necessarily. I think a lot of times these processes happen in parallel.
So in parallel, you have the medical clearance and then sort of a psychological clearance as well?
Sometimes, yes.
And then sort of involved in both of those, there would be blood drawn and reference to Section 12, as far as a typical one would be looking for sort of alcohol and drugs of abuse, things of that nature.
I mean, I'm hesitant to answer yes because of the word typical, because I wouldn't say there's really a typical presentation with respect to mental health presentations in the ER.
And from your memory and or your review of the chart, was that done as far as the blood work done with regard to Ms. Reed on this day?
Are you asking me if blood work was drawn?
Yes.
I believe so. I have to double check. So yes, it looks like there was blood work drawn.
And among the things that were tested within the facility, within Good Samaritan, was an alcohol screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the result of that alcohol screen that's contained within those records?
Do I answer or no?
Yes.
So it looks like 93.93. I'd have to maybe look deeper in the chart to tell you the units of that measurement. I don't want to guess. So the answer to your question, 93.
May I approach this briefly on?
Yes.
I just. Do you see the units that 93 contains within that record, sir?
So yes, it looks like it's milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little?
Good afternoon.
Hi.
You testified that you treated Ms. Reed when she arrived at the hospital on January 29th, correct?
I don't know if I testified that I treated her, but I was involved in her care. Yes,
You actually wrote the reports regarding her care, correct?
that is not correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the report?
The report, I believe we're talking about the note, the emergency room note was written by a nurse practitioner.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at some additional reports from January 29th?
Sounds like you want to show me some reports, so sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Is your recollection refreshed? Do you recall treating Ms. Reed on January 29th?
I do not.
Do you recall writing a report that has your name, Justin Rice, on it from January 29th?
No, it depends what you define report as.
Oh my gosh, I
to
am so
best answer
sorry.
Well,
Thank you for letting me know.
do I recall writing this out? No.
Okay, let me just kind of do a little repeat. I am so sorry that you could not hear me. This guy is boring. Yes, I know. But this is going to be very interesting. We got a little into the blood alcohol. I read off that blood alcohol concentrations are measured in milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of blood. That was the number that we saw. I hope you can hear me now. That we were told the 93.93. And at 100 milligrams per deciliter, that equals 0.1 BAC. So we're used to like 0.08, 0.13, you know, like 0.08, you can't drive, you know, that's a DUI. So that was that. So I think she was kind of close to that. So I would say if 100 is 0.1, I would probably say 0.09, maybe. That's kind of the math that I'm learning. This guy is already sassy. Already sassy.
Oh, is that what your question was?
So is it your testimony that do you recall treating Ms. Reed at all?
No, I don't.
Do you recall actually ordering her blood in this case?
No,
Do you recall sending it out to the labs at all?
no,
As you sit here today, you don't know who collected the blood?
that's correct.
You don't know who packaged the blood?
That would also be a fair assessment, yes.
And you don't know who submitted that to the lab?
Correct.
And it wasn't you, correct?
I can confidently say that I did not like collect blood work. I did not do that.
Okay. You testified that you treated Mr. O'Keefe upon arrival on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Did a firefighter ever approach you on the morning of January 29th and tell you that he had information suggesting that the victim had been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I do not.
So if a firefighter indicated that he informed you that he had information suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe had been in some sort of vehicular accident, that's something that you would have included in your report, correct?
I don't know if that's a fair assumption.
But as you sit here today, you have no recollection whatsoever of anyone telling you that the victim had appeared to be in some sort of car accident, correct?
Well, I think, I don't have it in front of me, but I think my note that I prepared for Mr. O'Keefe states that per EMS for.
Dr. Rice, you have no record. Apologies.
So I don't think he finished his answer.
So I think that what I was trying to say, right, was that on my note, it says per EMS report. So one of the medics, as in one of the folks on the ambulance who brought Mr. O'Keefe in, again, I'm not right in front of my note, but as I recall, it said something to the effect of per EMS report, the patient may have been struck by a vehicle.
Well, can I show you a copy of that report?
Please.
This was a moment for sure. So to his recollection, that a vehicle was involved. In John, in causing John to be in the position he is.
Yes. You can take a look at that.
All right. So,
I'll ask a question. Is your recollection refreshed?
yes.
Is there anywhere on that report that says that the patient came in and there was a statement by EMS that the victim appeared to have been struck by a vehicle?
Just give me a moment to read through the.
No, just take a look, see there, and.
So no, there's not.
In fact, there's no mention of a vehicle whatsoever, correct?
That's correct.
No mention of a vehicle whatsoever.
Doctor,
you see his
did you observe
confusion?
Mr. O'Keefe's injuries when he arrived at the hospital that morning?
I guess you'd have to define what observe injuries means.
Okay.
Well, during the course of your treatment, did you inspect him for injuries?
So, yes.
You testified that you observed certain abrasions and scratches on his right arm, correct?
Yes.
Aside from his injuries to his right
Very
arm,
interesting, huh?
and I believe you described sort of laceration above his eye,
Mm-hmm.
John O'Keefe did not have a single other injury on his body from the neck down, correct?
I don't know if that's fair to say.
Well, you didn't report a single injury to his shoulders, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his chest, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his torso, correct?
Correct.
You did not report a single injury to his back, correct?
Correct.
You also did not report a single injury to his ribs, correct?
Correct.
No injury to his hips, right?
Correct.
You observed no injury to his knees, correct?
This is
I
a good
reported no
question.
injuries to his knees. Correct.
No injuries to his shins, correct?
You hear how no
No
one's
injuries to his
objecting?
ankles, right?
Correct.
And no injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not
I
have
might
a
have been
single broken
muted.
bone, right?
We have seen her. She
I don't know if
is
that's a
much
fair
less
assessment
timid than
or
the first
statement.
time.
You certainly didn't notate in your report that he had any broken bones from the neck down, correct?
No, I did not. I'd happy to explain that, but to answer your question, no, I did not.
You did not report a single fracture from the neck down, correct?
I did not report a single fracture. Correct.
The injuries that you testified to today were that he had sort of a laceration above his eyelid, correct?
The injuries that I testified to today, correct, yes.
And the scratches on his right arm.
On the right forearm, yes.
No further questions.
Hey, Mr. Lally?
He's still
Dr. Rice,
confused
with reference to
about not seeing a
fractures,
vehicle
broken
in that
bones,
report.
Can you explain sort of why that may not have been noted or why that wasn't included within the chart?
Sure, yeah, I'd like to. So with a patient like Mr. O'Keefe who came in, the focus of myself and the team of physician assistant, nurse practitioner, and nurses, whoever was helping in a case like this, the focus is in core resuscitative medicine, of securing an airway, making sure he has a breathing tube in, making sure that the CPR is being applied, the right pressure to the right place, making sure that the core resuscitative elements of medicine are happening, unless, as in the mind can only focus on so much. So I think in cases like this, because the attention is on resuscitation of someone's heartbeat, their life, there's less focus on injuries or observations that don't coincide with the resuscitation effort or not pertinent to that resuscitative effort, if that answers if that answers your question.
So in that vein, it's not like you're doing x-rays or a full skeletal survey or something like that?
No, we're not doing a full skeletal survey, no.
Because you're more concerned with the fact that his body core temperature is 80, his heart isn't pumping blood, and he's pulsing, correct?
Correct, unless there was an extremity injury that would be pertinent to his resuscitation. If he had had a traumatic amputation, as in removal of a leg, for example, that would be pertinent to a resuscitation, but an otherwise intact extremity, that is not necessarily within the realm of resuscitation.
Can I approach the witness?
Yes.
Isn't there usually like
I'm going to direct your attention on document.
in an emergency situation like that, like on scene making notes of the things
Read to yourself.
though? Like isn't that one person's like just job?
So as far as the chart is concerned, as far as your clinical impression of Mr. O'Keefe, can you read sort of what you?
Sure, right. So I wrote clinical impression, cardiac arrest, head trauma, exposure to environmental cold.
And approach this retriever.
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Little?
No further questions.
All right, thank you, Doctor. You are all set.
Thanks.
Definitely a good way to.
Rather than where it's 10 minutes of one, jurors, can we do an abbreviated lunch today so we can get as much of the testimony in as possible? So it's 10 minutes of one. Why don't we come back here at 1:30? And can we go until 4:30 today? We'll see to say yes. If that changes, just let Officer Delano or Officer Biden know. Okay, thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1:30.
All right, so the court, please.
Remember they had
You are muted.
some random break after Higgins. It was like this massive break. It was supposed to be a 10-minute. They're going to go on their lunch. I'm going to skip ahead, and I think we'll have plenty of time to get through the rest of day 18.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, the call will call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Gary. Fowler. I'm gonna say Fawler. That's my guess.
Just like step up. Show us what
Someone left the first there. Judge giggled.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And sir, that microphone in front of you, you can move that any way you wish. So if you want to bring it up or down, just one itself. And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a pathologist.
Pathologist.
And where is it that you work?
I work at Good Samaritan Medical Center
And how long have you been working as a pathologist at Good Samaritan?
since November of 2015.
Now, if I could ask you just a few questions about sort of your educational background, starting with your undergrad, where did you go to school and what, if anything, did you receive a degree in?
My undergraduate education, I went to Tufts University.
All right, so doctor, I'm going to ask you to put the microphone perhaps underneath your mouth and speak into it, because in order to keep this room cool, we need to have these fans going. If they can't compete with you, we'll have to turn them off, and I think everybody would prefer to have them on. So please speak loudly.
How am I now?
Very
okay.
hot.
Okay, so Tufts University, undergraduate, I have a degree in biology. That was
Already not talking into the microphone. It is very difficult for people who are not used to talking into microphones to talk into microphones. It's a learned technique. So we're going to hear her probably say a couple more times.
And after you received your degree in biology from Tufts, where did you go from there?
I went to Tufts Medical School in Boston for 4 years there.
And after you graduated from medical school, where did
Already
you
a
go
soft
from there?
speaker.
I went to a residency in pathology, anatomic and clinical pathology at Tufts Medical Center. So I stayed within the Tufts system. Okay.
And how long was that
Just
residency?
older.
That residency was, at the time, pathology residency was 5 years. It's now 4 years, I believe, but it's a 5-year program. I finished the residency with the chief of resident in pathology with my 5th year.
And then following your residency, where did you go for work?
I can get like
In
unnecessarily
1996, I
frustrated.
finished residency,
For
and my
us, we
first
can
job
hear
was
it.
at Kearney Hospital,
for them, they can't.
beginning at the end of June of 1996.
And
They
how
can get
long did
like
you work at Carnegie?
unreasonably
I'm
frustrated
still on
about
medical
it.
staff at Kearney, so ever since I was transferred to help Good Samaritan Medical Center in 2015. My full-time job is at Good Samaritan now since 2015, but I still cover Kearney Hospital every now and then.
And are you board certified?
I am board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology.
You've used that term, and just if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is as far as pathology and sort of the difference between anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
Sure. Pathology, there's two subspecialties, I guess, in pathology. One is anatomic pathology, which is basically if you, as a patient, go to a hospital or have a biopsy, or a tissue biopsy, or an excision, or anything like that, it comes to the pathology department, and an anatomic pathologist is responsible for making the diagnosis for that patient. So we abbreviate that as an AP, anatomic pathologist. So in residency, you can also train to become a clinical pathologist, and clinical pathologist is a pathologist who basically deals with, to put it simply, if you have a blood test that gets sent to the lab, we are essentially responsible for the quality and the safety of that blood test to help ensure the lab tests that are done on the specimens are accurate.
Now, with regard to your position at Good Samaritan, what is it that you do at Good Samaritan? What are your sort of duties and responsibilities in relation to that hospital?
I am the chief of pathologist at Good Samaritan Medical Center. I'm also the laboratory medical director. So my job at Good Samaritan is to ensure, quality of both the anatomic pathology side of things as well as the clinical pathology side of things. Ultimately, my job is to help ensure that any laboratory report coming from Good Samaritan is accurate.
Now, the lab at Good Samaritan where the testing is done, is that accredited?
Into over 2 hours.
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that accreditation means, who it's by, and sort of what goes into that accreditation process?
We are accredited by the College of American Pathologists. We abbreviate that as CAP, if I mention that later, just so you know. And the accreditation process, the CAP has been in business for 75 years or so. They, according to their website, are the preeminent accrediting body for medical laboratories. So what that means is every 2 years we have an in-depth laboratory survey. That's every 2 years, and there are over maybe 3,000 elements or checklist requirements that the CAP will look at in our lab, which ranges from anywhere, for quality, mainly quality control, making sure that we have enough staff members, just about anything that can affect a laboratory result. There is essentially a checklist requirement that we need to fulfill and pass. So that's every 2 years.
And is that accreditation, is that up to date as of now?
Yes, it is. We will be having another inspection. Our window opens in July, so it's coming up. We have a 3-month window where the CIP can come anytime unannounced. So.
And was that accreditation up to date prior to January 29th, 2022? Now, as far as the clinical portion of the lab, what are some of the things that get tested as far as, what are some of the things that are tested for in the lab as far as blood work is concerned? Many different things. As probably all of you know, when you go to a hospital, you have your blood tested, and the physician is looking for different tests such as like a sodium, a potassium, a chloride, some basic tests that if they show abnormality, that could help them help the clinician make a diagnosis on you. So the most common things would be like a glucose, sodium, potassium, chloride. Stuff like that. Now, there's some sort of like standard algorithm for things that are tested, or does it sort of dependent on the patient's presentation?
I think it's depends on the patient's presentation. There's no standard ordering test that one can order. So it depends mainly on what the doctor is thinking and his differential diagnosis. He will order a variety of different tests. Some tests are pretty standard. When you go to a hospital, they might order the test that I just talked about, a CBC. They want to look at your complete blood count.
Just a little louder, please.
Okay, sure. Things like that. Want to look at your hemoglobin, hematocrit, maybe sodium, potassium. Those are some really common tests that would get ordered in a hospital.
Now, as far as drugs of abuse, including alcohol, is that something that's dependent upon the presentation of a patient to your facility?
I think an alcohol test or drug of abuse test is not a routine type of order or test. It all depends on if the clinician or the primary care physician is suspecting could be drugs of abuse or alcohol on board, and they need to know if so to help treat the patient.
Now, would that also include sort of a patient that presents in regard to a mental health status or Section 12 drugs of abuse? Would that be somewhat standard in relation to testing or blood work that's done in relation to that kind of patient?
As far as Section 12, I do not know if there is a standing order for a routine ordering process for a patient that is admitted to Good Samaritan under Section 12. So I'm not sure.
Would that be abnormal, though, as far as doing a blood draw and testing for alcohol and someone presenting on Section 2?
I don't think so, no.
Now, with regard to a blood draw in Good Samaritan Hospital with reference to testing for alcohol specifically, what, if any, sort of policies or protocols are in place in reference to that type of blood?
I think a test for blood alcohol is the phlebotomist pretty much has to run through the same protocol that he or she needs to follow for any type of blood test, except for the fact that we do not want to use an alcohol swab to clean the area before the blood draw. In theory, if you use an alcohol swab and you're testing for alcohol, then you can, in theory, contaminate the blood sample with some of the residual fluid of the alcohol. Some people say if you let the alcohol swab dry for 30 seconds, it's not going to contaminate it, but we don't go by that process. We have it specifically in our policy never to use an alcohol swab when an alcohol test is ordered.
Now, in that vein, doctor, with reference to Good Samaritan and the emergency departments, what, if any, precautions have you or your facility taken in regard to those types of blood draws in testing for alcohol with regard to alcohol wipes being used?
My phlebotomy supervisor has removed essentially all, not 100%, but all of the alcohol swabs down in the emergency room. So a phlebotomist who perhaps could forget, which they shouldn't, because we have competency policies for them. So we have that in place where she's removed almost all of them so somebody can't mistakenly use a swab down in the emergency room.
Okay, so keep your voice up again, please, doctor, especially at the end of your sentences. Thank you.
And doctor, the removal of those alcohol wipes from the emergency department of Good Samaritan, does that predate January 29th, 2022?
It's been in place for a long time. Before that, there was a policy that they would use betadine for swabbing, but that policy has been in place for a long time, and before that day of 2022.
You've spoken a little bit about as far as phlebotomists working within Good Samaritan. If you could just explain to the jury sort of what is a phlebotomist and what is it that they do?
A phlebotomist is any person who is trained to draw your blood when you come to a hospital. So we come in, we train people to draw the blood.
I was
And as
looking
far
up,
as with regard to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan, you mentioned that there's some
their testimony.
proficiency testing or some protocols that they have to adhere to. Can you explain that a little bit more to the jury as far as what's involved in those?
So with anybody who works in the laboratory, per CAP checklist requirements and the government's requirements, there has to be competency policies and assessments on anybody who works in our laboratory, including phlebotomists. So any new phlebotomist, they get an initial training, and they'll get a training, and then they have to be assessed to make sure that they know what they need to do for their job, including knowledge of all policies. Then after that, after initial training, our competency policy states that we need to assess them again at 6 months. We do the same thing, make sure they know what they're doing. And then 6 months from that, so that's a year from when they started working for us, and then annually thereafter. So the CAP is, we have all these competency policies for everyone to make sure the lab technicians know what they're doing. We also have competency policies for pathologists as well. So it's all about making sure the final result is that comes from our lab is a good quality.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you two sets of documents. You can just look those and then
Okay.
And just in general, you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those?
There are two of our policies that we have for Good Samaritan Medical Center, one for the phlebotomists, one for our laboratory technicians. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection policy, which defines our policy for drawing the blood for the phlebotomist. The second is an alcohol policy, which is one of thousands of policies that we have in the lab to describe how our policy for alcohol testing. Every laboratory test in our hospital has a separate policy.
Well, everything from hematocrit to sodium to calcium chloride has its own policy. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the policy you have before you, that's for alcohol testing?
Correct.
And those two policies that you have before you, were those policies what was in place on January 29th, 2022?
Correct. Yes.
May I approach again now?
Okay.
I'll seek to introduce in a minute the next one. Sit.
Any objection?
Okay.
All right. So, Madam Court Reporter, I don't think we marked SS into evidence. Do we have that ready to go into evidence?
I don't believe so.
All right. So these instead, Madam Court Reporter, will be the next two exhibits.
I'm just doing some looks
And what is
on
107, Madam Court
Twitter.
Reporter?
I did get that text right. Thank you.
I believe 107 is in reference to excuse me. I believe 107 is in reference to the alcohol testing, and 108 would be in reference to the
And I
sample
hate
collection.
Twitter, so I hate this. So yeah, so John's niece and nephew, who are minors, they are young teenagers, did testify that was
He was
a
showing me where
random long 2-hour break.
Document as far as some medical records.
And I am going to.
Are you familiar with those records?
Yes.
Those records are in relation to a patient named Karen Reed that visited the Good Samaritan.
I am not a professional like the court reporter who can do like 18 things at once. There was talk about how the last couple weeks of their relationship and up until, John's murder, things were a little rocky. There were some arguments. There was a moment where Karen was asked to leave the house and she said no. There was some yelling, there was some screaming, there was some cursing. The morning that John didn't come home, that Karen woke up off the couch, the niece was in the house. The nephew was staying with somebody else. He was not in the home at that time. She was shaken awake by Karen. I will try to find a more. I know there's many reporters, just many reporters who probably did sort of like Twitter threads or something like that. I don't know, Ray, if you want to check out Twitter if you're bored. Hashtag Karen Reed or whatever. I know there's a lot of reporters that kind of cover the day-to-day in the trial in Twitter and threads and stuff like that. So I will try to either by the end of today have something or on Monday. Because I'll probably do an afternoon stream on Monday if we're vibing with it to kind of stay as up to date as possible. Because we'll be all caught up once we finish this.
On January 29th, 2020. I
forgot my necklace today, so I can't.
Now,
nothing.
with reference to, can I approach Andrew on just?
Yes.
Sure.
Your attention to a previously tapped portion of those records. Do you see a result for alcohol within those records?
Mr. Lally, you have to keep your voice up when you're here as well.
Yeah, well, you need to speak up.
Doctor, with reference to those records and the page that I've opened up to, do you see a record in regard to a lab results for alcohol testing with regard to Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And what is it reported as, sir?
It is reported at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And is that, as far as milligrams per deciliter, is that a relatively standard way of reporting an alcohol result?
Yes, it is in our hospital systems.
Could you explain to the jury sort of milligram per deciliter what that reading means as far as the metric that's used there?
Well, it means 93 milligrams of alcohol per deciliter of the blood.
And as far as, if you could explain to the jury sort of the testing process or the protocols that are in place at the Good Samaritan, so the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, and then what happens from there as far as the testing?
Okay, so
before you do that, doctor, so we might have to turn off the fans, which we don't want to do. I really need you to keep your voice up so that the court officer over there, so that folks down there can hear you.
Okay, so at Good Samaritan, I can go through the process. The doctor will order.
I told you we were going to hear it multiple times, and he is putting the microphone above his mouth. It needs to be below. He is blowing the sound downwards. It needs to be below. It needs to be underneath him. He needs to be talking into the microphone like this. It is pissing me off, and I would like him to be better at this.
The test in the emergency room, we have 2 phlebotomists down in the emergency room. That test will print out, the order will print out down in the emergency room, and it will print out a label for the blood tube. It will print out on that label the color of the blood tube to be ordered, and we'll also print out what on the label what is to be tested in our lab. So that order will be seen by our phlebotomists in the emergency room. They will then locate the patient and perform the venipuncture or the blood draw and use the correct tube. They'll go through the process of one of the most important processes in testing somebody's blood is
I love
accurate
you.
patient
I love
identification.
you.
So within our policy, we ask the patient to state his or her name, first and last name and date of birth. We have them say it out loud to make sure we have two forms of identification. Once that's confirmed, there's also a bracelet on the patient, so we'll match it up with a Good Samaritan ID number. So the first step is to make sure we have the correct patient. So then the phlebotomist has the order in front of her or him and uses the correct tube. Before drawing, they have to find the correct vein, a good vein for
Oh, sorry. I had to switch ears.
the patient, which is usually in the forearm antecubital fossa area. They will find that vein. They will cleanse the area with a non-alcohol swab, which in this case the order was for
All
alcohol.
right, so doctor, I'm sorry. I'm going to stop you. I think part of it is that you're saying so much and your voice is fine and then it drops and it's fine and then it
Okay.
drops. So Paul, can we turn the fans off, please? It's important that all the jurors hear everything you say, doctor.
So, yeah, sorry.
Okay, so but speak into the
I'm going to
microphone.
bring it really close.
All right, this should be better with.
And hopefully you can turn it back on when I get better at this. So I'm sorry. It's hot. I'm hot too.
And now everyone's
one
gonna
is
be
we
hotter.
make sure that it's correct patient identification. We use the correct tube. We draw it. We don't use an alcohol swab. We use one that doesn't contain an alcohol in that. Then the phlebotomist will then put the labels on the tube or tubes in front of the patient, then bring it back to his or her area. Make sure they sign their name they initial their name on the tube as well as the time. Then it will be put into a bag, and in the emergency room it goes through a chute and it goes directly to our laboratory for testing. Once we get it, it's called receiving the blood work. A technician, lab tech in our lab will scan, there's a barcode on the label, they'll scan it and that will document the time that we received it. They will also manually enter the name of the phlebotomist and the time of the blood draw, so we have accurate records of what we received and the time. Once that's done, it's entered into our system. And then the technician will decide what needs to go next. In this case of an alcohol test, we're using a green top tube, which has lithium heparin, has an anticoagulant in it. It's to prevent clotting. So we'll get that tube, and once it's entered, we will centrifuge it, and that is centrifuged for about 10 minutes or so, so that we can separate the layers of the blood. In the blood, when you first see blood, it's all red, and there's no separation of the elements. But within blood, there are red blood cells, there are white cells or inflammatory cells, and there's the liquid portion of the blood. So for alcohol testing, we there's an anticoagulant in it, and so we will centrifuge it to separate the different layers of the blood. The different layers, the red cells will go to the bottom, and the aqueous portion or the plasma portion will go to the top. And when we test for blood alcohol in our lab, we're testing the aqueous portion of the plasma portion of the blood. So that's why it's important for us to centrifuge it and separate the components. Once that is done, that takes about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. Then that tube will be brought over to our machine, which is a Roche Cobas machine, and it will be put onto the machine, and that machine will test for the alcohol or whatever else is ordered on the patient. I think I covered everything.
Now, with regard to, you used the term a couple times as far as centrifuge, can you describe to the jury sort of what that is and how that instrument works?
Sure. So when the tube that we take is a blood tube, and we want to test the aqueous plasma portion of the blood. And the only way to get that plasma portion or the watery solution of the blood is we put it in a centrifuge, which will spin the blood at a rapid rate, something like 3,300 RPMs or so, which is fast. And it will separate the blood into those three layers. Also in the tubes that we use is a gel that comes in the tube, and it nicely separates the red blood cell component from the water or aqueous plasma component, and keeps those two portions of the blood separate to make it easier for us to test on our machine.
Now, as far as the blood testing is concerned, is there a difference between sort of what's known as whole blood versus serum and plasma?
You see all these people?
There is a difference. Whole blood is basically the whole blood. If
Things get
when
posted.
somebody has a test drawn, and if we test something on the entire blood without separating it, that would
Yeah,
be whole
yes.
blood. If we say
Every
we're
word
testing
is-
on plasma or serum, we're
Let me just, golly, every word is followed by, so you're getting, our brains are trying to pull out the words that he's saying and like throw away the uhs and the ums and the gravel. Just, he's very Tina right now. Like he's very Tina Belcher. And I'm going to need him to articulate. And I know this is completely out of his field. He didn't sign up for this, right? Like he did not sign up to be Mr. Describe It in courtrooms. He signed up to make sure people's bloods and biopsies are figured out and so they can be taken care of and treated right. That's what he signed up for. But unfortunately, he's now put in a position where he needs to sit in front of a microphone and speak the hell up. It's
actually
not easy
separating
for
the components of the blood
It's not, but
by the centrifuge process.
Which of the two, as far as serum plasma versus the whole blood, which would record as far as a higher percentage of alcohol in the testing?
Alcohol, the answer would be plasma or serum would have a little bit higher blood alcohol content compared to whole blood.
As far as the separation that you're talking about, is there a specific area as far as the separation is concerned where alcohol tends to concentrate within?
Yes, alcohol tends to go into the more into the watery or the aqueous component of the blood. So when we like serum or plasma has a 98%, reportedly 98% water component. Whole blood, if you look at the whole blood overall, it has a lesser percentage. If you look in the literature, it can be 86% or there's a range. But so since alcohol tends to go to the watery components, if you measure alcohol like we do in hospitals on the serum or plasma, the value that we get will always be a little bit higher than total, than measuring on whole blood.
Aware of, through your training experience, sort of a conversion that can be done between sort of what's reported as a testing from serum plasma to a whole blood count?
In the hospital, we're pretty much in the business of reporting alcohol, in serum or plasma, and we're not in the business of the legal aspects of alcohol testing, because alcohol, what I understand is the alcohol legal limit in Massachusetts is 0.08 grams per deciliter. We don't make any conversions in a hospital. We're not in that business to do that. We just report on the serum percentage or the plasma level, and we don't make any attempts to do any official conversion to a whole blood level. If we did, we'd have to validate, we'd have to do many studies, and we're just not in the business for that.
And I understand that's not how it's reported within your record or at the facility. What my question is, are you aware of a process by which you can
Yes.
sort of then mathematically convert from milligrams per deciliter to a gram?
I am aware of that. Recently, I had to read about it, but up until recently, I was not aware. So I'm not in that. We're not in the business for whole blood. But there is a formula. I do know about it. If one wants to convert a whole a serum or a plasma level to a whole blood, there are formulas that basically you need to. It's a simple formula, but there's varying opinions on which formula can be used.
Now, as far as this specific
This
patient,
is
the
so
defendant
bad
was reading,
for my brain right now.
do you have any sense from the chart in front of you as far as sort of the timeline of when the blood was drawn to when it was tested and reported and things of that nature?
I think it was the order was 9:03 in the morning. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist. It happened pretty fast. 5 minutes later, the phlebotomist got the labels printed. Then 5 minutes after that, they went in and drew it. It was very quickly. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but ultimately, it was received in our lab, I think, 10 minutes after the order, the blood, very quickly. And then the final result, when the alcohol level was reported in a computer system, was, I think, 50 minutes from the time of the order.
Everyone's like, so what do we do now? What do we do now?
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay.
And
I'd
that
like to
lab
remind
results
everyone that
done
Mr.
pursuant to
Lally
testing and policies
is
and protocols and everything in the lab was
the only
93
questioning
milligrams per deciliter. Is that
prosecutor.
correct?
Correct.
No one else has come
No
up.
further questions.
And the defense team has 3. Mr. Jackson isn't here yet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You testified that, hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating BACs. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are done in labs, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of testing in sort of a clinical setting at a hospital is to assist in the quick diagnosis and treatment of a patient. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And so your priorities may be different than those if you're at a forensic lab where the goal is to ensure accuracy and reliability at all costs, correct?
I don't agree. Not correct.
Well, hospitals use serum tests to screen for the presence of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that serum testing does not measure alcohol directly, but it actually measures the presence of NADH.
Correct.
And NADH is the byproduct that's created when the body breaks down alcohol.
Correct.
And the reason hospitals use a serum test rather than a whole blood test is because it's quick and efficient and you can get test results within 20-ish minutes. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And you'd agree that NADH, which is what serum essentially tests for, can also be elevated by factors other than alcohol in the blood.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you familiar?
Yep.
Are you familiar with any medical literature that has found that NADH is created when the body has elevated either lactate or LDH in the system?
Correct. There are some issues, in our policy. There are some factors that can lead to falsely elevated or falsely lowered serum alcohol. One is lactic acid or LDH. Another one is Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia, which is a hematological problem, and other things that can interfere with not just any test or lipids, high levels of lipids, or hemolysis, or high levels of bilirubin. But our machines are very sophisticated now. If there are any elevations of, let's say, hemolysis or lipids or bilirubin, the Roche machines will detect that and flag it as a possible interference, or it won't even let us resolve the test. So with any test, there can be interferences, and I'm sure there can be interferences with the forensic way of testing as well.
Right.
So he just said, I hear what you're saying, but
LDH,
you're kind of
and therefore NADH also include things like trauma, muscle weakness and loss of muscle tissue, or abnormal tissue formation. Is that correct? Have you read studies about that?
I haven't read those studies, no.
Would you agree that there may be other sort of medical stressors or things that can't necessarily be captured by the technology, but that could cause error in testing?
I don't understand that question.
Well, you testified that there can be certain errors in testing. That's something that we see throughout all different types of sort of scientific literature, which includes ethanol testing.
Yep.
And there are certain sort of factors that could cause a higher level of NADH that might not necessarily be picked up by the machines that you use at the hospital. Is that correct?
I am not familiar. If there is, it's not not a common phenomenon. Our methodology for doing many tests are based on this NADH enzyme methodology, and we've never had issues with it. I read a lot. I haven't read about major faults of our methodology for testing. Most hospitals, when we look at when we actually have to do proficiency testing with any tests that we do in a hospital. So 3 times a year we get sent unknown levels of alcohol and 5 samples to be accurate 3 times a year, and we're able to look at not only our results, make sure they're correct, but we're able to look at how, what other hospitals are doing across the nation. So when I last looked, and it's held true for over 10 years, maybe 20 years, is that of the, I think, 5,000 hospitals that are testing for alcohol, it's over 80% of them are using our methodology, which is the alcohol dehydrogenase and NADH. And I can't imagine if why if there were any major issues with alcohol testing using that methodology, why would it wouldn't be that high of a.
As you testified, the goal in a clinical setting obviously is to test for the presence of alcohol, but you're not in the business of trying to sort of calculate BAC, correct?
No, we don't. We don't.
So your goals are to make sure that you're screening for the presence of alcohol, but you're not quite as concerned with the precise amount that you might see in, for instance, a whole blood test in a forensic lab.
Well, we result in terms of in the serum. We know the Massachusetts laws and laws across the nation are based on whole blood, but there are in the literature formulas that you can use if it were a medical legal case that one can use to convert our level to a blood alcohol. We don't do it in a hospital. We won't report a serum alcohol and then we don't do the conversion, but because it's a very rare event that a level will end up in court. But there are forensic lab people that can provide that formula.
And when you get a test result from a serum test, that information does not establish when alcohol was consumed, correct?
Correct.
And so you're just looking at a specific point in time to say this is what the serum test reflects at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay.
Well, any follow-up?
Just briefly. As far as the interferences or anything that would lead to elevated levels from your review of Ms. Reed's chart, was there anything like that present there?
I didn't see anything, no.
And the interferences would be accounted for in the sense of the machine would sort of vet them out and not result or not recorded in the chart if that were to occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question, I'll sustain the objection. You can ask it differently.
Sure. Dr. Fowler, with regard to the interferences that you were talking about, what, if any, impact would that have on the results being reported?
If there were the three major things that could interfere with the result, like high lipids, hemolysis, or high bilirubin, our machine would flag that, and we would have some information that our result may not be valid. And sometimes we will report a result with a disclaimer, or sometimes if those levels are so high, we won't report it at all. But in this case, there were no flags.
Nothing further on.
Okay.
Anything, Ms. Little, or are you all set?
If I could have one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
He said, I hear your question, I hear your concerns, but we handle that. So, 80% of hospitals across the nation do what we do. And no, we don't calculate BAC because I guess because of the rarity of it ending up in a court setting. I wish they did calculate BAC. But
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you.
No further questions.
All right, Dr. Fowler, thank you, and I'm sorry I gave you such a.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
He was
Next
gonna
one,
ask him
Mrs.
something,
Lally.
but I don't
Yes, Your Honor,
think
call Mr. Nicholas Roberts to the stand.
I don't think.
Your Honor, may we
needed
approach
to.
this while the witness is coming in?
Yes.
I think that there was enough there for, I don't think she could have said anything that would have been like, oh, wow, he messed up. He did a bad job, or he made a mistake. Karen's going to keep looking for whatever she was looking for. There's probably like a slosh about of papers with Jackson not being here. And good thing my internet is messing up again.
Mute.
All right. Okay, Miss Yellow, I see you.
During the case now, hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat. I just need you to keep your voice up really loud. If you're too soft, we're going to have to turn off the air conditioning. Everyone's going to get mad.
No problem.
He's like, oh, I'll yell.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, sir?
Sure, my name is Nicholas Roberts, Roberts.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed with a company called Thermo Fisher as a field service engineer
And how long have you been doing that?
since November of last year.
And so prior to that, or prior to November of last year, 2023, where did you work before that?
I was in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the toxicology unit.
And
Okay.
how long did you work in the toxicology unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime?
Since October of 2014.
Now, if I
So
could
the guy right
turn your
in
attention
front of
to
this
prior
guy
to joining the
was
lab.
Gary
of the
Fowler, our
Massachusetts State
pathologist,
Police.
who ran the blood.
Can you talk a
I'm
little bit
Karen.
about your educational
When she
background?
was section
Where
12.
did you go to school and what did you go to school for?
This
Sure.
guy
I have a bachelor's degree in applied forensic science with a concentration in chemistry.
is he's now working for what I believe to be a private company. He's wearing the shirt Thermo Fisher Scientific. He is Nicholas Roberts, and he is probably going to end. Oh, we're going to have another little guy after this, but we're going to get some, I think, some good information out of
Chemistry and toxicology from Mercyhurst University. That's in Erie, Pennsylvania. And then I also have a master's degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Glasgow in Scotland.
Now, after receiving your degree from the University of Glasgow in Scotland, where did you go from there?
I returned home to the British Virgin Islands where I taught at a community college.
And what did you teach there?
Mainly chemistry and a term or two of physics.
And then following your teaching in the Virgin Islands, where did you go from there?
I was hired then at the Mass State Police Crime Lab.
Now, when you're initially hired at the Mass State Police Crime Lab, you're working initially as a forensic scientist 1, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your duties and responsibilities are, what your work looks like as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1, you're essentially going through all the trainings that they provide at the lab. We do a number of different testing, mainly on blood and urine, looking for the presence of drugs and alcohol. We also do serum conversions and retrogrades. So during your training period, I started as FS1, so that went up until I was fully signed off to actually write reports that would be issued to ADAs across the whole of Massachusetts, in which I became a forensic scientist 2.
And so what are the difference, sir, between sort of your work as a forensic scientist 1 versus your work as a forensic scientist 2?
So essentially, as a 2, you're essentially fully trained and you're able to do all the testing that we do in-house. You also are able to go and give testimony based on the reports that you write, whereas in a forensic scientist 1, you're still in that training process.
And did you work essentially as a forensic scientist 2 from that point in time till the time that you left the lab in November of 23?
Yes.
Now, with reference to while you were working at the lab, was there sort of an ongoing continuing educational component?
Yeah, so we would habitually receive articles based on different discoveries within the forensic field. So different ways they would find certain types of drugs in different bodily fluids. It's always a revolving door when it comes to drugs being discovered as well as being manufactured, what's illicit on the street, et cetera, et cetera. We would often get different articles, just research papers based on what they're doing to discover these things within the matrices that we are looking at.
Now, in addition to that, while you worked at the lab, what, if any, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
What, if any, proficiency testing would you undergo while you were at the lab?
So we receive both in-house and external proficiency tests. Essentially, the process would be just the same. The only difference would be we'd have internal people sending us samples as if it came from an external source. And then the external proficiency testing that we receive is actually part of our accreditation. So it came in just like regular samples, and we would test it accordingly per our protocols.
And as far as the proficiency testing that you undertook over the course of your time at the lab, did you pass each of those tests?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned a little bit as far as accreditation with regard to the lab. What, if any, accreditation did the State Police Crime Lab have?
We had accreditation. It's a internationally accreditation board for forensic scientists, as well as any kind of lab in particular, and the branch that our lab would fall under. We have a certain set of rules that we have to adhere to. Mainly, it's a standard known as an ISO 17025, but we have a different accreditation board, and they have narrower requirements because of the type of lab that we are.
It may be pretty well understood, but that as far as the accreditation is concerned, that's done through an external entity. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to the lab, as far as your assignment of work, at the time that you left the lab, about how many forensic scientists were working within the lab in your toxicology?
By the time that I left?
Yes.
So within the toxicology unit, there was one more when at the time that I left.
And as far as you and sort of the other forensic scientists too, at the time that you worked at the lab, Was there some sort of rotation, or how were you assigned work as it related to your work in the toxicology?
So throughout my time there, we had more forensic scientists, ones and twos, and we would delegate each type of assignments that we would look for to different types of testing. On a monthly basis, we would get a different group of tests that we would perform throughout that month, and it would rotate to the next person as a month at the end of the month. So that's how we did the testing.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to May of 2022, you're working with the lab at that time, is that correct?
Yes,
Were you assigned to serum conversions at that particular time?
I was, yes.
And at some point, were you specifically assigned to a case involving a Ms. Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, as far as a serum conversion is concerned, if you could explain to the jury sort of what goes into that process and what is it that you're reviewing or you're looking at, how is a serum conversion, what is it, and how is it performed?
Sure. So with serum conversions, usually what happens is that we get hospital results. So that would be the police or the ADAs would get results from the hospitals that whoever was attended to. We get the results, and usually hospital alcohol results they use serum in order to test alcohol. Serum is essentially the liquid portion of blood. Let's say, for instance, you fall and you cut yourself, that red stuff that comes out, that has serum within it. What the hospital does, they centrifuge it or spin it very fast in order to get the red blood cells, the white blood cells, and all kinds of the heavier materials out of that blood. And what's left is the serum. So they use that to test their alcohol. What studies have shown is that we actually tend to have a higher alcohol concentration in serum than in blood. So that means is that due to the chemical nature of alcohol, it likes to stay in that liquid portion more than throughout the whole blood. So a serum conversion essentially is able to convert the alcohol content from that serum that we get from the hospital into what it would be in whole blood.
Wow.
Did you have occasion to perform a
What
serum
an
conversion in
amazing way to
regard
answer that
Ms.
question.
Medical
Like-
records?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Not confusing at all. Clear, to the point, concise,
So I'm showing you a document, just ask you to review that as I'm finished.
brilliant.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize
Yeah.
that?
So this is the serum conversion report that I made, where the calculations were made on May 3rd of 2022.
And as far as the result that you received, in addition, so what kind of materials did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
We got the medical records.
Absolutely.
May I approach the witness?
Extremely so. Amazing.
I apologize, Your Honor. If I could, looking for the.
It's like, don't waste my time. Have your shit ready. I'm a busy man.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 106.
Intern.
And directing your attention to this last page in this document here. Is that a portion of the medical records that you reviewed in regard to Ms. Reed's serum alcohol level?
He's like, I need to know what I'm looking at.
Yes.
And if you could, what was reported in the medical records that you reviewed and using in your serum conversion analysis as far as the level?
The level was at 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And so with regard to that 93 milligrams per deciliter, I'm sorry, was there also a time that specimen was collected as far as your review of those records?
Yes.
I
What
want
was
to see
that
it
time?
too. I know.
It was at 9 in the morning, 9:08.
Now, as far as, just in terms of the general term, as far as forensic science, what you did at the lab, can you explain what that term means or what you did in relation to?
What do you mean specifically?
That was very poorly phrased. Let me try to restate that. What is your understanding of forensic science? Can you explain that?
Oh, forensic science is essentially a scientific study based on anything dealing with the law. So whether it comes to ballistics or DNA analysis or toxicology, like I did, anything focused or based on the law or for legal purposes, essentially that's what forensic science kind of encapsulates.
And then forensic toxicology, would that sort of be a subset of forensic science?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding based on your training and experience? What is forensic toxicology?
So toxicology in general is essentially just a study of poisons, plainly speaking. So anything that'd be harmful to the body. Essentially, that would be toxicology, because you also not only have forensic toxicology, but you also have like environmental. And the forensic toxicology is just, like I said, again, with the forensic science, it's just basing it on things for legal purposes.
Now, through your training experience, are you familiar with sort of the difference between a serum plasma level versus a whole blood level?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what your understanding is of each and what, if any, differences there are between the two?
So just plainly, your serum plasma level, or the serum plasma is what it's called. It could be referred to as either or one or the other. So that's it's just the alcohol level in your serum, whereas your whole blood is your alcohol content, or regular BAC in the whole blood. This difference between the two is, like I said previously, in your serum or plasma, that alcohol content would be higher as it would have been in the whole blood.
Now, as far as the milligrams per deciliter, how that's reported in the Good Samaritan medical records referencing this read that you reviewed in this case, is that typical as far as how hospitals would report sort of the serum plasma levels?
Yeah, from my experience and all the times that I've seen serum conversions come to the lab, milligram per deciliters are the units that they use from the hospital, yeah.
Now, as far as that 93 milligrams per deciliter, what, if anything, with regard to serum conversion, what, if anything, are you then able to do to convert that to a BAC or a blood alcohol concentration?
So, based on some studies, they came up with a few different conversion factors, knowing that the blood alcohol content would be higher than the serum plasma content. They're able to apply different conversion factors to the numbers that we would get in serum. And we usually get, we usually give a low, an average, and a high, being that it's kind of hard to say what one particular person's conversion factor would be between the two of them, since it's dependent upon like age, sex, the water content, what you had to eat that day. So it's harder to pinpoint. Therefore, we give a good range as what it could possibly be pertaining, just in case a person converts, or their conversion would be a lot lower or higher. So we give a good range.
As far as those different conversion factors, where do those come from?
This is a prime example of
It's based on
why
some studies. I don't remember the actual names of the papers that were things, but they were based on studies throughout the forensic world when it comes to looking at specifically testing blood and serum to find that conversion factor.
As far as those studies are concerned, they come from sort of different population bases. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's how they were able to get the range of conversion factors that they use.
Now, as far as the water within the serum, or sort of how that works with the centrifuge, what, if any, relationship does that have to the reading that you get or the conversion factors that you use?
So the water content, essentially, if the serum being the liquid portion of the blood, water is also liquid, it makes up some of that serum that you get from it. Therefore, your higher water content, more essentially, the lower the concentration could be of that, or lower or higher, depending upon whether or not
it's like
your water content in that sample is lower or higher.
So as far as those different conversion factors that you're using, this
it
is
immediately
essentially
makes
a
you
mathematical
more
calculation, is that right?
Yes.
in believing.
And so the different conversion factors that you're using for the low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records, what was it?
1.2 is a 1.18.
The low, the average, and the high, what are those conversion factors?
So the low is a 1.18, with the average being a 1.14, and then the high being a 1.12.
So based on your analysis, as far as the medical records and what was reported to you, using those three conversion factors, what, if anything, did you come up with as far as the low and average and high for the 93 milligrams per deciliter?
So our values that were calculated for the low was a 0.078 gram percent. The high was a 0.083 gram percent, with the average being a 0.081.
Now, sir, with reference to the
so too drunk to drive,
are you familiar with the different types of alcohol?
Obliterated.
Yes. And can you explain sort of what those types are and what the differences are, or where they come from?
908.
Sure. So there are multiple different types of alcohol, mainly based on the number of carbons that are within that molecule. You start off with methanol, which is one carbon. Methanol you can find in like some rubbing alcohols. You can find them in many different labs. We have big, large vials of them. Ethanol, which has 2 carbons. That one is the common one that is in our alcoholic beverages. And it goes all the way up, isopropanol, octanol, et cetera. It all depends on the number of carbons in the chain of it.
And the type that's reported within Ms. Reed's medical records, that was ethanol, correct?
Correct.
And so with regard to your training experience as a forensic toxicologist, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to alcohol?
Sure. So alcohol is what is classified as a central nervous system depressant, and essentially the name kind of gives it away as to what it does. Your central nervous system is responsible for essentially all your movements, both involuntary and voluntary. So the way you move your head, the way you blink, the way you breathe, the central nervous system is responsible for all of that. With a depressant introduced into the body, it affects that central nervous system, causing things to slow down. So that's essentially what depressant means. It's going to slow down certain processes that a central nervous system would be in charge of. So you can have delayed reaction times. It can cause drowsiness.
Ask another question.
How would that manifest as far as central nervous depressant affecting the body?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
There are many different effects that you could see, or side effects from having a central nervous system depressant in the body. Lethargy, sleepiness, drowsiness, unable to walk properly. Any kind of any one of those tests that you see on TV from the police when they try to get your horizontal gaze and they try to make sure you're coordinated, it can affect all those things.
Sorry, you're also familiar through your training experience of working
And your inhibition.
with a term known as retrograde extrapolation.
Yep.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term?
So a retrograde extrapolation is essentially another calculation, but it allows you to be able to calculate what the possible blood alcohol content would have been at a time prior to when the blood was drawn. Say, for instance, blood was drawn at 2, you could essentially figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been at 10 in the morning prior to it.
And that's done with a calculation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, what are some of the types of information that you would need to know or that you would want to know in order to perform a retrograde extrapolation?
We need to know, one, for sure, what the alcohol content would have been. We also need to know the time that the blood was drawn, as well as the time of the last alcohol consumption.
Now, in regard to timing, as far as what, if any, limitations are there in regard to performing retrograde extrapolation as it pertains to timing?
So when we do these calculations, anything that's shorter than 2 hours, we usually don't do that conversion.
And why is that?
Because within our calculations, we allow for 2 hours. That has to do with the way that alcohol leaves the body. If the alcohol is still being absorbed by the body, we want to give it enough time to get to a point where it's coming out of the body as opposed to increasing in the body. So that 2 hours puts a person at a point in which that alcohol be coming out as opposed to it being absorbed.
So there are essentially 3 different sort of phases as far as intake of the alcohol into the body through dissipation. Is that correct?
Yeah, we usually there's a well-known kind of metabolism route to which alcohol metabolizes out of the body. Yes.
And so can you describe to the jury sort of that metabolism process as far as how it starts to its end?
Sure. So with having, let's say, 1 drink, what the body begins to do at that point is absorb the alcohol. Usually you get like a steady line that increases with time. So if you think of a regular chart where you have the level of alcohol in the body versus time, which would be on the y-axis or the x-axis at the bottom, as time goes along, after your first drink, the body starts to absorb the alcohol. If that was your only drink and that was it, the body then at a certain point, it stops absorbing it because there's no more to absorb and it plateaus. So essentially the line goes straight. After that point, the body starts to eliminate it at this point. And then your level or your concentration of alcohol within the body decreases with time as it's getting rid of it.
So it goes up.
And so there's sort of the absorption phase, the plateau, and then the elimination phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that in the course of your analysis for retrograde extrapolation, it's important to know sort of when the last drink was. Is that right?
Yes.
Why?
That way we can get a good time in and figure out the amount of time that has passed between the last drink as well as the time that the blood was taken.
Now, did you perform a retrograde extrapolation analysis with regard to Ms. Reed's BAC or the converted BAC from the serum conversion?
I did.
And so with reference to Ms. Reed, as far as you looked at obviously the hospital records, you looked at the serum conversion report, what, if anything else, did you review or look at in coming to that retrograde extrapolation analysis?
We usually get a police incident report, and that usually identifies the time in which, per their narrative, what time in which they had the last drink.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Interesting.
So again, presenting you with document, if you just look at it on the
So to calculate what her blood alcohol content was
Do
previously
you recognize that
from when
document,
her
sir?
blood was
What do you
drawn.
recognize?
This is the retrograde extrapolation report that I did for the subject of Karen Reed.
They go off of
Now,
the
with
police
respect
report
to
where you said,
the time
my
that
last
you
drink
utilized in that
was,
report, as far as when was the time that you utilized as far as the last drink or time
or
of
noted
operation?
like, it's this time
The
you're
time
talking
that was utilized as the last drink. It was at 12:45.
That'd be 12:45 a.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're using that to sort of extrapolate from 9:08 a.m. when the 93 milligram per deciliter is reported from Good Samaritan to 12:45 a.m. Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that 12:45 a.m., what if any difference would it make if it were a little bit off? Say it was 12:30 a.m. or it was 1 or 1:10 a.m. What if any impact would that have on your conversion?
So we tend to go by hours. So we kind of round to the nearest, I think, 15-minute interval. So a couple minutes or 10 to 20 minutes forward or behind of that 12:45, it wouldn't change the results by a lot, if any.
Okay.
And similar to the serum conversion, is this done with different conversion factors as far as a low, an average, and a high?
So we usually just calculate a minimum and a maximum for the retrograde, and that incorporates some conversions as well.
Now, as far as the minimum versus the maximum, what do each of those sort of signify, or how do you come to those mathematical calculations?
So with the minimum calculation, we incorporate the 2-hour period. So we assume that maybe that 12:45 wasn't, the body wasn't at that point finished with the elimination. It wasn't in the elimination phase, so we allow it for 2 hours ahead of it. We also have a conversion factor. Once again, this is a study that was done to see the elimination rate of different people within a population, what rate they would get alcohol out of their system per hour. So we applied the lower limit, which was a 0.1 gram % per hour with that 2-hour allotted time interval. And then we use the lower serum conversion number, the one that was converted on the lower end. We use all of that in the calculation in order to come up with the minimum. The maximum one uses the opposite. So it uses the higher converted serum conversion number with the higher elimination rate, using the full amount of time.
And these calculations or these conversion factors are all based on sort of medical studies that you've reviewed in literature that goes into your training?
Yeah, all of it was part of the training, and they came up with those numbers prior to even when I was hired there. But it is based on multiple different studies in that, looking at that elimination rate.
And so from your calculations, when it came to the minimum with regard to the retrograde extrapolation, what if any calculation, what if any result that you come from with your calculations as it pertains to the minimum?
So the minimum amount that was calculated would have been a 0.135 gram %.
And that's essentially reporting in a blood alcohol concentration, is that correct?
Correct.
And then with regard to the maximum, what if any result that you get from your mathematical calculations in regard to that?
The result was a 0.292 gram %.
Holy.
And so that range that you receive is a bit of a wide range. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we base those calculations, they're based on that conversion that I did from the hospital results from serum, giving us a good range of values in the first place. But then we incorporate the retrograde extrapolation one, which uses a time factor, and that 2-hour difference using 2 different elimination rates that causes a wider span of values. And it's just so that it can encompass essentially anybody within the general population, that they would be somewhere in between that lower limit and that upper limit.
So essentially from those mathematical calculations, anyone within sort of the general population with that result would be somewhere between a 0.13 and a 0.29, correct?
Correct.
May I approach this to retrieve your arm?
Yes.
0.29 is crazy. Isn't that like alcohol poisoning? What? How did she get that drunk? No one saw her drinking that much.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ms. Little?
So BAC levels of 0.4 or higher are considered dangerous and can be fatal.
Definitely.
0.29?
You used a method
Very
of
close
straight
to that.
extrapolation to reach your sort of opinions and conclusions in this case, correct?
Yeah, it was a calculation.
And that means you
If she
rely
was
on an
actually at that
assumption that a
max.
trend will continue beyond sort of observable data.
So the metabolism is actually pretty well studied. So we know that that elimination rate, unless you introduce more alcohol into the system, it declines at that rate, and it's pretty linear.
Exactly. So in other words, certain assumptions are incredibly important for you to reach your analysis.
Sure.
And that includes sort of the timing of the very last drink that the individual had. Is that right?
Yes.
If your drinking pattern is sort of different than what you assume for purposes of your calculation, then you'd agree that your entire extrapolation would be incorrect. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
He's honest. It could be.
And again,
Absolutely.
those assumptions sort of included the time of the incident, right?
Yes.
And importantly, the time of the last drink.
So those two will be what we use. It's the time of the blood draw as well as the time of the incident or last drink.
And your report acknowledges the testing that was used to obtain ethanol results in this case was not performed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Correct.
And for that reason, the report and those results do not fall under your forensic lab accreditation standards.
Correct.
The Massachusetts State Police, as you testified, is an accredited forensic lab.
Yes.
And so you're required to meet certain minimum standards in order to uphold that.
Yes.
And you'd agree that those accreditation standards are different from accreditation standards that, say, a hospital lab might have.
They can be.
And do you
See
ever
how
work
he's
on
not fighting?
testing within the
He is
Massachusetts
just
State
answering.
Police lab for serum tests or whole blood tests?
So we did test the blood and serum for alcohol content at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Yes.
And their typical protocols are to use whole blood tests.
We use whole blood or serum.
In terms of the machinery that's used for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you'd agree that the gold standard is gas chromatography and mass spectrometry machines.
Usually with a headspace detector.
I'll let him, go ahead, you can
Sorry.
answer that.
Usually with a headspace detector, yes.
And that would detect whole blood rather than serum.
No, it just detects any volatile substance.
But you'd agree that a serum test usually, as you testified, has a much higher level than whole blood.
Yeah, due to the nature of the substance itself.
And so you kind of have to go through this extra step of trying to extrapolate, okay, how do I convert this to get to whole blood?
So what we incorporated anytime we had a serum sample submitted to the lab for alcohol testing, we actually did the same serum conversion in order to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
And that's an extra step that you have to take using conversion factors, correct?
Yeah, just a calculation.
You're not actually testing for ethanol in the blood, you're testing for an ADH, and then you have to do a conversion to get it to what a whole blood test would just automatically show you.
Yeah, so we get the serum level and then we convert it via calculation.
And typically in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, you would do what's called confirmatory testing.
Yeah, so we have a screening method as well as a confirmatory test, correct?
And confirmatory testing means that you take two separate samples and you test both of those.
Essentially, well, our protocol involved testing in duplicate, but that's not always the case for the other drugs that we tested. We essentially have a screening test, which is one type of test, and then the confirmatory test would be a separate test, or sometimes even the same test, just we run the sample again.
And the reason you typically would do two tests is to ensure that there's no error in the testing.
Correct.
And that acts as a fail-safe against false positives. You agree
Yes.
with that? And it also ensures that you're testing the correct sample.
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you didn't conduct any of the testing.
Correct.
You're just assuming the accuracy of a single test that was performed by a hospital.
Actually.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
And so if the clinical results are invalid, then your extrapolation is going to be invalid.
Yes.
Now, we discussed a lot about sort of serum testing and conversion rates. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
And you'd agree that the precise conversion rate between serum ethanol levels and whole blood ethanol levels is almost impossible to accurately predict.
For each individual person, it would be difficult, yes.
And that's because the amount of water in our blood is scientifically impossible to predict with accuracy.
I'm not aware of any kind of test that would do that, so yeah.
Because individuals are different, right?
Yes.
And so the conversions that you use are based on averages from scientific studies.
Yes.
but you'd agree that in certain instances, people can fall outside of that average range.
Yeah.
In fact, a comparison of, hospital serum alcohol levels, they range quite wildly. You agree with that?
Yeah.
In fact, you're aware that some studies show that a conversion rate from serum alcohol to blood alcohol can be as high as 1.59%.
I wasn't aware of those numbers, but yeah, it could range. That's why we give a wide range, and you could lie on the outskirts of either side.
And so that would mean that the actual blood alcohol content, once it goes through the conversion rate, would be much, much lower than sort of the average conversion rate that you rely on.
Yeah, it could be both higher and lower.
And that includes that range that you gave, right?
Yeah, it could fall within that range.
You'd agree that the more imprecise an extrapolation is, the less reliable it is.
Yeah, you do have to base it on good. Your starting blocks have to be good. So you have to know the times in which the blood was drawn, the time of the incident, and essentially what your value was for your BAC.
And the time of the last drink, you'd want to know that?
So we would put that around the time, either the time of the last drink or the incident date.
And so the more sort of unknowns you're trying to account for, you'd agree the less reliable your end result is going to be.
It could be, yes.
And you'd agree that sort of the range you gave in this case, which was 0.135 to 0.292, that's a very, very large disparity.
Yeah.
Almost a sort of 120% swing.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of, for example,
He's like, "You're not gonna
predicting a
spare me."
child is going to grow somewhere from 6 feet to 14 feet.
Check.
Sustained.
Yeah.
It's a very large number. You'd agree with that?
Yeah, there's a large range, like I said, due to the factors involved in the calculation. That's how it gets so large.
And that's because you're acting with a lot of unknowns in this case.
Yes.
Now, you testified that your retrograde extrapolation assumes that Ms. Reed reached the elimination phase of processing alcohol at or before sort of 12:45 a.m.
Yeah, we allow for, we start for the maximum at the 12:45, and then it would have been 2:45 for the minimum.
And so for purposes of your calculation, if Ms. Reed drank alcohol after 12:45 a.m. and before her blood was drawn at 9:08 a.m., your entire calculation would be invalid.
Yeah.
That's a fair statement in question.
Hey, Mr. Lally?
Speak, please. So in this instance, Mr. Roberts, you're dealing with a time of incident that was known, correct?
Yes, it was given to me that it was at 12:45.
And as far as the BAC or the serum conversion that was coming from a medical record, so that was known as well at 9:08 in the morning.
The time that the blood was drawn, yeah, that was known as well.
Now, as far as the question you were just asked, if the defendant drank alcohol after 12:45, does that include sort of shortly after 12:45, or how long after 12:45 would it take in order to affect your calculations or your retrograde extrapolation?
It's hard to say where that would have skewed it. It would have definitely caused a different time frame depending on how long after the incident or the reported last drink, if there was another drink in between there. It just shortened up the amount of time that would have been prior to the blood draw for sure.
What I'm asking is, would it have any significant impact, or would there be any difference if the last drink was, say, at 1 a.m. versus 5 a.m.?
So that'd be a 4-hour difference. So essentially that could, given the conversion rates, that would put the numbers very different. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, so the 5 a.m. would significantly impact your calculations, correct?
Yes.
The 1 a.m., would that significantly impact your calculations?
No.
Okay.
You all set, Ms. Little?
If I could just ask one question. You said that you were given 12:45 as the time that you sort of based your analysis on. And
Yes.
to be clear, that was not something that was provided to you by my client, right?
No.
That was something that was provided to you from a police report.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roberts, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor, call Mr. Michael Trotter to the stand.
Michael, I think he said Trotter, but I am not 100% sure. He just said Michael Schroeder? We shall see. Let's see. Who do we got? Last up for the day.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now against you, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Michael Trotta, Trotta.
And where do you live, sir?
Uh-oh.
Sharon, Mass.
How long have you lived in Sharon?
Along Sharon since 82.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I am the superintendent of public works for the town of Canton
And how long have you held that
Superintendent.
position as superintendent of public works?
since 2003.
And did you work for the town of Canton prior to 2003?
No.
Now, with regard to being the superintendent of public works, can you describe to the jury or what are your duties and responsibilities when it comes to that work?
Typical management duties of staffing, controlling, directing, working on the budget, working on scheduling, long-term scheduling, 5 to 10 years, capital planning, overall operations, the day-to-day operations, what it takes to maintain a water system, a sewer system, the road system.
Now, with reference to, I'd like to turn your attention back to late January, early February of 2022. At some point in early February, were you contacted by a trooper in regards to a blizzard that had happened the week before?
Yes.
And do you recall who that trooper was or how they contacted you?
I believe it was Michael Porter, and I believe the contact was by phone.
Now, with reference to that trooper, is that someone that you knew or you had spoken to before in any way?
No.
And prior to that date, did you know John O'Keefe or Karen Reed or anybody?
No.
And as far as anybody within an Albert family within the town of Canton, were you familiar with them? Did you know them at the time?
No.
Now, when you were contacted in that early February of 2022, with regard to the blizzard the week before, what if anything, was the trooper asking you? What kind of information were they looking for?
He wanted to know what the procedure was when we prepare and staff a snowstorm.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what is the procedure or what, at that time, what was the procedure and what was sort of the makeup of what Canton DPW would do with regard to a snowstorm?
Well, we have the town is divided up into, I believe, 29 plow routes, several main routes and side routes. The routes are generally somewhere between 3 miles and 3.5 miles long. And we have 30, I think back then we had 39 pieces of our own and probably 30 something private plow trucks. We try very hard to have 2 trucks on a route, but we generally don't get enough. So if we try to have a town truck on a route with a private plow on a route. The private plow is procured through a bid process. They have to have a contract. They have to have insurance, liability insurance, and they have to show that they pay their taxes to the state and that they have workers' comp. And they have a contract with the town. Then the operations manager is in charge of the on-site, boots on the ground, if you want to call it that. He'll assign the specific truck and the private contractor to a route. Generally, the day before, maybe 12, 18 hours before, the two of us talk. We try to schedule the overtime so that you're not going home at 3 o'clock and then you're getting woken up at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to come back. We like to schedule it so when the guys go home, they know when they're going to come back. To the best of our ability, that's what we'll do. We'll tell the contractors when they are expected. And generally, if we're plowing, it starts with a sanding operation. So we would have a sanding fleet, which is maybe a dozen trucks. They'll come in early, and then the rest of the public works people come in at a scheduled time.
And so there'd be about, and correct me if I'm wrong, there'd be about 30 some odd trucks that were sort of DPW trucks?
A few more. I'm not sure the exact number. It's probably 37 or 38 because that counts sidewalk plows too. So there may be, I think there's 3 sidewalk plows, so there's probably 34 or 35, we'll say, between medium-sized trucks and the big construction trucks.
That was sort of my next question. As far as the PBW trucks are concerned, do they vary in size, or what is sort of the range and size of the town?
They'll go from a pickup, 2-ton pickup, F-150 or F-250 Ford, if you're familiar with that, to a medium-duty 20,000 to 22,000 pound truck up to a large construction truck, which is generally 28,000 pounds.
Now,
a large truck is a 6-wheel truck.
And as far as the other trucks, the private ones, those would sort of be subcontracted out through the bidding process, is that correct?
Yes.
With the range, as far as the size of those trucks, would that be similar or something different?
If they are pickup trucks, or usually lighter pickup trucks, there may be a couple of front end loaders. There's probably, I don't think there's any big heavy duty trucks, but they're probably pickups, might be couple of Jeeps, pickups. Again, a medium duty like an F-350 or F-450 pickup. Those are Fords, and loaders.
Now, with respect to questions or what you were asked about by the trooper, was there a specific sort of street or plow route that the trooper was inquiring about?
I believe he asked who was down, that's Fairview, or down in the Cedar Crest area, that's what we call it. I believe that's what he asked me.
Madam Mayor Pro?
Yes.
Right. How, so this goes to, were there plows? We've had talk that there wasn't, the roads weren't plowed. We've had talk that the roads were plowed. We've had talk that a plow went down once and then there was a truck that was seen. We've had so much information about the weather, with the information about the plows as well. And this is the man to give us some of the information about the plows. He's just the superintendent. He's not the one.
I'm showing you a document. Just look at that, look up on the fence.
He's not the one who actually did the plowing.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This would be a plow plan for that day. It's a plow plan for the season, but it is particularly a plow plan for that storm of January 28th through January 29 of 2022.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Jr.
Yes.
Come out to introduce in the minutes.
Okay.
I have no objection.
Thank you.
And Eddie will be handling the cross-examination. Siren?
Sure, I'll run through that form for you that's now been marked as Exhibit 109. Just have a couple questions for you in regard to what's listed there. So with regard to the top of the page, there's a listing as far as 1/28/2022 Boulevard, 11 p.m. You see that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
That means that the first group of workforce, which would be the Sanders, were scheduled to come in at 11 o'clock that night.
Now, as far as the next entry going across the top of the page has 1/29/2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what's listed as WNS/BM/REC at 2 a.m., what does that mean?
W&S would be water and sewer. BM would be building maintenance. REC would be the rec. And they are scheduled, that would be the balance of the Canton's workforce. They were scheduled to come in at 2 o'clock in the morning.
And that 2 a.m., would that be at the same sort of central location?
Yes, they would all report to the Bolivar Street garage. I think that address is 150 Bolivar Street.
Now, as far as the next listing, it states contractors at 3 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that referring to?
That would refer to all the private contractors that would be plowing that day. So again, it's staged.
Sort of the last sort of notation on the top of that, it indicates out at 5 a.m., 1/30/2022. Is that correct?
That would be when we completed and everybody went home.
Now, with reference to the Cedar Crest neighborhood and the area that would include Fairview Road, there's different route numbers that are assigned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And which route number would include that Fairview?
That would be Lower Cedar Crest, number 11.
And from that, that would include Lower Cedar Crest, Kings, Fairview, and Spring, correct?
Yes.
And as far as the vehicles and the vehicle types that were assigned to that route pursuant to this list, what types were they and who was assigned to?
Truck 30, which would be a Town of Canton truck. That's a 43 International. Brian Lochran would be the driver. The 43 International is a medium duty truck. The next up would be 7400 International. That would be the large construction truck. And there is an absolute, a by the yard 4x6, which is I believe that's a small 1-ton dump. That would have been the private contractor that was on the route with the city truck.
And so that truck 30, the 4300 International, is that a bigger truck or a smaller truck than the 1-ton?
Then the 1-ton?
Yes.
It's a larger truck. It's a like a 3 to 5 cubic yard truck, and the large truck is like an 8 to 10 cubic yard dump. That's a dump truck.
Okay.
And as far as the height on that International, would that be, how much, would it be taller or shorter than say a 1-ton dump?
If you want, I would estimate that if you're sitting in the driver's seat of a car, you're probably 2.5 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of a 1-ton, you're somewhere around 3 feet. When you're sitting in the driver's seat of this 4300, you're probably somewhere around 4 to 4.5 feet. And when you're sitting in the big construction truck, you're another 8 to 10 inches, 5 feet plus.
And when you're driving, or when the plow drivers are plowing the roads, what, if any, sort of instructions are they given as far as how to first start plowing the roads when they first come upon sort of dropping the plows and going?
If we're in a plowable situation, which is kind of hard to define, it's generally when we feel that traffic is impeded or may not be able to safely get up and down the street. So that's probably anywhere around 2 inches. They're instructed, and we're expecting a heavy snow. They're instructed to plow the middle of the road, keep the middle of the road open, and as they make their way through the route, they're supposed to push back a little bit. If they try to clean a whole lane and then come back and do the lane again, generally they end up being in trouble and they can't keep up if it's a heavy snow. So they're instructed to plow the middle of the road, to keep the roads open as much as they can before they do their finished cleanup.
So I have one moment, Sean?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. Sir, Michael Proctor called you on February 3rd of 2022. Does that sound right?
It may be, I'm not sure of the date.
It was within days of the big snowstorm, correct?
Yes.
You knew that he was investigating the death of John O'Keefe, which had occurred on January 29th, correct?
I did not know that.
Have you heard that there was a police officer who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
Well, I knew, yes, I knew.
It's fairly big news at the
Yes.
time, correct? And were you aware that that was why Michael Proctor was calling you, related to that investigation?
After he called and identified himself, he said that is why he was calling.
Of course. Now, you spoke with him over the phone only, correct?
Yes.
He never came down to the DPW to meet you in person, correct?
Not me, no.
And he never asked to interview any of your employees, correct?
We may have discussed who was on that route and who plowed, but I'm not sure at that time if he had told me he was going to go talk to anybody else.
Oh, so it's your testimony that you may have told him the identity of the plow driver when you spoke with him on February 3rd over the phone?
I may have, but I am not positive.
You don't have a memory of him asking you who the plow driver was?
He asked, no, I don't have a memory of his exact questions.
But leaving aside the exact wording of his questions, it's fair to say you don't have a memory of him asking you who plowed Fairview Road on January 29th. Is that fair to say?
He asked me about, I believe he asked me about this plow list,
About the what? The plow list?
this plow list.
Right, but on the plow list, there's the name by the yard, correct?
Yes,
All right. There's also, to the left of that, an indication of the name of the plow driver, and it's just a first name and a last initial,
Yes.
correct?
yes,
It doesn't spell out the whole last name, does it?
no,
But you know the full last name, correct?
yes,
You have a limited number of employees, right? It's not a 1,000-person company, right?
yes,
All right. And you're well familiar that Brian L. is Brian Law, right?
yes.
As you sit here today, do you have any memory of whether the name Brian Laughlin was brought up during that phone call with Michael Proctor?
I may have said to him, that's who BL was, but I did refer, I believe I referred him to the operations manager to double check who was on plowing that day.
Oh, you say you may have mentioned the name Brian L. or Brian Laughlin, but again, I'm just trying to drill down on what your memory is. Do you have a memory one way or the other as to whether the name Brian
he's
Laughlin came up in that
Smiling and
conversation?
laughing. and
If
it's
you
not
ask
cute.
me, do I remember 100%? No.
Okay. In any case, Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, never asked to speak with Brian
We're
Laughlin
talking about
when he
the
talked to him over
over-
the phone.
He
correct?
did not ask me, no.
I'm going to allow a
Proctor,
question and answer.
And how short was that phone call with Michael Proctor?
If I tell you, you're going to ask me, how do I know for sure? I would
Okay.
say a few minutes, whatever a few minutes is.
I'm going to accept that answer. And you would agree with me that after, and you, by the way, you were trying to be helpful, correct?
Yes,
After that couple or 3-minute phone conversation, you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor never followed up again with you personally.
that's a good question. I am not sure.
Okay. Well, I'd like to direct your attention to about a week and a half later, specifically the date of February 14th of 2022, which maybe you don't remember the precise date, but around that time period, you came into work around that time period, and you learned that a defense investigator named Paul Mikowski had left his business card for you with somebody on the DPW staff, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Yes.
I do not,
Sir, that means you, don't answer that question. I think he's gonna ask one that's appropriate for you to answer, okay?
Do you recall when you came into work receiving a business card from Paul Mikowski?
no,
Do you recall calling Paul Mikowski back?
no,
Do you recall speaking to any investigator from the defense at any point within a couple of weeks after you spoke to Trooper Proctor?
no,
Do you deny telling Paul Mikowski to call Bill Walsh?
Objection.
Sustained.
Who is Bill Walsh?
Billy Walsh is the operations manager for
Is he
the,
the Highway Department supervisor?
yes,
Did the name Bill Walsh ever come up in your conversation with Michael Proctor back on February 3rd?
Objection.
Did that name come up when you first spoke with Trooper Proctor?
again, I believe I mentioned it, but I am not positive.
Is it fair to say that the Canton DPW has their own plowing and sanding trucks?
Yes,
Does one of them in particular have a nickname?
if they do, I don't know what they are.
Have you heard one of your trucks being called Frankenstein?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't drive the trucks, correct?
No, I do not.
But Brian Laughlin does?
Yes, he does.
And Brian Laughlin was driving the truck that plowed Fairview on January 29th of
Yes.
2022?
Objection.
Let me have a moment.
Yes. It'll stand. The answer will stand this time.
Let me accept a moment.
Look at Karen. Look at Karen doing legal work.
The witness or the sidebar?
Wait,
Yes.
sorry.
She's like, which one?
Do
you have reading classes as well?
Well, I have, yes.
Are you able to read the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes.
I'm handing you another document, sir. And I would ask if you would compare that document with the document you have in front of you and tell the jury if it's the same document or not.
It appears to be.
Does it appear to be identical?
Yes.
I will take the one back that does not have the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you, sir. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor, but may I just retrieve the exhibit?
Yes. All right, Mr. Trotto, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
All right.
You have another witness here, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Mr. Louis Jutras to the stand.
All right.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the evidence given in the court and during the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Take a seat.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Louis Jutras, Jutras.
And where do you live, sir?
Stoughton, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Stoughton?
About 23 years.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I work for the town of Canton. I'm the manager of the Information Systems Division of the Finance Department.
And
The
how
what?
long have you been
I'm
doing
sorry,
that?
what was the last part?
Of the Finance Department.
Thank you.
And sir, how long have you held that position?
Almost 25 years.
Now,
Wow.
That's
a long time.
To the jury, just as far as your job is concerned, what does that relate to, or what is it that you do as a director of professional service?
Sure. So my responsibilities are for the municipal departments and all the technology associated with that.
And does that include everything sort of from cell phones to GPS in town vehicles to security systems, things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your department, how many people work in your department?
There's 3 of us in total, myself and 2 others.
Do you essentially supervise the other 2 people as well?
Yes.
Now, at some point, if I could turn your attention to around the time of January 29th, 2022, some point after that, did someone from law enforcement or from a police department reach out to you in regard to security cameras or camera systems within the town of Canton?
Yes, I received a notification from the Lieutenant Gallagher that there was a motor vehicle incident in town, that the state police would be looking for some video footage.
And so you received an initial notification from Lieutenant Gallagher telling you that the state police will be reaching out looking for video.
Correct.
And at some point shortly after that, did you receive any sort of, did anybody from the state police reach out?
Yes, Trooper Dunn reached out. We had a phone conversation, and we had email correspondence relative to dates and times. We had pulled some footage from one site in Pequiside Farm that was put together. And then after that, there was a request for anything facing Washington Street, either from Town Hall or from the library.
And so as far as what was relayed to you by Trooper Dunn, what was sort of the description or what was it that you, were they asking just specific timeframes, or did you get any other information as far as what you were looking for?
From what I recall, there were 2 different timeframes, between 12 and 1, and then between 5 and 6. That was in our discussion and correspondence relative to Town Hall.
And just to be clear, that's from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. and then 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Now, as far as the Pequiside Farm, describe to the jury sort of what kind of location that is, or what kind of town property is and where it is in relation to the town.
Yes, so the physical area is off of Pleasant Street, which intersects with Washington Street, closest to Dedham Street and the police department. That's a large area, big white house, and we have cameras that face the entrance, the street, and the surrounding building.
As far as the coverage from those cameras, you've had occasion on this occasion or prior occasions or subsequent occasions to look at sort of the view that the camera gets from Peckwood Side Farm?
Yes, yeah, we have a straight shot down from the building, down the entrance driveway, right to the street. The other cameras that are around there's a couple of doorbell type cameras that physically focus on specific sections, and then other ones cover the general grounds around the building and the backside.
All right. So can I interrupt for a minute, sir? Could you please spell the name of the firm?
Yep, Pequicide, Pequitside.
Thank you.
Sir, Mr. Jutras, is it fair to say that the Peakwood Side Farm cameras cover more of the property and less of the street out in front? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that was the initial request was in regard to Peakwood Side, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the subsequent request, what was that in regards to?
That was for anything town hall or library that physically faced Washington Street.
And so the town hall and the library, sort of where are they situated in relation to each other and in relation to Washington Street?
Yep, so they physically abut on either side of Washington Street, right at the intersection of Sherman. They are diagonal to each other.
Now, as far as the recording devices or the cameras on town buildings within the town of Canton, are they sort of uniform or does it vary from location to location or vary within the location?
The physical model of the recorder, as far as the manufacturer, that is the same that we have across 15 different sites. The types of cameras do change, interior, exterior, doorbell, things like that. But all the actual recording units are of the same manufacturer, just different sizes and models.
And as far as the town hall and the public library cameras, as far as the exterior cameras at least, they face in that area of Washington Street and actually capture portions of Washington Street?
Yes. Yep.
Now, as far as the cameras are concerned, particularly the exterior cameras that we're talking about as far as the library and the town hall, how are they sort of set up to record? Is it one continuous recording and motion activated? How are these?
Yes, the cameras, based on size and so on, they are all set up for motion in pretty much all of our locations.
And as far as from your review of those cameras, is there any sort of indication on the footage as far as date and timestamp or anything like that?
Yes, we usually have it in one of the corners or someplace along when we have the video saved off and exported.
And when you were able to pull the video that the troopers were requesting, the date and timestamp affixed to those videos, was that accurate as to what the date and timestamp actually was at the time that it's recording?
Yes, I would believe so.
And sort of those date and timestamps, you know where they come from?
The system is linked to a time server, which is remote and is used from the national standards.
Now, as far as the video is concerned from those, they're motion activated, but how far back do they go as far as how many days pass before, does it get sort of overwritten at some point?
Yes, depending on the site, most of them, because of the motion activated, because of, various request types and so on, and the number of the cameras, we usually try to get about 30 days. There are some that go longer because the site is or isn't used as much. And then there are other ones where, specifically with the library, they only requested to have a maximum of 30 days on that device.
And so when you received this request from the troopers, that was well within 30 days, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, because we're talking February 7th for the last request.
Now, as far as the video that you exported, well, let me ask you this. As far as when you were asked to retrieve that video, can you explain sort of mechanically the process of how you got that video and how you delivered that?
Yeah, so specifically for the town and the library one, that again, timeframe provided, using the manufacturer's software product, doing the search, picking the cameras that are facing the Washington Street side, and then having the time frame and exporting that out. That becomes, depending on the size of it, either a full executable that can just be opened and viewed, or a compilation of files that has a player with it. And then based on the fact that we had already put videos together and that material was picked up, I had sent a file share link for that information.
You had sent that file share link to Trooper Dunn, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the video that you reviewed, were you sort of parsing or were you looking for specific areas, or did you just sort of take the whole time period requested and send that off?
As far as I recall, it was the whole time frame, just because we only have 2 cameras or so that physically cover the area in question, and he had 2 separate hours in question as well. So they were able to be exported and sent.
Now, as far as this particular video, this is video only, correct? There's no audio that's attached to these cameras?
Correct, no audio.
Now, as far as access to these cameras and the footage within the cameras, who, if anyone besides yourself, would have access to remove any sort of footage from the cameras?
No one.
Now, sir, before we get to the camera footage specifically, I just want to ask you about another area. In relation to, also within sort of the ambit of your duties and responsibilities would include GPS on town trucks, correct?
Yes, Public Works has a setup via their radios for GPS information.
And so with regard to that, specifically the DVW trucks, what, if any, information did you receive from anyone at the DVW in relation to those GPS devices within the trucks shortly after the snowstorm from the 28th and the 29th of January?
Yep. So on February 1st, I received notification from the operations manager that the GPS information was not working.
And so you received information after the snowstorm that it wasn't working during the season, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as that, as far as GPS sort of going down in the DPW trucks, is that abnormal, or how often would that occur?
Yes, it happens several times throughout the year for various reasons. They have a radio repeater. It's connected through a network. It runs software on a server that we have in-house. Server's rebooted, network goes down, things that, change for various reasons, and we need to reestablish connection to whatever recorder it is for that repeater, and then the information is then picked up.
Now, taking you back to the Canton Public Library video that you provided to the trooper, were you told anything about sort of any type of vehicle or anything to be looking for within that particular video timeframe that they were asking about?
Not that I recall.
Did you recall ever actually watching the video yourself as far as confirming sort of what it was?
Yes, I mean, I watched it from the time frame to see that we had information, watched it just to move forward to the end to make sure there was information, and when the recording, was physically available. But what was in it, no.
May I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just ask you to, as far as that video from the Canton Public Library, you've seen that video subsequently, is that correct?
This disc with the wording on it?
Yes.
No, I have not seen this.
Not that specific disc, I'm sorry. So for the footage, have you been shown that particular video footage, or did you review that footage before you gave it to the troopers?
This is not mine to the trooper.
May we approach?
Okay.
He's like, no, I don't know. I don't know what the heck this is. I don't know what the actual heck.
All right, so you both agree that this will be the next exhibit?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And that's Madam Clerk sidewalk.
Sure, sorry. All right, so the parties agree that this is the next exhibit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would just ask to briefly, publish portions from those.
Hold on. Yeah, Mark.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first video portion from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Mr. Jutris, what's up on the screen? What's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And as far as the view from this camera, this is from the library, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as what we're looking at here, this is the view from the camera as you served it on the security camera and as you provided it to us, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Do you have is there a laser pointer up on the desk in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with this area as far as the area?
Pointer, I don't.
Yes, yes. Town Hall is right across the street.
I'm sorry, I stepped right over your words when you were saying that.
Yeah, so Town Hall is right across the street, and the intersection here is at Sherman, and this is Washington along the street that you'll see.
So Washington sort of runs parallel with the street, and then Sherman is the street that appears to intersect with Washington.
Correct.
In the area of Town Hall.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you could take that down and just put up the flag to the system. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is This is essentially the video that you provided to the troopers, or retrieved from the Canton Town Library from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. later on that day, January 29th.
Yes, sir.
And the orientation as far as Washington Street, Sherman Street, that's all the same in reference to the earlier, the camera has moved.
Correct.
Thank you. I may have one moment, John.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions, John.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Judge.
Good afternoon, Attorney.
So confirming the state police, when they contacted you, asked for 2 hours of video footage, right? Between 12 and 1 a.m. on January 29th and between 5 and 6 a.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You pulled that video footage, or at least arranged for it to be pulled for the state police, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony was that you checked the beginning time and the ending time to make sure that you had the right time periods for those 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
But you did not sit down and watch 1 hour of snow falling and or cars driving by the public library, correct?
That is correct.
Did
I
you do
did
that for between 12 and 1 or between 5 and 6?
Correct. I did not.
And at the time that you provided the video footage to the state police, did you know whether or not there was any missing footage within those 2 hours?
No. Again, I did not play every single second of the video.
Understood. It's fair to say, and you're certain, that you did not cut out any of the video footage in those 2 time periods, correct?
Correct. It's motion activated. That's the only piece.
You provided the state police with the raw footage as it existed in your possession at that time, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you knew that the raw footage was only saved for between 30 and 60 days?
That one is less than 30, yes.
Right. Now, as of early February, when you were dealing with the state police, you knew that Karen Reed had been arrested and charged in court, correct?
I do not recall if I had that information.
You knew that there had been a police officer found dead on the lawn of another police officer in Canton?
At that time in February, I believe so.
And that likely would have been discussed when the state police called you?
I do not recall the conversation other than asking for video footage for Washington Street.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could just keep if I can't hear you, I guarantee you that these last jurors can't hear you. Could you repeat that last question?
Yep. Again, when in the conversation with it, we had the dates and the timeframes, and anything else relative to it, I do not recall specifically the conversation.
Okay. So you don't have a memory of why you were being asked for this?
Correct. I know it was for a motor vehicle accident. Who and what, I do not recall if that was ever mentioned specifically.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as the IT director, you had the ability, if you wanted to download the footage onto some hard drive to preserve it, if you wanted to do that?
Yes.
Did any state trooper ever ask you to download and preserve that footage so that it would exist longer than that 30 to 60 day period?
No.
And so it's fair to say you did not do that, correct?
Correct.
You complied with what they asked you to do.
Yes.
Now, skipping ahead to April 6th of 2023, you were contacted by Michael Proctor, a state trooper investigating this matter, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you recall Michael Proctor asking you to provide to the defense in this case the same raw footage you had previously provided to the state police?
No.
And you don't recall telling him that you couldn't do that because after 30 to 60 days, footage is gone, correct?
I had a phone call with what I thought was Trooper Dunn asking for another copy of the data and telling him that I did not have it and I couldn't recreate it.
I see. Oh, so you assume
if it was Proctor, but no, I thought I was speaking with Trooper Dunn.
Trooper Dunn was the name that you remembered from February.
Correct. That was the first interaction I had.
And when they mentioned state police, you assumed it was the same state police trooper, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that once you shared the footage with the state police in February of 2022, you didn't control what they did with it after that, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about how they preserved it or didn't preserve it, correct?
I'll allow it. Do you have any idea?
No.
And one last question. You cannot testify about whether any video was removed from the footage after you provided it, correct?
Objection.
Nothing further. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. I do not, Your Honor, no. May we approach this on?
She's not happy that he doesn't have another witness because there should have been. Because she's making mention that they need to stay until 4:30 to get this damn trial done. They need to stay and they need to do it and they need to get it done. And not having another witness prepared means it's not going to get done. Like you need to have the witness. You need to have the witness ready. But that it is what it is. I am just finishing up a thumbnail here. So just bear with me for just one moment. I know it was kind of boring and we don't get the same sort of vibrant, exciting witnesses when it comes to certain witnesses, like especially like expert testimony and stuff like that. It's not as vibrant, it's not as exciting, it's not as, and then you lied about this too type of energy. But it is very important because we're getting more of a timeline of proper standards.
So
You are unmuted.
in fairness, I didn't tell the lawyers that I was hoping to go until 4:30 today. And I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here, the full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with a shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions.
What did she say?
Full days. So it's 4:30 today. And I understand, as sometimes happens with law enforcement witnesses, they get called away. So that's it for today. Now, next week, I would like to go as much as we possibly can on the days that we're here, the full days. So Monday is a full day. I would like to go until 4:30 if everybody can, with the shortened lunch hour. Tuesday, we're not in session. Wednesday is a full day again. We'll go right till 4:30 with the shortened lunch. Thursday is a half day, maybe even closer to 12. And Friday, we will not be in session. So those are dates that we gave you before. So we will get as much done as we possibly can during that period. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. You've got a few days off. Just disregard this case. Don't think about it. Leave everything here and have a great few days. We'll see you next month.
All rise for the court, please. Your involvement, please.
All right, you guys know I like to watch them communicate. Especially at the end of the day, they're sort of like guards are completely let down. They kind of think, I think they think that nobody's watching, but like we're watching. We're watching. Let's see. There's gonna be in the courtroom for a little bit, so there must be chit chat happening up at the stand, and then it goes to that. Okay. All righty. Let me pull this back over here so I can see. Today was really, really crazy. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me stop this. Let me take this out so I can actually hear my own voice. Today was really, really crazy. What a roller coaster, for sure. This was absolutely something else. Let's talk about it for a little quick. Yeah, a little quick. Look at all the notes. So many notes. Day 17. Holy crap. Day 17. Did I make a note for day 18? I meant for this to say 18. Okay, well, we are all caught up with court, which is the best, which is what I like to happen. Sometimes court is super boring. So day 17 started with Brian Higgins, all my notes, where Right. So day 17, Brian Higgins is the police officer who is besties with Canton PD, and he can park his car there. It's so weird. That's a very strange thing. Brian Higgins, he saw Karen take the glass out of his coat. But the most important thing is that Brian Higgins drove the Jeep. He had the plow. It was controlled by a fish stick. That's cute. And he and Karen wanted to be little lovers in the night. Wanted to be little lovers in the nighttime. Little nighttime lovers. Very funny, very cute. And not like, oh, that's so sweet, but like, oh, that's so cute that you guys are freaking crazy. I can't wait to see who's going to lose the memory next. Crystal, it is my favorite. So it was very awkward. We were all very uncomfortable. We did not see every single text message. We did not see any of the pictures that were saying, because I'm pretty sure that when he requested pictures, I think was twice in the text readings that she sent pictures. We're not getting we had a pretty okay visual of Karen Reed up until the last couple of days, where it kind of was like nailed home. Like, yeah, okay, not every relationship is perfect. We get that. But like the visual, the ideal, the sculpture that they are building for Karen is slowly turning into just a pile of rubble. Which is what they want to do. They want to make the jury believe wholeheartedly that Karen is a bad person and did bad things. Like, look, she's cheating on her boyfriend. She's arguing with her boyfriend. They're fighting in front of the kids. She was asked to leave and she didn't. She gave smooches to other men. Kiss lip to lip. Mr. Lawley needs to. Mr. Lawley, do never say lip to lip again. 56 pages with Karen, text messages. Karen reached out to him. Jesus. So Brian Higgins had a lawyer. So there was a moment that the lawyer needed to step in. I'm actually probably going to rewatch that tonight. There's a couple bits that I'm going to rewatch just from the past couple of days. There's a couple moments, and I've made notes of like what day and when to kind of just go rewatch and just kind of refresh, because we're going to start day 19 on Monday. That's a lot of days in court, and I have notes. The jury can't, but I can go back and watch a couple of things, or maybe I'll go through some Twitter threads or something, or maybe watch someone else's coverage of it. I don't really want to. I want to strictly stick to like the court. So it was about 9 days of text between Karen and Brian, which was very interesting. I'm going to say this, from those texts that were allegedly from Karen, because we don't actually have the metadata proof of it being from Karen, it's just screenshots, which is cool, from a phone that no longer exists with a allegedly destroyed SIM card. I speak to other people doing this Karen case, but I will not watch it without you. Thank you. That's really sweet. I hope that I'm bringing some sort of. The courtroom is full of lawyers. The courtroom is full of legal minds, and the internet has a fantastic range of lawyers also covering this case. And I wanted to throw my hat in the ring as someone who is not a lawyer, who I do not sit on a side, essentially. I mean, day to day, I'm like, I'm on this side, I'm on that side, I'm on this side. It's going to flip flop. We've barely finished with the prosecution's case. And I'm also not like a person that's like full of hate, which a lot of people that are covering this case are, like so heavily seated on one side of this case, and turn it into something kind of strange on the internet. I do not suggest going on Twitter just in general as a rule of thumb in my life, but there are people on Twitter with hashtag Karen Reed who are kind of like choosing to die on a hill of either side. Oh, I see other people speaking to this. I speak to other people about this case. Like, I'll go home and me and my boyfriend will just go talk about this all night long. But I haven't watched anyone else coverage of it. It's daunting, it's intimidating. I would love to hear other people's viewpoints of it, but it's just kind of like a test for myself to kind of see how I'm doing mentally, which is fine. I'm actually doing mentally fine. There were some questions about Brian Higgins' activity within the Canton Police Department with his key cards and everything going in and out. They didn't, for me, which I might have to kind of go back and do a little chit chat. It felt kind of phoned in by the defense. There wasn't really, it really just kind of laid the groundwork that he's there a lot, going in and out of places. Hopefully they kind of follow that up with the next witness or two, or their own witness, proving that he kind of, I don't know, maybe went and messed with evidence or was in a space where he wasn't supposed to, adding the like foundation of Canton PD is not to be trusted as a whole. And so anything that went to them first before it went to the state police, evidence-wise, should not be trusted because it's a lack of control. Then we had day 18, which was the continuation of the cross-examination of Brian Higgins, which I and Eddie took over because Attorney Jackson was not there today. And he really covered the preservation of his phone. Brian Higgins this is a very interesting, this to me was one of the most important moments. Brian Higgins was working a case, and one of the bad guys that he was investigating got his phone number and called him. And so Brian Higgins was like, oh my God, I have to change my phone number. I have to make sure, people can't find this. I have to get a whole new phone. I have to change carriers, blah, blah, blah. But didn't do that for like 2.5 months. So I don't know if there's a reason for that. I mean, was he maybe going to use that to try to help with his investigation of his case? But he then put himself in danger. And it's like, I don't know. That seems very weird. I personally would probably change my phone number immediately. And I think you can call and contact your phone carrier and change your phone number immediately. Like, I think you can do it over the phone. I've seen people on like live streams, their phone numbers get leaked and like they're just calling and calling and calling. You can get your phone number changed almost immediately. You'll probably have to answer a couple questions and everything, and it's going to suck because your phone's blowing up and you can't do anything. So, I don't know. It just felt very strange. That it took that long for him to change his phone number. There was then redirect, and he said he was embarrassed. He's embarrassed about texting Karen, a grown woman. She was 42, probably at the time. Yes, you could. You don't have to get a new phone. You could just call the phone company and change it that way. Yeah, you absolutely could. And if he did have a second phone, he could have probably like completely shut his phone off, like powered off his personal phone and on his work phone called and be like, this phone needs to either be like deactivated, like, can you mail me a new one? I need a whole new phone number. Like, they could have done something. He could have done something a lot sooner than the day before the preservation request went into his mailbox. It's just very sketch. He went to a military base to throw things away. He destroyed the SIM card. He says he doesn't have any memories. He doesn't have a family. He was married. He doesn't have a family. He doesn't have a girlfriend or anything. He's got a couple of properties. He doesn't have any memories, doesn't have any photos. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. He's just a hardened cop, Anywho, who was embarrassed about being hardened for Karen? Gross. You're gross. There was okay, Justin Rice, who was the attending physician, who got real defensive at the defense team. Lacerations, no injuries anywhere else, but he made it sort of clear that that's not our priority, which is fair. preserving life, saving life, getting air in the lungs and the heart beating is priority. But I feel like for a police officer, because it was known by then that John was a police officer, that there would kind of be extra care taken, because usually there is. So I'm interested as to why in the report. I know that the physician isn't going to do a post-mortem report. He wasn't embarrassed. He knows he's doing his own. Yeah, he's doing this. He was embarrassed he got caught. He was embarrassed he had to give that conversation over. Brian Higgins wasn't embarrassed about actually having the conversation. Well, what I do think he is embarrassed about now is sitting on the stand and saying that he was basically doing an investigation on Karen and seeing where this is going. So, and to suss things out, when in reality he wanted her and she showed interest, and so he kept responding. That's my opinion. Allegedly, in my opinion. Don't sue me, good Lord. Gary Fowler was the pathologist. Who and so if you look at the Tina Belcher alcohol, it was basically breaking the blood down to the serum and calculating NADH, which is a byproduct of when alcohol is broken down into the blood. Nicholas Roberts is the Thermo Fisher employee, the crime lab forensic dude who was just like, yeah, this is how it works. And then on cross, he was like, and things can be wrong. You are also correct. Like, this is what we do. This is how it's been. This is the proof. This is why we do it. Then on cross, he's questioned about, the possibility of errors. And he said, of course, there can be errors. Yes. But for the most part, we fall into a window that is pretty much, satisfactory, especially in a court of law, which cool. No, literally, like the most well-spoken witness by far in the field of like experts, in my opinion, most well-spoken. Actually, no, there was one before that. She what did she do? I forgot what she was. Oh, she was the vet one who tested for animal DNA. She was pretty well spoken too. But Mr. Roberts, I'll call him with respect, very extremely well spoken, and I'm sure is a fantastic educator as well. Like we all, I felt like we were like, we can listen to this, we can take it in, we can ingest it, and we can comprehend it. Yes, we all have our own sort of different levelings of education when it comes to forensics. Some people love true crime. Some people don't know true crime. So some people have an idea of it. And so when you hear it from the horse's mouth, it's very interesting. Very interesting. I wrote so many notes from Nicholas. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Roberts, for fantastic testimony. He really broke things down in a fantastic way. Some of the numbers that we had. So at 9:08, when Karen's blood was taken after she was section 12, there was a low end of 1.1 or 0.078, all the way up to a high end of 0.083. I might have miswrote my numbers, or 0.084 type of error. So there was a little bit of a window. So pretty on the high side, definitely not drivable. Definitely don't be behind the wheel. And then it came to the conversation of calculating the retrograde blood alcohol. So her blood alcohol content or concentration, from previous hours. So an hour before, 2 hours before that, 3 hours before that, 4 hours before that, going all the way back to when her last drink was ingested. And there was a minimum of 0.135 as like a height, and then a maximum of 0.292. I looked it up. Typically a 0.4 is like fatal, and she was very, very close to that. My only question is how and when did she get this drunk? Because at the first bar, she maybe had a drink, they said. She was not inebriated. At the second bar, she maybe had a drink, they said. She was not inebriated. She was able to get into the car. No one had any concern. She got into the car. She drove away. Well, they didn't. I don't think anyone saw her drive away. But then an hour later, she's at a possible 0.135 to 0.292. That doesn't make any sense to me. What are we missing? We are missing something very, very, very important. If she was this drunk, how did she get this drunk? And when? When did she get this drunk? Because everyone that's come up said no one was fall over drunk. No one was blackout drunk. No one was screaming or fighting or la la la. Yeah, they were. Brian and Brian were doing that little play fight thing, which the defense tried to be like, so you're practicing your punches. Chill. So I don't know. What are we? Does anyone do you also feel the same? What are we missing? Then we had Michael Prada, the superintendent of public works, talking about the plow. Boring. Louis Jutras, with the street cams. And that was that. That was day 18. Interesting stuff. Day 19. Let's see. Monday I wrote it down. So we're all caught up with court as of right now. Monday is a full day. I'll probably do, I don't know my schedule. So I'll either do Monday afternoon or Tuesday sometime. I don't know when I work, so I don't know what I have available yet. And then Wednesday is a full day. Thursday is a half a day, and then there's no court on Friday. So there's two full days and one half day. So by the end of next week, we'll also still be caught up as well. I don't foresee that being a problem next week to stay caught up to 2.5 days of court. It may not be the day it happens, but we'll be caught up. And I will also do some digging on and try to get maybe some more sort of in-depth reporting on the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe, who did testify. It is redacted. You won't find the actual testimony online, but you will probably find on the internet. Oh my God, these reactions, I gotta turn this off. More sort of in-depth sort of documentation of the testimony, and more than just there was fights and all that stuff. I'll look into that and see what's happening. So next time we chit chat, we can talk about it. So that's that, you guys. It's been a long day. We watched 2 full days of trial, minus 2 hours for the kids. But that was fun. That was really interesting. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. But I am done. I am gonna go home and go to sleep. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. If you are not already subscribed, please do that. This is a new channel, and we would love to grow, and that means you guys. I had fun. I hope you guys had a good time. I'll see you next week for day 19. I can't believe we're on to day 19. Holy crap. Wow.